Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Chapter 751, Another Gifted Heir. Field Marshal Heinrich von Graz stood across from the Kaiser in the Imperial Palace. The two men were currently within Berengar's study discussing a matter of great importance, one that was of the utmost secrecy. Heinrich was the older brother of the Empress Adela and had served as the Field Marshal of Berengar's royal guard for several years. What was initially a small unit of elite troops designed to protect Berenger from threats had expanded over the years into an army of its own. By now, an entire corps existed within the ranks of the Reichsguard, also known as the Imperial Guard. While the Imperial German Army was the nation's premier land-based defense force whose loyalty was to the German Empire, the Reichsguard existed as the personal armed force of the Kaiser and, by extension, the von Kufstein dynasty. Those who joined the ranks of the Reichsguard were the elite among the elite when it came to German soldiers. They had to meet many physical requirements, such as a height of at least 6 feet tall, as well as 20/20ths vision. These men were fiercely loyal to the Kaiser and were not afraid to follow any order given, no matter how cruel and inhumane it may be. Heinrich was the leader of the Reichsguard, second only to the Kaiser in terms of authority. He had been busy these last few years leading the unit in its operations around the globe, mostly in colonial conflicts. With the War of Iberia entering a new stage, Berenger felt it was best to deploy the Reichsguard to the region to thoroughly put down the resistance against his rule. Thus, he had a stoic expression on his face as he began to speak to his younger cousin. Field Marshal, I have summoned you here today because, as you may be aware, the rebellion in Iberia has gotten out of hand. Adelbrand has failed to quell the unrest, and because of that, I have decided to deploy you to the Iberian theater so that you may undertake the necessary actions to put an end to this insanity. What I'm about to order you to do will be an act of extreme cruelty. Tens of thousands of innocent people will die. But this endeavor needs to be undertaken to prove to the papacy and the Catholic Church as a whole that resistance against my rule will not be tolerated. Heinrich nodded his head in the affirmative to the words the Kaiser had spoken before uttering his agreement to the orders. Just tell me what it is I need to do and my men will do as they are told. You do not have to question the loyalty of the Reichsguard. The orders of the Kaiser are absolute. Berenger smiled cruelly when he heard these words before nodding his head thrice. After doing so, he issued his orders to the young field marshal. As you already know, the use of chemical weapons in South Africa has proven to be an efficient means of annihilating the enemy. As we speak, our facilities are manufacturing a vast stockpile of such weapons. It will be a matter of months before we have enough stored to conduct the operation I have in mind. However, your orders are to use these chemical weapons to gas the city of Madrid into submission. Once the city's inhabitants are dead and the gas has cleared, you are to take it and use the city as a base of operations for your men as they sweep through the Iberian Peninsula and wipe out any resistance left standing. Make no mistake, our propaganda network will use this attack as a threat against those who still choose to rebel. Resist, and your city shall be annihilated. That is the message that will be delivered. The Catholics have gone too far this time, and it is time we put an end to their petty rebellion. Heinrich immediately saluted the Kaiser in the fashion that was so common among the German military before uttering his acceptance of the orders he was given. Yes, my Kaiser. Berenger returned the salute before issuing further orders to the man. While we wait for the chemical weapons to be manufactured, you are to go into the areas of Iberia that have the most heavy fighting and wipe out the villages that show the most resistance. I would like to see how long the people of Iberia continue to support the rebels when they pay for it with the price of their lives. Heinrich nodded his head once more before responding to these orders. I swear, I will do everything in my power to eliminate the rebellion. From the Pyrenees to the Atlantic, I shall use any means necessary to crush the Catholic resistance. Berenger smiled and nodded his head before patting the man on the shoulder. I have the utmost faith in you, my dear cousin. If Adelbrand gives you any trouble, simply inform him you are the representative of the Kaiser's will and it is not his place to impede you onslaught. It has become clear to me that the man's regard for the lives of civilians has dragged this war on longer than it should have naturally transpired. The Catholics will either come to accept my rule or they shall be eliminated. There is no third option. Now go and prepare yourself for the journey. I have other matters to attend to. Heinrich saluted the Kaiser once more before leaving his office. As he walked out of the room, he came across his younger sister, Adela, who stood in the doorway. He smiled and greeted the woman as he passed her by. Your Majesty, it is good to see you. It has been a while since our last encounter. Adela immediately puffed up her cheeks into a pout as she scolded her older brother for being so formal. Heinrich, I'm your sister. You don't have to speak such pleasantries with me. Why is it you are always so polite around me? Himeric was slightly surprised when he heard this from his sister before responding to it. My sincere apologies, Your Majesty, but you are the Empress, much like how I have to show respect to the Kaiser despite being my cousin. I too must show you the respect you are entitled to. If you will excuse me, I have important matters to attend to. We will have to reacquaint ourselves at a later date. Adela frowned when she saw her own brother being so polite. If it was her other brother Gerhard, she knew he would not be so formal with her. Then again, Gerhard always was a bit of a siscon. The man had even tried to prevent her betrothal to Berenger once upon a time. Himeric was not like his brother. He was far more ambitious and knew who to bow to and who to step upon. After seeing her brother off, Adela visited Berenger in his office where the man was hard at work signing his approval on various documents. She gazed upon the man and his actions for some time before announcing her presence. Berenger, do you have a minute? Berenger looked up and saw his precious little wife standing in front of him. He immediately smiled upon seeing her before placing his pen down. Adela, my darling, what can I do for you? The woman sighed before sitting down in front of Berenger. After doing so, she outlined her reasoning for visiting. It's about Christopher. The teachers in his class say that our son is a very gifted boy. Maybe not quite as much as Hans, but he appears to be well ahead of the rest of the students. They are talking about advancing him ahead of his peers by a few grades, much like Hans has done. Berenger looked slightly surprised when he heard this. He tried his best to spend as much time with his children as possible, but with his schedule and the amount of kids he had, it was difficult. He was unaware that Christopher was mentally gifted like his elder half-brother. Obviously, it would not be to the same extent, but it would appear that intelligence ran in the family. Perhaps it was his own DNA and not Lindy's as he had initially suspected because of Hans and Helga's exceptional intelligence. Though the nature of this gift slightly confused Berenger as his father was not a brilliant man and prior to his reincarnation the Berenger of this world was a dullard. The Kaiser could not wrap his head around it but decided not to care. He was not a biologist and therefore did not have the means to extensively study his genes and determine whether hyper-intelligence was a part of his bloodline or Lindy's. All he knew was that he had two gifted potential heirs and thus he smiled before nodding his head in approval of the teacher's suggestions. Well, if his teachers say it would be best, then I see no reason to hold the boy back. They have my permission to advance him by a few grades. Adela wore a pretty smile before leaning over the desk and kissing Berenger on the cheek. She blushed slightly as she withdrew her lips and absconded from the room while leaving behind a single phrase. You're the best. After saying that, Adela swiftly disappeared, leaving Berenger with a smile on his face as he got back to work. Chapter 752, Dreams of the Past Part LV. Mizuno AI sat across from a perfectly average young man. If she could say that he had one redeeming physical quality, it was the extent of his muscles. By now, she and Julian had known each other for roughly 3 months, and today was just a normal Saturday. Since she had met Julian, AI had been plagued with troubles in her attempt to coax the man out of his self-imposed exile within the library of West Point. She honestly did not understand how the man was able to live his life with as little human interaction as possible. Julian was practically a hermit outside of his studies and the academy's mandated social events. Both AI and Julian had an open schedule this weekend, and because of that she had dragged him out of the library and to an amusement park in the city. It was only now that she was beginning to understand the extent of Julian's social anxiety. AI carefully observed the sweat on Julian's brow as he struggled to deal with the large crowds. The man, who was normally calm, collected, and a bit of an asshole, was now pumping his leg frantically as his eyes darted back and forth. He slowly sipped from his milkshake while his gaze was lost in space. The two of them had stopped for lunch at one of the overpriced restaurants provided in the park. If there were two things that Julian enjoyed in this world, it was cheeseburgers and milkshakes. Of course, he could never afford the prices of amusement park food, and because of that, AI had paid for his meal just like she had done with his ticket. AI observed the man's unusual behavior as he snacked on his burger and drank from his milkshake. She found his anxiety to be endearing. It was unusual for Julian to show weakness. He normally had a smug attitude when dealing with people, as if he were a god descended from the heavens and the people around him were mere hairless apes. The fact that he was bad with crowds made him seem more human, but more importantly, it was a weakness that AI could exploit should the man ever step out of line. However, she would never admit that she had such cruelty in her mind. Instead, she wore a convincing facade of a worried friend as she grasped hold of Julian's shaking hand and attempted to calm him down. Are you all right, Julian? You look a little under the weather. Julian was on edge, being surrounded by so many people and their screams of excitement. He nearly smacked the girl in the face when she touched him without permission. His eyes quickly darted over to Ace's pretty face as if he were acquiring his target before unleashing his attack. There was a look of genuine concern on her pretty face as she checked on his condition, which helped to calm him down. Knowing Julian's personality, AI could surmise that he would respond with a denial of his condition and instead pretend like he was okay being surrounded by so many people. This would only add to his anxiety as he would be forced to keep up an act for the entire day. However, in the next moment, Julian sighed and said something unexpected. I'm not going to lie. I ain't exactly doing so well right now. People, especially large amounts of people. I find them to be unnerving. AI couldn't help but giggle when she saw Julian's pained expression. His response was to glare at the young woman until she stopped, which eventually she did, only to lecture him on his lifestyle. Well, that's not surprising. You spend as much time as possible secluded in the library with nothing but books to keep you company. In fact, I don't believe I have ever seen you voluntarily interact with another human being. There was a look of confusion on Julian's face as he heard this. He did not understand what the girl meant. He could only ask for clarification on the issue. Why would I? The two friends stared at each other in silence for a moment as if they were from two different planets. AI could only sigh and rest her face in the palm of her hands. In that moment, she felt like she was lecturing a child on how to get along with others. Because you can't do everything alone in this world. You need people to help you, especially if you're joining the military. If you don't socialize with your unit, they will feel as if they can't trust you with their backs. I'm willing to bet you haven't spoken a word to anyone in the barracks since you first joined the academy outside of maybe small talk. I'm right, aren't I? Julian had to think hard on the last 2 years to come up with a single instance where he spoke to someone in the barracks outside of mandatory conversation or basic questions. The look on his face as he tried to recall a memory where he spoke with anyone other than in passing made AI giggle once more. As Julian was lost in his thoughts, a group of girls walked by the table where he sat at. However, when they saw AI, they immediately stopped in their tracks before approaching the woman. AI, is that you? I haven't seen you since high school. Is this your boyfriend? AI looked over at the girls and got out of her seat before hugging them. Apparently, they were good friends before starting university. After hearing the question about Julian, the girl blushed as she did not know how to answer the question. Julian, on the other hand, had not really noticed, nor did he care about the girl's friends. He simply acted aloof as he normally did. Ultimately, AI introduced him to the girls with a slight frown on her face, knowing he would not take the initiative to do so himself. This is Julian. He's a friend of mine from the academy. Can you believe he has never been to an amusement park before? When I heard this, I knew I had to drag him here myself. He doesn't seem to appreciate my kindness, though. The girl that AI seemed to be the most friendly with immediately felt suspicious when she heard this and began to verbally dissect Ace's statement in front of her. A friend, is he? I don't know about you, but I wouldn't normally drag a guy to an amusement park unless I was on a date with him. When Julian heard this, he felt embarrassed. He had never even considered the possibility that this was a date and immediately blushed in the corner as he remained silent. He would allow AI to clear up the misunderstanding for him. Naturally, AI defended her statement in an unconvincing attempt. Date? No. It's not like that. We are just two friends hanging out at an amusement park, right, Julian? Julian sighed in relief as he heard this. He was right. There was no way a girl like AI would be interested in him. Thus, he did not feel bad as he wore a stoic expression while correcting Ace's statement in front of her friends. Friends? I would consider us to be more like acquaintances. As for this being a date, it is simply implausible. AI shot Julian a nasty glare. She could not understand why he was always like this. How were the two of them not friends? They had known each other for over 3 months. He had been over to her house and had eaten her cooking, and now they were at an amusement park together. How the hell could they possibly be considered nothing but mere acquaintances? When the girls noticed Ace's furious gaze directed at Julian after he said they were nothing more than acquaintances, they understood exactly what was going on. The girl who had approached AI wrapped her arm around the woman's shoulder and whispered something in her ear so that Julian could not hear it. Unrequited love is a bitch, isn't it? Though I don't know why you're interested in a guy like this, keep at it. Eventually he will come around. I mean, it's not like he has a better option than you lying around, now does he? AI immediately blushed when she heard the statement before staring into her friend's eyes. The girl had a supportive look on her face as she gave AI a thumbs up. After saying this, the girl spoke to Julian once more. Well, it was nice to meet you, Julian. Me and the girls are going to go on ahead. You two enjoy yourselves, and AI, I'm rooting for you. After saying this, the trio of young women ran off towards the amusement park, leaving an embarrassed AI and a slightly flustered Julian to sit in awkward silence as they enjoyed their overpriced burgers and milkshakes. AI would eventually succeed in coaxing Julian out of his shell and getting him to enjoy himself on some rides together. Shortly thereafter, Itami awoke from her dream and stared at the ceiling with a depressed expression on her pretty face. She could only sigh in defeat as she thought about what she had dreamt of. Julian, you fucking idiot. You probably didn't even realize until the day you died that was supposed to be our first date. She turned over on her futon and rested on her side as she attempted to fall back to sleep. However, on this night, Itami would get no further rest and would lie wide awake until the sun rose, questioning why Julian had never realized her feelings. Chapter 753, Procuring a Little Brother Part LL. Noemi sat within the classroom gazing across from her seat to the location where the Imperial Prince sat, ardently paying attention to the ongoing lecture. She had a wide grin on her face as she admired the little boy she had been conditioning to become her little brother. Any minute now, the bell would ring and lunchtime would begin. She had prepared a special meal for the Imperial Prince, hoping that he would enjoy her cooking once more. Sure enough, the bell rang and the teacher halted their lecture. The kids gathered into their cliques and began to head to the dining hall. Noemi approached Hans before he could escape from her clutches and smiled before handing over her homemade lunch. Hansi, do you want to eat lunch with me? I made your favorite? Hans felt unnerved as he heard the pet name that the girl created for him. Since he had begun interacting with the girl, she had become more and more friendly, though he did not mind as she spoiled him dearly, just like how his mother did. Ultimately, he decided to take the girl up on the offer, and the two of them absconded to the cafeteria where the girl pulled out her meal and handed it over to the boy. The dish was a homemade buffalo chicken cheese casserole. This was not some high-class meal prepared by an expert chef like Hans was used to eating. Instead, it was a dish popular among commoner households, and because he was never able to taste these things outside of Noemi's influence, he had decided to store away the lunch his mother had prepared for him. Noemi pulled out a portable grill and lit the charcoal on fire, where she heated up the dish in a metal bowl. While Hans was salivating over the idea of eating Noemi's homemade casserole, someone gazed upon him from the entranceway. As an imperial prince, Hans had special privileges, and one of these was out-of-school visitors during lunch period. Veronica gazed upon the sight of the Hungarian beauty warming up her food for the prince and glowered. She had come all this way from her prestigious girls' school to visit her little fiancé and share a meal with him, and yet some harlot had gotten her clutches into him while she was away. Why didn't Hans ever mention this girl to her? Who was she, and how did she get to know Hans? What were her plans? These were all thoughts that were going through Veronica's head as she watched the two of them chat with cheerful smiles. Hans was smiling? Why did he never do that around her? Veronica ultimately lost her cool when she saw the busty red-headed bimbo feed the boy with her spoon. She gazed upon the sight and dropped her lunchbox, which clanged loudly on the floor. Come here, Hansi, let big sister feed you. Open wide. Before Hans could accept the spoonful of casserole, Veronica's arm latched firmly onto Noemi's hand, preventing her from feeding the boy. There was a furious glare coming from Veronica's heterochromatic eyes as she scolded the Hungarian beauty for enticing her fiancé. Hansi? Why are you calling my Hans such a childish nickname? Noemi shivered when he saw the enraged Veronica. She knew the boy had fiancés as she had heard the rumors, but she never expected one of them to invade her school and catch her in the act. She forced a pretty smile on her face as she tried to greet the girl standing in front of her, but Veronica was not having it. You must be Veronica. I have heard so much about you from Hansi. Before the girl could finish her sentence, Veronica slapped her violently across the cheek, leaving a red handprint. Noemi gazed in shock at the Bohemian princess as she underwent another scolding. You harlot! Who told you that you could approach the imperial prince? Do you think you were worthy? Hans, I don't want you talking to this girl anymore. Come with me. We have lunch to enjoy. Veronica grabbed hold of Hans' forearm and tried to leave him away when the little brat slapped her across the face, startling the Bohemian princess and everyone else in the cafeteria who gazed upon the drama from this little love triangle. Veronica could not believe that Hans had just struck her and instantly fell back in fear. Hans W.H. Tears streamed down her eyes as she tried to ask why Hans was being so cruel to her, but the vicious gaze in the boy's eyes which accompanied his verbal thrashing laid out the reason before she could even ask the question. You dare tell me who I can and cannot associate with? Who do you think you are? I am Prince Hans von Kufstein and heir to the German Empire, yet you think that just because you are my fiancé that you have control over me? Veronica, I think you have overstayed your welcome. Go back to your all-girls school before I get angry. After saying this, the boy did not spare Veronica a second glance and instead checked on Noemi's condition. His following words dug a hole in Veronica's heart, causing her to flee while in tears. Big sis Noemi, are you all right? I hope that girl did not cause you any harm. The last thing Veronica saw before she sprinted from the school was Noemi stuffing the boy into her bosom and stroking his hair with a wicked grin on her face. Oh my sweet little Hansi, it's not your fault. It's only natural for the little bitch to be jealous of our relationship. Having said this, the two of them continued their meal while Veronica was forced to flee the scene in shame. It did not take long for news of this incident to reach Lindy's ears. After all, she had several eyes watching her children at all times. When she learned of this incident, she immediately halted her work regarding national intelligence. Instead of handling crucial matters of state, she proceeded to acquire all the information she could on the young Hungarian beauty named Noemi. Linda stared at the report in her hands with a frown on her face. Pictures did not exist yet, and because of that, she could only read the description of the teenage girl, which enraged the overprotective mother. Long red hair, violet eyes, and most importantly, a developed figure despite her young age. This, combined with the reports of Noemi forcing the prince to call her big sister, made it clear to Linda that the girl was just a cheap knockoff of herself. The idea that her precious baby boy was falling into the clutches of a young Hungarian vixen filled Linda with rage and jealousy. Hans was still a young boy who needed his mommy, so why was he pursuing a younger version of herself so soon? He was only supposed to do that when he was older. This could not stand. Linda had no choice but to have a face-to-face meeting with this girl and see just what her plans were for her precious baby boy. Currently, Linda was at her office in the headquarters of Imperial Intelligence. After reading this report and coming to a decision, she had burst out of the room, looking for one particular person. Soon she found a young blonde woman who was her secretary. This woman was brewing a cup of coffee, which Linda immediately halted as she gave her another order. I want you to find this Vasily Noemi and invite the little bitch to the palace. I expect to meet with her shortly. The secretary could tell there was a hint of hostility in Lindy's sky-blue eyes and immediately gulped the saliva that was pooled in her throat. There was nothing more fearsome to the members of Imperial Intelligence than the director when she was angry, especially if that anger was directed towards someone who had targeted her family. Upon seeing the woman pause in fright, Linda glared at her fiercely before questioning why she was still silent. "What are you just standing there for? Get to it already." The woman quickly placed down the pitcher of coffee and saluted Linda before scurrying off to fulfill the task she had been given. Hans was entirely unaware that the little incident with Veronica and Noemi had found its way to his mother's ears before the school day was even over. Thus, it was quite a shock when an agent of Imperial Intelligence approached Noemi after class and invited her to his house. It was in that moment he knew that he had fucked up. There was only one reason his mother would know about Noemi, and that was because he had made a scene. Hans dreaded the idea of what his mother might do to him when she learned out about his illicit relationship with a foreign girl. Thus, while being led back to the palace by members of Imperial Intelligence, Hans and Noemi were both shivering in fear. Chapter 754, Procuring a Little Brother Part LLL. Linda sat on a love seat with one leg crossed over the other. She wore a pretty smile on her exquisite face while the white gold and sky blue topaz jewelry she was wearing glistened under the light of the sun that flowed through the nearby windows. She had gone all out on her appearance for this meeting with the young Hungarian harlot who was pursuing her 7-year-old son. Even Noemi was impressed by the woman's stunning appearance while she sipped on a teacup filled with coffee. Though the girl was shivering in fear of what might happen to her. A squad of guards who belonged to Imperial Intelligence escorted her to the palace, and by the looks of the woman sitting across from her, this was an interrogation. Linda could tell the teenage girl was intimidated by her presence, causing her to smile as she lectured the girl about everything she knew. Vasily Noemi, age 13, date of birth July 2, 1412. Born in the neighboring Kingdom of Hungary to a major noble family, you immigrated to Germany less than a year ago after your family suffered from economic setbacks caused by the Catholic world's economic sanctions. You have one deceased older sister and a living older brother who is the heir to your family's lands. Currently, you are being taken care of by a servant of your family named Dudas Lilla, who is currently the mistress of a young German officer in the border guard. You live in the city of Kufstein with a sizable allowance from your family and attend the Royal Kufstein Academy as part of the gifted program. Roughly half a year ago, you first contacted my son. At first, I thought you were just a friend that my little Hans has made, but today you made a scene by sparking conflict with Princess Veronica. Because of that, I am convinced you have ulterior motives towards my son. So how about you spill your intentions before I resort to some more forceful methods to learn the truth? Noemi's skeleton nearly jumped out of her skin when she heard the beautiful red-headed woman across from her accurately state so much information about her life. When those furious sky-blue eyes cast their gaze upon her, the inexperienced girl immediately blurted out her reasoning for approaching Hans. "I've always wanted a little brother." Linda and Hans gazed upon the teenage girl with suspicion and confusion when she said these words, with Linda interrogating her further. "What do you mean by that?" Though she looked calm, the director of intelligence was gripping the handrests of her sofa intensely. If she had a bit more strength in her hands, she might possibly be capable of snapping them in two. This did not go unnoticed by both Hans and Noemi, causing the girl to take a deep breath before speaking of her intentions in a way that made sense. "I'm the youngest in my siblings with an older sister and brother. The two of them spoiled me when I was a kid, so much so that I've always wanted a little sibling of my own to share the love I received. Specifically, a little brother. When I first saw Hans, he was like the spitting image of what I always envisioned for a little brother. He was so cute and too smart for his own good. So I watched him for several weeks, trying to figure out the best way to talk to him. I noticed that he always finished the food that was prepared for him with a happy smile on his face, except on Thursdays, where he had a particular casserole that he never seemed to finish. Because of this, I made him a tuna sandwich and gave it to him, knowing that he would be interested in eating it instead of what was prepared for him that day. Since then I have maintained a friendly relationship with the prince so that he thinks of me as a big sister." Hans was not an idiot. He had guessed the girl's intentions since the first time he met her. Despite knowing her schemes, the fact remained that he enjoyed being spoiled by beautiful older women with big boobs, and though Veronica was young, she was more developed than the other girls in his class. Thus, he tolerated her shenanigans, not thinking anything of it. However, when he heard the girl confess to the fact that he was throwing away his mother's lunches on Thursdays, the young prince stiffened in terror. The ever-watching gaze of his mother's sky-blue eyes peered into his soul as she wore a pretty smile on her face. However, Hans knew that behind the smile was the black heart of a woman scorned. Thus, it was no surprise when she addressed this point. "Hans, is what this girl says true? Are you throwing away my lunches and eating her cooking instead?" Hans lowered his head in fear of looking upon Lindy's vicious gaze. Noemi noticed this and could tell something was wrong with the situation. She could only look upon the boy and apologize by silently mouthing the words. "I'm sorry." Hans remained silent, which only caused Linda to become more furious. "Hans, you answer me this instant." Upon hearing the woman's voice raise, he nearly jumped out of his seat and quickly sang like a canary. "Yes, mommy." Hans tensed up and shut his eyes in fear of what his mother might do to him. However, the unexpected happened. Her furious gaze lightened and she grabbed hold of her son and sat him in her lap while clutching his head to her bosom, all while speaking to him in a caring tone. Hans, you should have told me if you didn't enjoy that dish, I would have gladly prepared you another in its place. I'm not a mind reader, you silly boy. You must tell mommy when you don't like a meal. Hans gazed up at his mother's beautiful face and sighed in relief. He thought for sure he was going to be in trouble when this secret of his was revealed. However, in the next moment, the woman's voice turned ice cold as she gazed over at Noemi, who looked upon the scene of confusion. As for you, you will apologize to my daughter-in-law for causing a scene, and then you will never speak to my little Hans again. If I find out you are approaching him after today, I will have you transferred to another school. Do I make myself clear? Hans was about to protest when Linda shot him a fierce gaze and pressed her finger to his lips before scolding him on his errant behavior. Don't think you are off the hook just yet, young man. You are way too young to be spoiled by a woman other than your mother. I am going to make sure you sit in your room and think about what you have done before I allow you out of my sight again. Noemi was sitting in silence with a downcast expression. She had really enjoyed her time with Hans, but if the Empress of Germany was giving her a command, then she had no choice but to submit. Who was she? She was an immigrant girl, and if she kept pursuing Hans in his family's territory, Linda could make her life extremely difficult. The young Hungarian beauty could only sigh in defeat as she wiped the tears from her eyes and agreed to Lindy's orders. All right, I understand. I won't approach Hans anymore. I'm sorry for the mess I have caused. Goodbye, Hans. After saying this, the girl was escorted from the room, where Hans began to puff his cheeks in consternation. He pouted towards his mother, who stroked his strawberry blonde hair in an attempt to calm his inner fury. Oh, Hans, you are only 7 years old. There will be plenty of time for other women to spoil you. Just let mommy have this while you are still young and adorable. You also need to apologize to Veronica. It is never acceptable to strike a lady. Hans refused to look into his mother's eyes and thus averted his gaze as he muttered under his brought about his disagreement with the woman's last statement. That's not what father says. Apparently, Linda heard the boy's remark and glared at him before speaking her thoughts aloud. Your father is an ass. Linda was being a bit of a hypocrite as she was a masochist who loved being punished by her master. However, she could not easily tell her young son that it was okay to be rough with a woman when she consented to it. That was a conversation he was way too young to have. Hans, however, stared in awe at his mother before questioning what the woman had just said. I thought you loved father? In response to this question, Linda gazed upon her son with confusion in her sky-blue eyes. What did she say that implied she did not love Beringer? She quickly clarified her stance so that the boy wouldn't have any confusion about his parents' relationship. I love your father more than anything, but that doesn't change the fact that he's an ass. I just happen to find that aspect of his personality attractive. Hans gave his mother a strange look before commenting on her personality. You're weird. Linda simply smiled and patted the boy's hair before responding to this statement. And you're my son, so do as I say and apologize to your little fiancé, or I will confine you to your room for a month. The prince pouted once more as he tried to object to his mother's orders. But father says. Lindy's fierce gaze pierced through Hans' soul as she spoke in a stern voice, silencing him before he could finish his thought. I don't care what your father says, you will do what I say. Hans could only lower his head in defeat and agree to his mother's request. Perhaps if Beringer was here at this moment, he would convince Linda that the boy shouldn't apologize. After all, what he said was true for the most part. However, when the Kaiser was busy with work, Lindy's rule was absolute as far as household affairs were concerned. Thus, Hans could only approach Veronica and apologize for what he had said even if he didn't mean it. Chapter 755, Introduction of Film and the World's First Photograph. Beringer stood in the Kufstein Chemistry Department's main lab, where Aldo von Passa and his team of chemists were eager to introduce their latest invention to the Kaiser. He had been dragged from his home to this building to witness the newest invention. Or should he say prototype to the newest invention? As chemists, Aldo von Passa and his team received almost limitless funding in the pursuit of their scholarly objectives. Some of them focused on medicine, while others focused on military products, and others yet pursued their own brilliant ideas. There were currently 2 new inventions sitting on a table in the lab. Beringer recognized them immediately and was surprised that they had been developed. One was a roll of film and the other was a primitive box camera that utilized the aforementioned film to take pictures. Though Beringer immediately recognized the devices, he feigned ignorance. It was best not to act like he knew everything that these men invented. After all, he did not want to start an investigation into the origins of this knowledge. This is it? These are the new inventions? What are they? Aldo von Passa wore a pleasant smile as he introduced the concept to Beringer. This is something we have been experimenting with for a while. The idea came to me when a friend of mine who is a rather lazy artist asked what if we could capture a moment in time into a single picture without the need for paintings? Together with the work of my colleagues in both the chemistry department and a few friends of mine who understand engineering, we came up with this that you see here. The result was a roll of film that appeared fairly modern. Beringer picked it up and gazed into it for a few moments before asking for an explanation of the process used to make it. How did you make this? Aldo had a prideful smirk on his face as he announced the means he used to create the film. We started with a mixture of silver and chlorine, which created a compound called silver chloride. After much experimentation, we found out that this chemical is sensitive to light, and thus after crystallizing it, we experimented on ways to make use of it. Eventually, we settled on a mixture of the silver chloride crystals with gelatin that we applied to a celluloid substrate. We have attempted many chemical combinations, but this is the best result we have had. In the end, an engineering friend of mine put together this other device to make use of it. We were just about to try it out, and I figured you would want to be in the world's first picture. Berenger gazed at the camera and noticed it was a basic box camera. A box camera made use of a cardboard or plastic box with a convex concave lens on one side and the film on the other. With the press of a button, it could take a still photograph. Berenger was pleased that these men wanted to include him in their experiments, especially since it looked like they may actually have a working product. Thus, while dressed in his imperial regalia, Berenger put on a smile as he stood side by side with the team of chemists and a few engineers. These men stood next to a table that held a roll of film and another box camera prototype. A member of the chemistry department who did not take part in either endeavors held the device in his hand after being carefully instructed on its use. When everyone was in position, he pressed the button and with a large flash, the photo was taken. Though it would take some effort to develop the negative into a proper photograph, the scientists were certain that they had taken the world's first photograph. Berenger was pleasantly surprised with this visit and immediately questioned Aldo about the feasibility of large-scale production. Aldo, how long will it take you to find out the results of this? Better yet, how long before we can begin the manufacture of these box cameras and film? Aldo could tell Berenger was overeager, which was strange for a man who usually got excited by military hardware and not simple products like this. After the development of chemical weapons that made the man ashamed to call himself a chemist, Aldo could not help but question Berengar's intentions. Why do you ask? Berenger was not afraid to reveal the plans he had in store for these photographs. Though he was unaware of Aldo's reservations about chemical developments in warfare, he was happy to explain the practical purposes of cameras. I just had a brilliant idea. We could employ these devices in the fields of intelligence, government documentation, and propaganda. Can you imagine it? Say one of our agents is in the field deep behind enemy lines and they find evidence of an enemy conspiracy. They could take photos of these documents and send them back home where a proper countermeasure can be taken place. Then there's the Department of Propaganda. We could take photos of major events and display them in the national papers. The people could see with their own eyes the greatness of our country other than just reading about it. Then there are the purposes of government identification. For example, in immigration, it would be best to have a proper ID card with one's photo so that we can determine whether the holder is lying about their residency status. There are limitless applications of this technology, and perhaps we might one day be able to develop the means to not just document a single instant in time, but the passing of time itself. Think about it, Aldo, you and your team have just changed the way the world will work. It shocked Aldo to see how far Berenger had thought ahead with the use of this newest invention. It had only been a few moments since Berenger witnessed its use, and yet he already thought of so many ways to use it for the good of society. Documentation, intelligence, and propaganda could all benefit from the device. In fact, these fields would be so effective that the people working in them would have to rethink how to approach their jobs. Unlike chlorine gas, this invention could be used to help the Empire in more than simple killing effect. He was pleased that he could redeem himself with a useful invention after being the lead designer on the chemical weapons project. Thus, he thought about it for a bit before speaking his opinion on how long it would take to get these devices into the hands of those who needed them. We can begin production in 3 to 6 months. After that, I suppose it will take some time before we are able to produce enough of these devices to be used efficiently by the different government departments who require them. However, within the next couple of years, they should see common use throughout the Reich. Berenger was pleased when he heard this and nodded his head with an emphatic smile on his face. Good, very good. Well, I will leave you to your work, Doctor. Make sure not to disappoint me. I look forward to the days when my agents can have these employed in the field. After saying this, Berenger departed from the Kufstein chemistry department and returned to the palace. He had many plans for these devices and was happy that the subordinates beneath him were progressing in the knowledge of their fields. Berenger had given the German people the means to stand ahead of the rest of the world. Chemistry, physics, biology, astronomy, engineering, etc. These were all fields that Berenger had at least basic 21st century undergrad understanding of and thus educated the people most suited to expand upon them. In the years since he introduced this knowledge to his people, many of his citizens had become educated and those with gifted minds had entered and graduated the universities that Berenger founded. From a team of a few dozen chemists, Berenger now had hundreds working for him. Each was more eager than the last to make a major contribution to the world. He would not be surprised if that in 100 years, the German Empire of this world had been to the moon. It was an amusing thought to think of. A society with a 19th century mindset but with 21st century technology existing in the 16th century while the rest of the world remained in a Renaissance environment. Such thoughts brought a smile to the face of the Kaiser as he got back to work, humming a tune from his past life about. Chapter 756, What Could Have Been Part 50. Berenger fell back onto his bed with a radiant smile on his face. Lying by his side were two naked women. One was his younger sister, Henrietta, and the other was his cousin Adela. The three of them had just enjoyed some quality time together right before going to bed. For the past few weeks, Adela and Henrietta had been coming to Berengar's bedroom whenever they had a chance, where they drained him dry together. It was a brave new world, and Adela had grown rather close to her younger cousin Henrietta after undergoing Lindy's special training. Berengar's life at home was filled with hedonistic pleasure as he drank, smoked, and slept with 5 different women every day. Sometimes the girls would approach him together, at other times they were separate, however most commonly they came at him in pairs. No matter what happened, every night he would feel the warm embrace of at least one beautiful woman by his side. Thus, as his mind entered the darkness, he kissed his 2 little minxes on the forehead before telling them good night. "Good night, my beautiful girls. I love you both." The 2 women smiled and nuzzled their heads into Berengar's chest as they repeated the words back to him. "We love you too." After hearing this, Berenger drifted into sleep, where, for the first time in a long time, he was thrust into the memories of his past life. As if he was sucked into another world, Berenger internally panicked as he looked around him and realized that he was standing in the rank and file of his class graduation. In the crowd that had gathered to watch the cadets as they officially entered active duty was another cadet, a young Japanese beauty who smiled and clapped her hands as she gazed upon the man she was secretly in love with while he received his diploma. Of course, in his past life, Julian had not noticed this affectionate gaze. However, standing here, witnessing the scene once more, Berenger could see very clearly that his old acquaintance Mizuno AI had feelings for him, which instantly caused his brain to shut down in shock. He simply stood there in disbelief as he tried to work through what was happening to him. This was clearly just a dream, but it was so vivid. It was as if he was reliving the moment with his current memories intact. He was standing there on stage with a diploma in his hands, but he did not hear a single word that was spoken to him. All he could do was stare back at AI in disbelief, muttering under his breath his current thoughts. AI had feelings for me? No, that can't be, could it? I have to find out the truth. Berenger did not know if this dream would allow him to hear the truth or if it was simply a work of his mind filling in the gaps, but he had to know the truth. He had spent 3 out of 4 of his college years with a woman pestering him. If it was true that she secretly had feelings for him, then he just had to find out. Thus, after waiting for the ceremony to end, he quickly found AI in the crowd and darted towards her, completely ignoring his parents, who tried to speak with him before anyone else. It shocked AI to see Julian greet her first, but she quickly hugged him before congratulating him on getting his diploma. "Congratulations. I know you have been working hard for this these past 3 years, and I'm really happy for you. I can't wait until my own graduation next year." In his past life, Julian never spoke with AI at this moment. His parents had monopolized his entire graduation day. He was never been able to hear these words. It was amazing that despite knowing this was a dream, it appeared as if he was given a second chance. He felt intense anxiety in his heart as he gazed upon the woman who was the closest thing to a friend he had in his past life for the first time in close to 10 years. AI could see the troubled look on his face and immediately pressed her hand against his forehead, checking for a fever while interrogating him with a hint of worry in her voice. "What's wrong? Are you sick?" Julian could feel the warmth of the woman's hand. He could hardly believe it. It felt as if this was reality. Yet that was not possible. It had to be a dream. It took him a few moments to react to the girl's question before responding. "No, AI, I'm fine, really I am. I'm just a little overwhelmed is all." AI giggled when she heard this before responding to Julian's claim. "There's a lot of people here, huh? Don't worry, I know you're bad with crowds, so it's not surprising to see you having some difficulty. However, I think you looked great out there." Julian chuckled as he heard this before awkwardly shifting the conversation in another direction. "Hey, AI, there is something I wanted to ask you. This might sound a little bit crazy, but just bear with me for a moment. Do you, by any chance, have feelings for me?" These words struggled to register in Ace's brain as she blushed as red as a strawberry. She could not find the words to express her feelings in that moment and faltered backwards in astonishment. This reaction instantly surprised Julian, causing him to respond in disbelief. "Holy shit, you do? How long have you felt this way?" It took AI a few moments to come back to reality as she struggled to believe that this dense idiot had finally realized the truth. She stumbled over her words as she admitted just how long she had felt this way. Well, thinking back, I've liked you ever since my freshman year. I'm sorry, how exactly did you finally realize it? I thought you were as dense as diamonds." Julian reached out and grabbed hold of the woman's cheek, which startled her. It felt so real, he could hardly believe it. He felt as if his heart was about to collapse into a black hole as it took him 2 lives to finally understand this truth. Tears streamed down his eyes as he lamented what a colossal fuck-up he was in this life, causing him to sniffle as he deflected the girl's question with a vague statement. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you. I'm sorry, I never knew." Seeing the tears in Julian's eyes caused AI to cry on her own. It had taken her 3 years, but she had finally gotten through that thick head of his. She grabbed hold of his hands and reassured him that everything was going to be all right. "It's okay, so it took you 3 years to notice my feelings. That doesn't matter, we have so much to look forward to now. You feel the same way, don't you? We can finally be together." Julian faltered backwards as he heard these words. If his heart could physically burst, it would have done so at this moment. He could only shake his head as the tears crashed down around him. The act caught the girl off guard, who thought for sure this was their defining moment as a couple. Julian could only say how sorry he was over and over again, as he could not think of anything else to say. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, I'm really sorry, AI. If only I had realized this sooner, but it is too late." AI felt her heart break in that moment as she assertively grasped hold of Julian's hands and looked him in the eyes. After all these years, he found out the truth and rejected her. What kind of cruel fate was this? She could not help but question his sanity as she heard this. "What do you mean, it's too late? We're here right now. We finally have a chance to be together, and you're just going to walk away?" Julian wiped the tears from his eyes and wore a grim expression. It was as if his heart had already decayed and no longer existed, not even as a corpse. The tears had run dry as he uttered the words in his mind. "I'm sorry, AI, I really am. If I had known sooner, we could have been together, but I'm already dead, and this is just a dream to remind me of what I have lost. I'm sorry, I wish we could have been together. I really do." After saying this, Julian walked away, drifting lifelessly over towards his parents, who were waiting for him, leaving the only girl who ever liked him in this life heartbroken and in tears. Berenger awoke from the dream in that moment and stared into the morning light with tears in his eyes. He wished he had never had that dream. Now that he knew the truth, it would weigh in his heart for the rest of his life. Thus, he gazed over at the two sleeping beauties next to him and sighed heavily before pulling out a bottle of whiskey that he kept in a nearby drawer. He gazed at the half-drunken contents of the bottle for a few moments in silence before taking a large swig. There was nothing he could do about the past. He could only live this life to the fullest from now on. Chapter 757, A Mysterious Power in the Far West. Itami sat in her great hall, gazing upon her advisors and the heads of various government sectors. In the months since she had developed the plans for her new naval vessels, she had been doing her best to modernize her armed forces and expand her influence across the realm. Because she had a smaller army than Berenger, she could arm them with the newest weapons that she had developed much more quickly than he could. 30,000 men had sworn their loyalty to the war goddess, and now she was prepared to strike. However, before she could launch an invasion of her first target for imperial expansion, some troubling news came from her trade minister, who laid a device on the table that had come from a merchant who had traveled to the land Itami knew as India. This device was not a simple arquebus, instead it was a rifled flintlock musket. How did the Indians get their hands on such devices? Via their trade with the Timurid Empire, who, through internal corruption, sold some of the weapons that were meant to go to their troops engaged in the war against the Catholic Church. Itami glared fiercely at the weapon that should not exist in this era and immediately questioned the Minister of Trade just how he obtained the weapon. "Kono-san, where did you get this weapon?" The elderly Minister of Trade, known by the name Kono Masakuni, feebly rose from his seat as he expressed what he knew about the rifled musket. "I received this firearm from one of our merchants who traveled to the Bengal Empire in the west, where, through contact with their western neighbors, the so-called Anangpur Empire obtained this weapon by trade. It appears to be a more advanced form of the Tanagashima that we use to employ in our armies. Initially, I would say that we should be concerned. However, thanks to the efforts of your majesty, our armies are now equipped with weapons far more advanced than these. Thus, I think we should simply consider the Bengal and Anangpur empires to be near peers." Despite the various heads of state agreeing with the Minister of Trade's opinion, Itami was unconvinced. Upon realizing that this weapon came from a foreign country, it instantly struck Itami with an overwhelming sense of panic. She had always believed that she was the only reincarnator in the world, thus giving her an enormous advantage. However, this weapon that should not exist in the 15th century was simple proof that somebody else had come to this world with a similar level of knowledge that she had. She had no choice but to inspect the weapon for clues of its origins. The young woman cautiously picked up the rifle and carefully observed it. From the proof marks to the rifling in the barrel, Itami closely inspected the weapon for any clue of where and when it was manufactured. The early weapons that Berenger had developed were manufactured with a simple proof mark, which was his coat of arms and a serial number. As time passed, other information was written on them, such as the armory they were manufactured in, the name and model number of the weapon, etc. This particular rifled musket was a recent manufacture as part of German military aid to the Timurid Empire. Because of that, it had the most modern markings on it and several improvements over the designs previously issued to the Austrian army, such as a lighter weight stock. The three major armories of Germany were currently located in Kufstein, Innsbruck, and Vienna. Kufstein exclusively manufactured arms for the German army, while Innsbruck manufactured weapons for Germany's allies, and Vienna manufactured the most obsolete weapons for sale to any other potential buyers. After Daria and Priya arrived in Kufstein and informed Berenger of their uncle's actions, he cut off trade with the Anangpur Empire and publicly announced that the Indian emperor and his sister were under his protection. Thus, the actions of the Timurid Empire, which allowed this weapon to end up in the hands of the Indians, could be seen as violating German sanctions. Naturally, Itami was unaware of most of this information. All she could discover from these markings was the model number of the weapon, and when they were initially introduced to service, she could also guess what country they were from based upon the Innsbruck Royal Armory marking. Though she could not read Middle High German, she knew where Innsbruck was and could surmise that someone initially invented these weapons in 1417, retrofitted them in 1418, and they came from Austria. This meant that a reincarnator had entered this world at least 3 years before she did and was located in Austria. Though Europe was a far distance away from Japan and would not easily interfere with her immediate plans. This reincarnator, whoever he was, had an advantage of entering this world 3 whole years prior to herself. Itami could only guess the extent of this reincarnator's empire, assuming he was as ambitious as she was. With this in mind, she gazed towards her minister and questioned his motives. He had said the weapon originated in India, but these markings were clearly an early form of German. Because of this, she interrogated the man for more information on the item. Kanosen, you say this weapon comes from India? Are you sure about that? Perhaps it was traded to them by a foreign power? The elderly minister raised his brow when he heard this. He did not know how Itami could ascertain the truth about this information which he had deliberately left out. The old geezer had to admit that he had underestimated this little girl and her knowledge of the world. He could only sigh in defeat and admit the information he knew about the weapon. I only know what the merchant has told me. Supposedly, these weapons were manufactured by a mysterious power in the far west. They have sold large quantities to their allies, and some of those weapons ended up being traded further east. Apparently, the Anangpur Empire has very few of these weapons and makes use of an older weapon design similar to the Tanagashima we previously employed in our army. Itami struggled to calm her heart. If there was truly someone in this world whose knowledge, experience, and ambitions rivaled her own, it could create serious conflict in the future. It might even lead to her death. She had no choice but to advance her invasion plans. Only by seizing Korea and its vast iron resources could she even hope to contend with this mysterious reincarnator in the west. I have changed my mind. Initially, I planned to invade Hokkaido and then the Ryukyu kingdoms. However, knowing that there is a mysterious power in the far west capable of producing such weapons has emboldened my resolve. We will invade Joseon by the year's end. I want all efforts on manufacturing to go towards my warships. I will also enact mandatory conscription for all young men aged 16 to 20. They shall serve a minimum of 4 years in the Imperial Army. The various military officers and heads of state gazed upon Itami with shock. They could not fathom why she was so terrified by the existence of this weapon when she herself had introduced more modern firearms. How could they know the fear the girl felt, knowing that there was someone else like her in this world with a 3-year advantage over her? However, Itami's mind was set. She would conquer the Joseon within the next year or 2 and then use its iron to fuel her industries. Within 5 to 10 years, she planned to have battleships, bolt-action rifles, and machine guns. She would focus her efforts on military advancements rather than civilian improvements. This was the only way she could compete with this mysterious reincarnator should their armies clash. Meanwhile, Berenger was blissfully unaware of another reincarnator existing in the world. Though he suspected the possibility, he also believed that if such a person existed and could rival him on the global stage, they would have shown themselves by now. Thus, he was more focused on improving the lives of his civilians now that his war technology had practically reached the era of the Great War. He did not know that thanks to the Timurid and Anangpur empires, his existence had been leaked to his greatest potential rival who would stop at nothing to catch up to him in terms of military might. If the two reincarnators knew each other's true identities, they would likely peacefully negotiate through their differences. However, they didn't know, and as far as they were both concerned, there could only be one reincarnator in this world. So long as there was another, a threat to their empires would be ever present. Thus, Itami had begun the long path of war where she intended to conquer Joseon, Hokkaido, and the Ryukyu kingdom as soon as possible. Since she had established herself as the empress and lorded over the army, there was nobody who dared to stand against her ambitions. Soon Northeast Asia would become embroiled in a series of wars that would spark the rise of a new global power. Chapter 758, The Domino Effect. Emperor Vitrani's Paleologos sat in the confines of his throne room. Standing before him were his greatest advisors. Strategos Palladius from the Balkans, the first Prince Quintus, and several other military advisors. In recent days, Prince Quintus had unknowingly been influenced by German operatives to seek a peaceful resolution to the conflict in the Holy Land. Quintus was a spiteful man, despite his peace-loving appearance. After being outdone by a foreign monarch in his area of expertise, he wanted nothing more to shatter Berengar's peace between the Orthodox and Catholic worlds. To do this, he needed to find a way to establish a peace with the Crusaders while abandoning the Timurids to continue the fight. Unknowingly, the spiteful nature of his was what allowed him to be played by Berenger like a fiddle. The Byzantine and Timurid Empire had suffered defeat after defeat since this crusade began. However, recently their losses were monumental, and this was because Berenger secretly began leaking rifling technology and gunpowder to the opposition. By now the Catholic Church was wielding a mixture of arquebuses, matchlock smoothbore muskets, and matchlock rifled muskets. There was also an increasing supply of Drake cannons being introduced. Because of this, the enemy of the Byzantine and Timurid empires had a superior range with their weapons. Though France's army was broken and they were forced to withdraw back to their homeland, the remaining Catholic states still supported the crusade and gained even further ground, pressing the Byzantine and Timurid forces out of Syria, Palestine, and extending the length of their territory to the borders of Egypt. Vitrani's was practically pulling the hair out of his head as he sought to find a solution to this crisis. He had fought for many years to reconnect the borders of the Eastern Roman Empire to the state they were in during the split of Rome back in 395 AD, and over the course of a year he had lost Syria-Palestine. This could not stand, and thus he was quick to voice his discontent towards his military advisors. How did the Catholics get their hands on rifling technology? More importantly, where are they getting their gunpowder? Does anybody know the answer to this question? Palladius, who had the largest spy network in the Byzantine Empire, was quick to voice the conclusions he had come to after investigating these matters. Our contacts in German intelligence inform us there was a mole who leaked the technology to the Catholics. He has since been dealt with. As for the gunpowder, we believe it is coming from India and is being transported by the Golden Horde. So unless you want to open up a northern front into this war, I suggest we accept the circumstances for what they are. Vitranes had a hard time accepting this news, but all he could really do was sigh in defeat. It was at this moment that Quintus voiced his concerns. Father, our forces are depleted, and unless we want to take soldiers from the Balkans, it is unwise to continue fighting this war any further. We need to come to a peaceful solution to this problem. I suggest we open negotiations with the papacy so that we can come to some form of agreement on the Holy Land. If we continue to fight this war, not only will we be bankrupted, we will also lose so much more than we have already lost. Upon hearing the word bankrupted, Vitranes immediately shivered in fear. He knew that he was emptying the empire's coffers at a rapid rate in order to pay for this war effort. Hell, most of the weapons and armor his troops were equipped with came from Germany, and though they received a discount, the cost seemed to be a never-ending pit of money. Palladius wanted to counter this point, but he was already in a secret alliance with Berengar, having the objective of placing Alexandros on the throne. He knew full well what the Kaiser's plan was and allowed Quintus to convince his father to agree to a disastrous treaty. Thus, he sat back and sighed, knowing that he would be damning the empire for a few years in the hopes that a true leader could rise from the despair and lead them to their former glory. Upon noticing Palladius' silence, Quintus continued to convince his father to negotiate with the Catholic forces. Father, heed my words. Further conflict will only prove to ruin the empire. We must negotiate, even if our Timurid allies wish to continue the fight. Vitranes was slightly concerned that the Sultan Salon would not agree to peace and would continue to fight against the Crusader armies until his forces were completely exhausted. However, what Quintus said was true. They were already at the breaking point financially. If they continued this war, they would have to go into debt to their German allies, and that was something that Vitranes would never do again. Berengar was a scheming bastard, and Vitranes knew this all too well. The last time he went in debt to the Kaiser, the devious cunt had trapped him in debt and made outrageous demands of him in return for canceling a portion of it. It forced Vitranes to give up his daughter's hand in marriage to the polygamous scoundrel, not to mention land in Egypt. He feared what demand the man would make when the empire was incapable of paying off its debt this time around. If it was between going into debt with the Reich or surrendering the Holy Land to the Catholics, then Vitranes would rather do the latter. After all, he could always get back the land the Crusaders took from him in a few years. The Byzantine emperor did not know what his German counterpart wanted from him, but whatever the Kaiser would demand in return for canceling this debt, he knew in his heart it would be too much for him to agree to. Thus, he could only sigh in defeat and agree to his son's request for a peaceful solution to the conflict. Very well, I shall send word to the Pope expressing my intent for peace. We will meet in neutral ground and thoroughly discuss an end to this war. We can't afford to go into debt to the Reich once more. Instead, we will suffer this loss and slowly build back our military strength until we can reclaim the Holy Land from those Catholic bastards. Quintus was pleased with this arrangement, and Palladius merely nodded his head in agreement. Internally, he knew that the peace accords would end in a disaster for the Byzantine Empire. The Pope was listening to whispers by Berengar's agents about a vengeful peace towards the east. Naturally, this idea was touted as a means of propaganda to show what happens to those who side with Germany. By the time Vitranes officially surrendered, the Byzantine Empire would be in debt to the papacy, their armies would be limited, and the Crusaders would confiscate their lands south of Anatolia. This would cause destitution among the people as many refugees fled the former boundaries of the empire and into the enclave that was formed in the Balkans and Asia Minor. Undoubtedly, Decentius and Vitranes would be held responsible for this abysmal treaty, and by the time the current emperor passed away, there would be demands for someone other than Decentius to claim the throne. When this happened, there would only be two candidates. One would be Quintus' womanizing drunkard of a little brother, which nobody supported. The other was the offspring of the beloved Princess Honoria and her husband, who was a man renowned for leading Germany to new heights. It was a no-brainer who would be selected, but just in case, Palladius, with the support of the Reich, would gather both his faction and the Hawks to support Alexandros when the time came. With Berengar's support, Decentius' reign as the Byzantine emperor would be short-lived, and after a successful coup d'etat, Alexandros would be given the throne. Palladius could only admire the level of scheming Berengar had gone through to make this future a reality. After all, a debt trap would not compel Vitranes to name Alexandros his successor, especially now that he was growing paranoid about the prospect of being overthrown by the Kaiser. The death of Hassan and the inheritance of his kingdom by Berengar's son Ghazi made Vitranes wary that the same thing could happen to him. After all, he had married off his only daughter to the Kaiser via a matrilineal marriage. At first Vitranis did not understand the reason why Berenger was so eager to give up his offspring with Honoria to their mother's dynasty. However, with the recent events in Iberia, he now understood Berengar's true intentions. Naturally, Berenger had calculated this paranoia, and thus he did not attempt to negotiate via debt-trap diplomacy like he had done in order to ensure his marriage to Honoria. Instead, he chose a more fiendish approach, one that even Vitranis in his paranoia would not expect. With this meeting adjourned, the Byzantine emperor would soon meet with the Pope and unwittingly knock over the first domino that would eventually establish Alexandros as the future emperor of the East. As for Quintus, he had played his part perfectly. All Berenger had to do now was wait a few years and reap the harvest of his schemes. Chapter 759, Rethinking Cities. Berenger stood in his war room by his lonesome. He had been up all night, for the past 3 nights, working on this project sitting in front of him. On a large table sat a miniature replica of the city of Kufstein, including the subterranean level where the sewers currently existed. Unlike the actual city of Kufstein, there were several major changes done to this replica. Most notably were his most recent improvements in power lines and street lights. Yet, there were other notable exceptions to this. Stop lights, stop signs, bicycle lanes, and bus stops were all added to the surface level of the city. While below the city, there were pipelines and storage facilities intended to allow the transfer and storage of biodiesel so that they could be pumped into the public transit system Berenger had devised. In the streets, double-decker buses roamed to their heart's contents while transporting civilians from one end of the city to the other. Beside them were trucks carrying goods from the countryside to the cities. The miniature city of Kufstein was alive and prosperous as Berenger smiled at it. Eventually, the Kaiser shifted his gaze from the trade district to the palace district, where his sight fell in front of the royal palace where a small car based upon the Mercedes-Benz 770 lay in the driveway. Surrounding it were precisely sculpted miniature figurines of Berenger and his family. This miniature city was an example of the future of Kufstein. Berenger already designed everything in this replica to be used in the real world. He had been hard at work since his return from Africa, developing the technology that would be needed to advance Germany into the age of electricity and combustion engines. All he needed was to wait for it to be produced and implemented. In a few years, Kufstein and many of Germany's major cities would look like this, more or less. As he was playing around with the figures, the door to the room opened to reveal the curvy figure of the Princess Henrietta. The girl had bags under her eyes and her hair was a mess. It would appear she was up just as late as Berenger, working her damnedest to make sure the finances were in place to fund the city-wide renovation. She smiled when she saw her big brother before handing him the expense report while kissing him on the cheek. "It's all done. The numbers have been crunched, the funds are in place. We will begin adding these plans of yours to the ongoing grand infrastructure project immediately." Berenger smiled and pet his sister's silky golden hair while hugging her tightly. He praised the girl for her hard work before kissing her on the forehead. "That's my Henrietta. I knew I could count on you. You truly are the best." Henrietta wore a pretty smile on her face while blushing profusely as she received such praise from her precious big brother. If she had a tail, she would be wagging it at this moment. She was so caught up in her brother's embrace that she did not notice the replica of the city until the second. Berenger noticed her curious gaze and asked the question on his mind. "You want to see it?" Henrietta nodded her head obediently, causing Berenger to smile before leading her over to the replica. "This is Kufstein, or more importantly, it is what Kufstein will look like in a few years. Is it not glorious?" Henrietta carefully observed the city and everything in it. It was truly marvelous in her eyes. She was shocked to see how much thought Berenger had put into this. Even more so on how far their family's territory had come in a decade under her brother's reign. She could not help but comment on her astonishment. "It's truly amazing. I can't believe that 10 years ago we were in a small farming town, and soon enough this metropolis will be our hometown. So much has changed since you took power. You're now an emperor and I'm an imperial princess. Sometimes it is mind-boggling just how far we have come." After saying this, Henrietta's gaze shifted all the way to the royal palace where she saw the miniatures that represented the family. She smiled when she saw her own figurine. After a while, she carefully counted the numbers before addressing her concern. "Big brother, you're missing one." Berenger gazed upon the scene of his family standing outside the car and carefully observed the numbers. He had gone through painstaking lengths to accurately sculpt his entire family for this replica. And he knew for certain he had gotten all of his family members, thus after recounting he denied this accusation. "No, I'm not. I think I would know if I forgot to sculpt a figure of one of my children." However, Henrietta had a coquettish expression on her face as she wrapped Berengar's hands around her belly. After doing so, she whispered something in his ear. "You're missing this little one right here." Berenger chuckled as he kissed the girl on the forehead before hugging her. "You're pregnant? Again? Goddamn, what is with you girls?" Henrietta scoffed and feigned offense when she heard this. "Well, maybe if you used protection this wouldn't happen so often. Besides, this is only our second child together. I'm behind the others." Berenger shivered when he heard the word protection before rejecting the notion. "The idea of wearing a condom made of goat intestines freaks me out. I'd rather just pull out and roll the dice." This response caused Henrietta to giggle as she held onto Berenger while making fun of him. Well, it appears the odds are not in your favor, my dear big brother. It was Berengar's turn to make fun of Henrietta as he bopped her nose with his finger. Hey, I'm your nephew, remember? Henrietta pouted while breaking away from Berengar's grasp when he said this and proceeded to walk towards the door. In that moment, Berenger thought he had pissed the girl off with that statement and immediately followed after her. Surprisingly, she turned around with a playful grin on her face and kissed him before expressing the following. I don't recognize that as canon. Now come, big brother, let's go take a bath before the others wake up. Berenger chuckled when he heard this and allowed himself to be dragged away by the wrist. He had said that same phrase himself more than once in his past life in response to certain major works that went in a direction he didn't like, but he never expected his sister to say it about their lineage. He would soon enter the bath where he and Henrietta stripped out of their lavish attire before relaxing in their tub, which was the size of a swimming pool. Henrietta sat in Berengar's lap and allowed her brother to clean every inch of her body before she responded in kind. By the time they were finished enjoying themselves, the rest of the family awoke and the duo were forced to cut their time together short. After all, Adela was bound to get jealous if she figured out the two of them had gotten together without her, and neither of them wanted to listen to her furious monologue. With this planning, the cities of the German Empire would enter the next stage of evolution. Those that were not yet fully industrialized would instantly be kicked past the age of steam and enter the world of electricity. Berenger had a 10-year plan in mind. This plan was for the Reich to enter a level of Great War-era technology throughout the borders of the fatherland. With the redesigning of the cities, he had achieved the first step on this decade-long journey. Chapter 760, El will make a man out of you. Berenger sat in his office with a stern expression on his face as he rested his chin on his folded hands. In front of him was his eldest child, Hans von Kufstein, who had a nervous expression on his face. Berenger had been meaning to talk to the boy for a while, following the stunt he pulled in his school. However, his schedule had been dreadfully busy, and because of that, he had waited well over a week to have this conversation. Hans was squirming in his seat. The only thing that frightened him more than his mother when she was angry was his father. He was aware of why he was sitting here across from the world's most powerful tyrant and took a deep breath to calm himself before listening to his father's scolding. You know why you were here, don't you, Hans? The boy remained silent as he nodded his head in agreement, signaling his father to continue his lecture. You slapped your fiancé across the face in front of an audience. Do you know what people are saying about that? The Kaiser's ward is living a life filled with abuse. The Prince of Germany is cruel towards women, etc., etc., etc. I have worked hard to build the prestige and dignity of my family to the point where the von Kufstein name commands both fear and respect among people around the globe. With your little display of violence, people are starting to speak ill of our family. Those with an agenda in their minds have used your actions as a way to slander our dynasty. I know that your mother has asked you to apologize to the girl. Have you done so already? Hans shook his head awkwardly as he responded truthfully to his father's interrogation. No, father, she doesn't want to see me. Berenger nodded his head in silence for several minutes before getting up from his seat. He stared out the windows for several seconds before responding to his son. Do you know why it is inappropriate to hit a woman? The prince kneaded his hands for several moments before responding to the question while unsure of the answer his father was looking for. Because there's no valid reason for doing? Berenger scoffed when he heard this before looking at the boy with disdain. Bullshit. Did your mother tell you that? Typical. Hans, there are plenty of reasons to hit a woman. You just don't fucking do it. Especially not in public. Why? Because they are weaker than we are. As one of my potential heirs who, let's be honest here, is the most likely to succeed me when I finally retire. You need to mind your position and never use your power to bully those who are weaker than you. Veronica disrespected you in public, no less. Believe me when I say that I understand the urge to put a woman in her place when she does that. However, there are plenty of ways to discipline a bitch when she acts out. However, you do so in the comfort and safety of your own home. You do not lash out in public and strike her. It is simply disgraceful behavior. Your mother has said that you need to apologize to Veronica. However, she is a woman and is not thinking with her brain but with her heart. So allow me to ask you a question. Do you honestly believe what you did was wrong, or are you simply remorseful that your actions caused distress to the girl? Hans thought clearly about what his father was asking him for a few moments before raising his head towards the man with a clear sense of understanding in his eyes. Though I may have gone too far in my actions, I believe the intent behind them was justified. I would suppose that I do not feel guilt for my actions, but remorse for the effect they had on Veronica. Berenger nodded his head in approval before walking over to the boy and leaning on his desk as he instructed him further. You never apologize to a woman, Hans, at least not for your actions, and especially if you don't feel they were unwarranted. It is a sign of weakness, a sign of submission, and as the future king of Bohemia and potentially the next Kaiser, you should never lower your head to a woman. However, women are emotional creatures and won't easily forgive you unless they get an apology, so the compromise is to divert the apology towards how they feel. After all, that is what they really care about. Your mother has ordered you to apologize to Veronica, and you shall. You will go to her school tomorrow at lunchtime. Don't worry about being granted access. They'll take care of it. You will approach her in front of all her classmates and be as kind as I know you can be, where you will apologize to Veronica for hurting her feelings and causing her emotional distress. I have no doubt she will forgive you, and all the other girls will see that you are a kind and caring boy who takes care of his fiancée. That should dispel any nasty rumors that are floating about regarding our household and the treatment of my ward. Your mother has spoiled you too much. It is time I teach you how to be a man. Starting with how to properly apologize. After hearing his father's lecture, Hans felt enlightened. The man's words really opened his eyes to the power dynamics behind relationships. He did not know that something as simple as an apology had such a profound effect on how people viewed him. He listened to his father's advice well before nodding his head and agreeing to his demands. Very well, father, I will do as you say. Berenger grinned when he heard this and patted the boy on the shoulder before parting some additional wisdom. Hans, you were born with the greatest gift of all. You have an exceptionally gifted mind, and you are more intelligent than I or your mother could ever dream of becoming. However, you are still young and lacking in wisdom. If you wish for your legacy to one day outshine mine, then you should do well to heed my advice and obey my commands. If you do so, I will make a man out of you. A man so great that history will remember you forever. Now run along and make sure to apologize as I have instructed you to your little fiancée. Hans smiled and nodded his head before departing from his father's study. Thanks for the advice, father. After saying this, the boy ran off to go enjoy himself for the rest of the day. The next day, Hans did as he was instructed. At lunchtime, he departed from his school and rode on a carriage to the all-girls academy that Veronica attended. The gate guards did not even bat an eye as the prince walked through their entrance. When he noticed this, he knew his father had cleared the way for him. After all, every boy dreamed of entering these pearly gates, but none were allowed entry. Hans would be the first boy to enter the school since its creation. As he walked down the halls, those girls who were not in the cafeteria whispered among themselves and giggled. They were shocked to see a boy enter the sacred halls of their school, but they all knew his identity and none dared to impede his progress. Eventually, Hans found Veronica sitting in the cafeteria alongside several of her friends, who instantly gazed at him with astonishment. When Veronica saw their expressions, she turned around to see her little fiancé staring at her with a warm expression. She pouted as she saw the boy who had shunned her so brutally in front of his classmates, and turned her head to the side, not wanting to look into his eyes. When Hans saw this, he chuckled before handing a rose over Veronica that he had hid up his sleeve. Veronica, we need to talk. The girl refused to shift her gaze towards him and merely harumphed coldly in an attempt to shoo him away. There's nothing for us to talk about, Hans. All eyes were on the two of them as they attempted to settle their dispute, with girls gossiping in the background. Ultimately, Hans sighed before forcing the rose into Veronica's hand. He took a deep breath before making his apology. Veronica, I'm sorry that I hurt your feelings. I know this doesn't mean much, but after what happened, I had some time to think and I kicked Noemi to the curb. If it is between you and her, then I'll choose you every time. You know that, right? Veronica blushed as she heard this apology and lowered her head. The girls in the cafeteria were all whispering among themselves as they heard this. They had heard that the prince had slapped her, but they did not know the reason behind it. They never would have guessed that it was because of a love triangle. It was almost as if they were watching a soap opera play out in front of them, and they all ate it up. The Bohemian princess did not even realize that Hans had failed to apologize for his actions, nor did he promise to never again lay a hand on her. He had watched his father enough to know how to manipulate a woman's heartstrings. Naturally, with his intellect and his father's advice, Hans was able to formulate the proper apology. One that deflected from guilt and responsibility while spoon-feeding the girl exactly what she wanted to hear. It worked like a charm because after several moments of silent embarrassment, Veronica hugged the boy and called him the same nickname that Noemi used to call him. Hansi. After hugging him, she pouted once more before pulling on his cheeks. You little brat, you put me through so much pain. You owe me. Hans endured the torment before asking what the girl wanted from him. Anything, just ask. The girl eventually let go of his cheeks, where she wore a sheepish expression while touching her index fingers together. Tea. Tea time, this Saturday, just the two of us. In response to this, the prince chuckled before responding to the girl's demands with a wide grin on his face. Sure. Anything for you, Veronica. Immediately, the cafeteria erupted with roars as the girls screamed in excitement. Though there were a few years between the royal couple, it was an endearing sight for many of the girls who could only dream of having such an adorable little fiancé. Those who were among the nobility were already engaged to men much older than them, and when they saw Veronica and Hans together, they were naturally jealous. In the end, this little apology of Hans would spread far and wide across the city, putting an end to the nasty rumors of abuse. Veronica had forgotten all about her little dispute and would maintain a friendly relationship with her fiancé. Though Linda had put an end to Hans' relationship with Noemi, the boy was undeterred from the prospect of hanging out with her. He vowed to find a way to be with Noemi simply out of spite towards his mother and his fiancé for forcing him to terminate the relationship. Chapter 761, Defense of the Kaiser's Canal. An officer in the German army stood outside the Kaiser's Canal, which was the name given to the area in Egypt that Berenger had sunk significant cost and effort into constructing over the past few years. After years of hard work, it was finally finished. The amount of steam shovels deployed to the region and the extensive use of dynamite was what allowed the canal to be completed in roughly 5 years. However, the canal was completed during a time of great conflict. Just recently, the Byzantine and Timurid armies, or what remained of them, were forced to ferry across the canal in fear of the pursuing Crusader forces. Naturally, given the nature of the war that was ongoing in the region, Berengar had ensured that the troops protecting the canal were given priority in rearmament. Because of this, there were more than a few 7.5 centimeters and 10 centimeters FK-25 field guns stationed around the canal's defenses. There were also machine gun nests made out of reinforced concrete, where MG-25 machine guns lie in wait for the enemy. Thousands of soldiers were equipped with the new G-25 rifles, however, not all of them were. Instead, there was a mix of the old weapons with the new among these forces whose job was to guard the canal from the hostile Crusaders. The officer in charge of canal's defenses gazed through his binoculars and witnessed a large army on the horizon. This army was filled with men-at-arms armed with pikes, arquebuses, and a variety of matchlock muskets, both smoothbore and rifled. When he saw this, he gave a series of commands to a nearby soldier. Report to the telegraph operator. Inform him to dispatch a message to the fleet in Malta. An enemy army is approaching the canal and we are in need of assistance. The soldier, who was dressed in an arid combat uniform and a matching stall helm, nodded his head before running off to the fortification which housed the massive telegraph station that was established in the fort. Another officer quickly addressed his superior with a hint of concern in his voice. Colonel, we only have a single brigade here to act as defense. Should we not withdraw? The colonel turned around and placed his binoculars in their pouch. The colonel was none other than Arnwald Gerwig, a man who had served in Berengar's army since the beginning of his conquests and had personally fought by his side during the early days of his war against Count Lothar. He stared at the captain, who questioned his decision with a hint of disdain on his face before spitting on the ground. We have spent the last 5 years building this canal, and now these backwoods feudal knights think they can come in and reap the benefits of our labor? No, the Kaiser would kill us all if he knew we retreated. If these fools dare to march on the canal, we will show them the power of German steel. However, because we are not officially at war with the Crusaders at this moment, I shall dispatch a messenger ordering them to turn around and leave Egypt behind. If they dare to approach the canal, we will see it as an act of war and will defend our position to the last man. The officer immediately lowered his head in shame. He felt bad for even suggesting a retreat. After all the effort they had put into building this canal, Arnwald was right when he said that the Kaiser would have their heads if they dared to retreat. After a moment of reflection, he went off to convey the colonel's orders and ensured that every man was locked and loaded, ready for combat at a moment's notice. As the enemy army reached a range of roughly 5 kilometers away, a German messenger was sent to them on horseback. The army chasing after the Crusaders was not the primary force of the Crusaders. Instead, it was led by the King of England and primarily consisted of English and Red Dragon forces. When the King of England noticed the rider coming towards him, he smiled fiercely. Finally, he could have a proper meeting with a representative of the German Empire. Until now, he had never been in direct contact with Berengar or his forces. However, after witnessing the weapons employed by the Byzantine and Timurid forces, he had come to respect the Kaiser as a man of great power. Naturally, Lawrence was unaware of the true power the German Empire possessed, thus he was surprised when he saw the rider approach him, not even wearing a suit of armor. He quickly shouted out to his own forces, looking for a translator who could speak with the German messenger. Anybody speak German? Surprisingly, a random nobleman in his army raised his hand in response to this and volunteered for the task. I can speak a little. It surprised Lawrence that some of his men could speak the foreign language, but then again, prior to the rise of the German Empire, it was not entirely unlikely that English knights and lords would marry a foreign bride. Thus, he was not suspicious of this. Eventually, the German rider approached the army and gave his demands. By the decree of Colonel Arnwald Gerwig, you shall not take a step further. This land belongs to the Kaiser, and to trespass with an army is considered an act of war against the German nation. Unless you want the full might of the Reich to force you from these lands, I suggest you return from whence you came. Lawrence scoffed as he heard this. Looking around him, he could not believe what he was hearing. This was Egypt. Since when did the Germans have a claim to this land? As far as he knew, this was a small unit dispatched by the Kaiser to assist their Byzantine allies. Because of this, he responded with a rather crass remark that only a man ignorant of the agreement that had taken place between Berengar and Vetranes would make. We're in Egypt, lad. This land belongs to the Byzantine Empire. Since we are at war with them, we have the right to take whatever we damn well please. I suggest you and your forces withdraw from the region if you don't want to get slaughtered. The messenger laughed before ridiculing the English king in front of his own army. The nobleman who acted as the translator had a sheepish expression on his face as he repeated the words that were spoken. Ignorant swine, years ago, the Byzantine emperor transferred this land to Kaiser Berengar von Kufstein as part of his personal holdings. Though it is subject to Byzantine laws and taxes, as far as the Kaiser is concerned, it is part of the Reich. As I previously stated, advance one step further and you will be trespassing on German land. We are not afraid to respond with force. The legality behind the Suez Canal was complicated. Officially, it was a part of the Byzantine Empire and therefore subjected to its laws and taxes. However, it was also a feudal holding of the Kaiser, making it both a Byzantine and German territory. While Lawrence could press the claim that he was taking Byzantine land in an act of conquest, Berengar had the right to deploy his armies to defend it. Since Berengar was the Emperor of Germany and the Reich was no longer a feudal country, he could legally deploy the Imperial Germany military in its defense. Not only that, he could also deploy the Reichsguard as well. King Lawrence's arrogant smile faded as he heard this. He suddenly felt like a fool for not being aware of this fact. This created a monumental problem for the man who wanted to claim the wealth of Egypt. Currently, he held most of the Sinai Peninsula after expelling the Byzantine and Timurid forces beyond the Kaiser's Canal. However, the wealth of Egypt lies beyond the canal, which acted as a very literal barrier between German territory and the rest of the region. Lawrence could not cross the canal without making an enemy of the Reich. This left him with one choice if he wanted to plunder the wealth of Egypt, and that was to sail around the canal and invade the rest of Egypt from the sea. However, were things so easy? Would the Germans allow a hostile force to exist on both sides of the canal? No, it was entirely unlikely that they would make such a foolish decision. If he really intended to take Egypt, undoubtedly the German army would interfere. Because of this, King Lawrence and the English Crusaders were left with two choices: declare war on the German Empire and attempt to take the Suez Canal by force, or withdraw from the region and settle for Syria-Palestine. In the end, the English king was not stupid enough to step on the tail feathers of the eagle and sighed heavily before withdrawing his forces from the region. You make a compelling argument. Very well, I will withdraw my forces from the region. We will have to settle with Syria-Palestine. Come along, lads, our forces are needed elsewhere. With that said, a war between Germany and England was narrowly avoided. If not for the fear and respect that the English king had for the Kaiser and his army, things could have gone very differently. After returning to the encampment, the messenger gave Lawrence's response to the colonel. Ultimately, Colonel Arnwald Gerwig decided to allow the fleet from Malta to approach the canal rather than call it off. After all, as long as this crusade continued, they could use the naval support. Chapter 762, Defeat is not an option. Heinrich von Graz sat in the royal palace of Granada, which the field marshal of the Imperial German Army Adelbrand von Salzburg currently resided. The two of them were in an office, staring at each other with differing expressions. Adelbrand had a grim look on his face, while Heinrich's appearance was smug and confident. The two field marshals glared at each other in silence for several moments before Adelbrand spoke up. "Repeat what you just said to me." Heinrich sipped on a teacup which was filled with coffee before he gently placed it down on a saucer while repeating the words he had just spoken moments before. "The Kaiser fears this war is taking too long and is consuming far too many resources. Though your soldiers have done their best to remove the threat, he has decided that a more ruthless approach is necessary to crush the spirits of the Iberian Catholics. In the following days, me and my Reichsguard shall march on Madrid, where we will unleash a barrage of chemical shells onto the city, annihilating all of its inhabitants in the process. This is not up for negotiation, Adelbrand. I have my orders, and they are to compel you to listen to the Kaiser's commands. I know you have spent more time here in Iberia than you have back in the fatherland. However, your concern for the lives of these people has clouded your judgment. The Moors love you. It is through your actions and those of the Kaiser that Iberia was united under their banner. However, you have been tasked with bringing an end to this rebellion, and despite those orders, the situation here only seems to be getting worse. It is because the Moors love you that the Kaiser has asked me to unleash this ruthless assault on the city of Madrid. After all, he wouldn't want to stain your reputation. I assure you, I will annihilate this rebellion even if I have to burn a couple million Catholics in the process. After all, from the moment I was given the position of Field Marshal of the Reichsguard, it was made very clear to me that I would be tasked with the dirty work that the regular army could not be caught engaging in. I just need you to clear your soldiers out of Madrid. After you have done that, we can begin our attack." Adelbrand sighed heavily when he heard this. He tapped his fingers on the desk repeatedly. This attack would ensure a monumental loss of life. However, orders were orders, and he would not dare disobey the Kaiser, especially when he was so close to gaining Eckhard's old position. Thus, he could only sigh in defeat as he nodded his head in acceptance of his orders. "Very well. I shall dispatch word to the garrison in Madrid, informing them to withdraw from the city and return to Granada. Is there anything else I can help you with before you begin the attack?" Heinrich's lips curled into a smile as he heard Adelbrand's question. He indeed had further orders for the man, and because of this, he quickly pulled out a briefcase that he had brought with him for this meeting and opened it, revealing several classified documents as he did so. The Kaiser believes it is time for an Iberian Reformation. This is a coordinated effort put together by the departments of propaganda and intelligence to spin these terrorist attacks that have taken place as a way to justify our actions and demonize the papacy. His Majesty wants you to lead the effort to kickstart this reformation so that peace and unity can be achieved between the Iberian Christians and the Moorish Muslims. Adelbrand looked over the documents for several moments before nodding his head and expressing his agreement with his orders. "Very well. I will begin to enact the Kaiser's will at once. Though it may not be immediate, within the next few years I guarantee an Iberian Reformation will take place." Heinrich nodded his head after hearing this. Now that business was out of the way, he intended to ask Adelbrand's personal opinion about the war at large. "Off the record, how goes things?" I've heard rumors from soldiers on leave that the cities with a Catholic majority have turned into a meat grinder. Adelbrand sighed. He would not answer this question without a stiff drink. Because of this, he pulled out a bottle of whiskey and 2 shot glasses. He poured the amber liquid into the 2 containers and handed one off to Hymeric before downing the alcohol as if it were a shot of water. After doing this, he poured 2 more shots for himself and drank them in the same way. Once he was properly intoxicated, he let his lips loose. Off the record? The situation in Iberia is an unmitigated clusterfuck. The Iberian rebels use Hitandran tactics to ambush our soldiers, where they proceed to scavenge their weapons and then use them in even greater attacks. I have no idea how many grenades and G22s are in the hands of the enemy, but it's enough to cause me a fucking headache. You have these bastards brainwashing their kids into suicide attacks with grenades. It is impossible to know when you kick down a door if a child is neutral or hostile. Because of this, there have been more than a few mishaps where a crying child was gunned down by our soldiers who feared they were hiding a grenade. This has only increased the animosity among the Catholics, causing our soldiers to become paranoid. I've equipped and trained the Andalusian army to take the front lines, but no matter what I do, they still rely on the support of our soldiers. I understand why the Kaiser has ordered this attack, but I am telling you right now, it will only harden the resolve of the Catholics. They will continue their attacks until the Moors and Germans are removed from these lands. When Hymeric heard this, he scoffed before taking another shot. Adelbrand noticed the expression on his face and immediately questioned the man. What? Do you honestly believe you can do better? In response to this, Hymeric downed yet another shot before boasting of his abilities. It's a good thing His Majesty called me in to deal with this damned rebellion. You are clearly not prepared to undertake the measures necessary to eliminate the enemy. It's very simple, Adelbrand. If they continue to rise against my Reichsguard after I have gassed Madrid, then I will go from town to town, city to city, taking 10 heads for every 1 rebel. If the Catholic people of Iberia continue to support the rebellion after I conducted my raids, then I will obliterate entire towns. I will continue the slaughter until either Catholics lose the will to fight or are entirely annihilated. That is how you defeat a rebellion, and that is why the Kaiser has dispatched me to the Iberian theater. Adelbrand sat in disbelief as he heard this. He could not help but question the sanity of Hymeric as he heard the man so boldly announce his plan of mass murder. He instantly voiced his objection to this plot. But that's murder. You would kill so many innocent people just to break the rebel spirit? Once more, Hymeric scoffed when he heard the naivety of Adelbrand, and because of this, he continued his lecture. Innocent? Hardly. It is clear that the rebellion is receiving support from what you would call ordinary civilians. Because these civilians are supporting the enemy with resources and intelligence, they need to learn that they will be held accountable for the actions of the rebels. If the people do not turn against these terrorists, then they will pay the price with their lives. Every time we wipe out a village, our propaganda declares that they were supporting the rebels. Eventually, people will get the message, turn in the rebels, or you and your families will suffer. We will see whose spirit breaks first. I assure you, so long as I am here as a representative of the Kaiser's will, the fighting spirit of the German people shall never falter. We will be victorious, whether that means the complete and total annihilation of the Iberian Catholic population or their total surrender. However, defeat is not an option. Adelbrand could hardly believe that such a madman was in charge of the Reichsguard or that the Kaiser had sent him to Iberia knowing he would take such extreme actions to end the rebellion. He could not fathom why Berenger was so obsessed with ending the war in Iberia as soon as possible. Hymeric, on the other hand, was confident in total victory. He did not care how many lives had to be lost in the process. In the end, the Iberian Catholics would either be annihilated or would capitulate to the rule of their Moorish masters. Either way, victory was assured now that he and 50,000 of his Reichsguard had entered the war. Chapter 763, Negotiating with the Exiled Emperor. Currently, Berenger was lying on a bed in the harem room of his royal palace. His girls surrounded him, and for whatever reason they were all dressed in skimpy attire loosely based upon Arabic harem clothing, or at least the ahistorical attire that was common in popular culture from his past life. Despite the skimpy and colorful attire that these beautiful women wore, Berengar's eyes were not focused on them. Instead, they were shut as he enjoyed an oil massage being performed by all 5 of his lovers. He had been hard at work recently and decided to take an afternoon off to bask in hedonistic pleasure. Linda needed the finer points of his back as she applied a special oil to it, which soaked into his skin. While she was working on his back, Yasmin and Anuria worked on his lower back while Adela and Henrietta worked on his arms. Berenger was truly relaxed in this moment, partially because of the oil massage and partially because he had taken a huge hit from the hookah just moments before they began. While this was going on, a knock resounded on the door. Who was interrupting the Kaiser while on his day off? Berenger did not know, but whoever it was would surely face his wrath if it was not anything of importance. Ultimately, he sighed before calling out to the intruder from the depths of the large room. Come on in. Upon hearing this, the door opened to reveal the young Anangpur Emperor and his little sister Priya. The two of them gazed through the mist of the hookah smoke that Yasmin had just puffed out beneath her veil to see the scandalous sight. Though these women were not nude, they were dressed so liberally that there was little to the imagination. Being a hormonal teenage brat, Daria lost all sense in that moment and flushed red while stammering, completely forgetting his reason for visiting. WH. Priya was also a bit flustered, but she kept her cool as she nudged her older brother in the ribs and whispered in his ear. Get a grip. We came here with a purpose, remember? Upon hearing this, the boy nodded his head and reclaimed his sanity as he asked the question that had been plaguing his mind for some time. Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein, I wanted to know what it would take for you to help me reclaim my throne. Berenger sighed when he heard this and sat up, causing his girls to stop what they were doing. Only Linda, who was working on his back, continued to massage him as while he covered his manhood with a towel. The sight of the man's abs, which were glistening with oil, thoroughly sent Priya over the edge as she ended up in a fugue-like state, much like how Daria was moments before. The Kaiser noticed this and smirked smugly before taking another hit from his hookah. After doing so, he responded to Daria's question in a confident manner. You're too young and too inexperienced to rule over your family's empire. At the current rate of things, you could not even perform as my puppet. I have taken you into my home and act as your shield against your uncle's murderous plots. You'd be surprised how many merchants from the east have come with the intentions to claim your lives. If you want to reclaim your birthright, you will first have to learn to rule, and to do that, you will need to go through some proper schooling. When the time comes, I will help you reclaim your throne, but you must be aware that there is a price for everything. Providing military assistance to an exiled emperor in the hopes he reclaims his throne is not a debt that is easily forgiven. Tell me, what do you offer me in exchange for my kindness? Daria bit his lip. He had a hard time determining what it was that Berenger wanted. The boy understood that Berenger was a highly intelligent and ruthless man who wanted global hegemony. He also understood that the German military could not reasonably be opposed. If the entire world united against them, it was entirely possible that Germany would end up as the victory. Thus, Daria had come prepared to make some concessions in order to retake what was rightfully his. I will offer you land to build a naval base so that you have a staging point for your eastern ambitions. I will also ensure that your empire has access to all the spices you could desire. From my understanding, that is one of the reasons you are interested in my empire, is it not? Berenger thought about it for a few moments and nodded his head in agreement. Those terms sounded fair, however, it was still not enough to convince him to invest in military intervention. Thus, he spoke up about his perspective. That's a start, but you still need to sweeten the pot. It was at this moment, while Daria was thinking of the best way to convince Berenger to support him, that Linda acted in a manner that neither he nor Priya expected. The red-headed vixen wore a lust-filled gaze as she reached her hand under Berengar's towel where she began messaging his member. Berenger immediately grabbed the woman's hand and pulled it out before shifting his head so he could look into her sky-blue eyes and scolded her. Not now. Despite wearing a baby blue veil, Berenger could still make out the pout on the woman's face as she retreated towards his back. However, the woman's inappropriate action had caused Priya's face to light up as red as an apple. When Daria saw this, he came up with an idea. What about my sister? You still need a fifth wife, right? Berenger scoffed when he heard this before shaking his head. She's too young. By the time she's of age, I'll be in my 30s. Are you sure she wants to marry a man so much older than herself? Daria gazed over at Priya and noticed she was glaring at him. Did he seriously just use her as a pawn in negotiations? She wanted to sink her claws into him to teach him a lesson, but she ultimately decided not to. Upon seeing this, Berenger chuckled before lecturing Daria on his negotiating skills. Kid, it'll be years before you're even old enough to properly rule. You don't need to give me a satisfactory answer right now. You should enjoy your youth here in Kufstein while you can. Your throne will be waiting for you. It's not that your sister is a bad bargaining piece. After all, an imperial princess is always a valued commodity. It's just that she is way too young for my tastes. Now, if that is all you wanted to say, please leave. I'm not sure I can keep Linda here off of me for much longer. Daria harumphed as he stormed out of the harem room with Priya by his side. Unlike her brother, she looked back on Berenger and his many women one last time before the door shut behind her. She was not the most experienced girl in the world when it came to relationships, but she could make an educated guess about what was about to happen in that room. Chapter 764, Massacre of Madrid. The city of Madrid was mostly peaceful. More so than it had been for some time. In recent years, since the Granadan conquest of Iberia was completed, the city had been a hotbed of insurgency. Out of all the cities in the region, none had more fierce resistance than Madrid. It was not just that thousands of the city's inhabitants had taken up arms against their Andalusian and German occupiers, but tens of thousands of civilians supported the rebels in any way they could, mostly by gathering intelligence on the occupying forces. This was the reason that Berenger had selected Madrid as his target for terror. Currently, the banners of the Iberian Catholic League flew high above the city as the rebels tore down those of Al-Andalus. Why were they acting so brazenly? Because the Andalusian and German troops had withdrawn from the city in an attempt to reinforce the capital of their false empire. Along with them were the few Moors who resided in the city's walls. Evidently, these peasant rebels were not intelligent enough to surmise that the enemy was planning a fierce attack. Or perhaps they simply believed it was improbable for them to wipe out the city. Either way, the rebels were hoisting their crosses and shouting their praises to God and their ancestors who had fought for centuries to remove the Moors from Iberia. They were completely unaware that the city was surrounded by the Reichsguard. After all, the enemy forces sat a distance of 12 kilometers away. Berenger had pulled out all stops over the past year and had spared no expense equipping his Reichsguard with the latest weaponry. There was a single artillery brigade that was conducting this operation, and they had a total of 70 field guns surrounding the city. These weapons were a mixture of the 7.5 cm FK-25 and their larger 10 cm counterparts. 70 field guns and 4,000 men stood outside the city preparing themselves for the attack that would annihilate its inhabitants. The crews that operated these powerful weapons carefully loaded the chlorine gas shells into the breaches while adjusting the aim towards various locations of the city. Heimerich's plan was to spread as much poison gas as possible throughout the city limits and then charge through with their infantry who would clear out any survivors. The infantry brigade that accompanied the artillery were closer to the city, lying prone in the fields that bordered Madrid in an attempt to ensure they were not spotted. After checking that everything was in proper order, Heimerich wore a stoic expression on his face as he issued the order for the attack. Open fire. The air outside of Madrid roared with thunder as 70 different field guns fired their first barrage onto the city's celebrating inhabitants. However, they did not stop with a single barrage and instead quickly loaded more rounds into their breeches before unloading their payloads onto the city. In the center of the city, standing on the balcony of the mayor's manor, was an inquisitor of the Catholic Church, a man who was tasked by the Pope to instigate the rebellion that was taking place in Iberia. The moment he heard the thunderous echoes, he soiled himself. He was all too aware of what those weapons meant, or so he thought. He did not know how the enemy had surrounded them when they could not be seen from the city's walls. However, before he could command someone to investigate, the sound of screams filled the air as the city's inhabitants began to panic. Large clouds of yellowish-green gas had formed where the shells impacted. The gas rapidly spread across the city, causing anyone unfortunate enough to be caught in its vicinity to violently choke while they slowly suffocated to death. Panic was in the Inquisitor's eyes as he witnessed this new monstrosity, causing him to quickly perform the sign of the cross before uttering a prayer for deliverance from this evil. Unfortunately, with each second that passed, another thunderous echo occurred and more gas appeared in the city's confines, spreading rapidly as if it were a wildfire consuming everything in its path. Nobody was safe from the miasma's effect, even those who fled to the safety of their homes. The manor's balcony overlooked the majority of the city, and because of this, the Inquisitor could see the cloud of death which blocked his field of vision. The Chech's representative instantly panicked as he fell back from the balcony with his guards. He needed to escape, he needed to flee the city before this gas caught up with him and inform the Pope of this terrifying new weapon. Should this horrifying weapon be deployed against the Crusaders on the fields, there would be no chance of victory. However, unfortunately for him, the mayor's manor, which he boldly occupied following the local government's retreat, was in the center of the city, and it was not just the section in front of him that were being swallowed by the poisonous miasma. He could only curse himself for failing to notice the enemy's plans when they evacuated the Moors from the city. But how could he know such a thing? Never before had an army possessed the capability of wiping out every living being inside a city without ever stepping foot in it. It was more fiction than reality until now. The Inquisitor fled out of the mansion with his tail in between his legs, but with every path he took, a cloud of chlorine gas stalked him. He could only retreat further and further until there was no way out. Eventually, he was caught outside a chapel with gas surrounding him on all sides. In that moment, he took shelter in the church, hoping that the divinity of Christ would spare him from this ordeal. Unfortunately for him, the powers of the Abrahamic God were limited, and he had expended great effort saving Julius from Berengar's previous attack. He would not bother lifting a finger to save a peon like this Inquisitor. In the end, the chapel was filled with the yellowish-green smoke which forced its way into the Inquisitor's lungs and suffocated him slowly. First came the coughing, then the itchy eyes that made him want to gouge them out, and finally death. After only a minute of firing, a grand total of 1,750 shells had been fired into the city, thoroughly depleting the stockpile of chemical weapons that the German army had worked overtime to produce. After all rounds were depleted, Heimerich gave the order for the infantry to move in and clear out any survivors. Each soldier of the Reichsguard was equipped with a gas mask as they rushed into the city searching for targets to destroy. However, in the end, there was not a single soul who survived the attack. Not only were all men, women, and children of the deceased, but every pet and pest was eliminated as well. The city of Madrid was thoroughly cleansed of life. Once the gas dispersed, the Reichsguard gathered the corpses of the deceased and buried them in mass graves outside the city. The cleanup operation would take far longer than the attack itself. While Heimerich was busy overseeing the elimination of Madrid, Adelbrand had worked on the press release. Currently, he stood in a room filled with reporters, mostly from the various German news outlets. However, there were a few Andalusian newspapers who sent their reporters to the briefing. Adelbrand was dressed in his field marshal's uniform and wore all the major medals he had earned through the tenure of his service. He cleared his throat and wiped the sweat from his brow before speaking about the ongoing operation in Madrid. As we speak, the German Reichsguard is undertaking an anti-terrorist operation in the city of Madrid. I won't lie to you. The situation is grim. Approximately 72 hours ago, the Moorish residents of the city were evacuated, as was the local government, after local members of the Iberian Catholic League assassinated the mayor and unlawfully seized the city. It is the Sultan's belief that we should not negotiate with terrorists, and as a result, I have branded all the remaining residents of Madrid as enemies of the state. This recent attack on the mayor of Madrid's life is just one of many in a series of coordinated assassinations following the murder of General Ziad ibn Yais. Make no mistake, we are at war with a vile band of insurgents who radicalize young children to kill and die in the name of their warped sense of religion. It is because of this reality that the Sultan and his regent have in their infinite wisdom decided to take a measured approach to the seizure of Madrid and attack the terrorists within its walls in a way that will not shed the blood of Germany's finest. As of this moment, the Reichsguard is launching a massive artillery barrage on the city using newly developed shells. Since the papacy has encouraged the use of children as martyrs, we have no choice but to recognize the youth of Madrid as enemy combatants. After all, intelligence supports more than a few of them took part in the city's seizure. Thus, with this madness that Pope Julius has started, we have but one option, and that is to annihilate all life in Madrid. Let this be a warning to the Catholic rebels in Iberia and the criminals in the papacy. Al-Andalus and its German allies are not afraid to resort to underhanded tactics if the papacy is insisting on their use. Any town or city whose inhabitants support the terrorist organization known as the Iberian Catholic League, or any similar entity, will be deemed enemies of the state and will receive a similar treatment as those who have seized Madrid. For the glory of the Sultan, for Al-Andalus. After finishing his speech, the press immediately clambered over one another to ask their questions, but Adelbrand wasn't in the mood and hurried off the stage. Adelbrand's direct attack of the papacy's actions would steer the massacre of Madrid in the Sultan's favor. When the moderates learned the papacy had encouraged the use of children as martyrs along with the many other crimes of the Catholic Church, they would seek an alternative, which Berengar planned to manipulate into another reformation. Chapter 765, Scolding the Woman You Love. It took only a matter of minutes before Berengar was informed about the massacre of Madrid. Currently, he was sitting back in his office chair with a glass of whiskey in one hand and a hemp cigarette in the other. Linda sat across from him with a pile of documents and a proud smile on her pretty face as she described in detail the ongoing reports from the Iberian Peninsula. You requested a status report about the war in Iberia? Here is everything we know so far. Approximately 72 hours ago, our agents successfully infiltrated the city of Madrid, where they conducted a covert operation to assassinate the mayor. After doing so, they planted substantial evidence, framing the Iberian Catholic League for the attack before absconding silently into the night. Less than 12 hours later, our propaganda network spun this as a prelude to a greater assault on the Moorish community within the city. We then used this incident to evacuate the Moorish residents and the remainder of the local government from Madrid. As expected, the Iberian Catholic League was more than happy to take credit for the assassination. The moment after we withdrew our people, the rebels seized Madrid and proclaimed it a free city under the direct rule of the papacy. At the same time, they expressed this as the first step in a new reconquista. While they were celebrating their perceived victory, Heimeric and the Reichsguard unleashed a barrage of chemical shells which gassed the city's inhabitants to extinction. In doing so, they depleted our current stockpile of chemical weapons. As we speak, the Reichsguard are now cleaning up the city and disposing of the corpses into a mass grave outside the city limits. As far as the Pope is concerned, he has yet to respond to these attacks. We are making use of this time to direct propaganda efforts in an attempt to inform the moderates of Iberia that this attack was in direct response to Catholic extremism and the terrorists who fight for the papacy. The specific use of child soldiers by the Catholic extremists is being emphasized as a means to justify our extermination policy. Shortly after the attack, Adelbrand issued a speech where he condemned the Catholic Church for their actions in this rebellion and specified that we will no longer show mercy to towns and cities that harbor terrorists. Adelbrand has also seen fit to post a reward for anyone who gives the government actionable intelligence about these terrorists that aids in their arrest. We believe that the incentive of a reward, combined with the fear of being held responsible for the terrorists' actions, will compel the people of Iberia to turn against the rebels. Berengar nodded his head with a pleased smile on his lips as he heard this. It was time for the war in Iberia to come to an end. He had been involved in the region since before he was even a monarch. Years had passed, thousands of lives had been spent, and countless resources were exhausted, all in an attempt to end the centuries-long conflict of Reconquista in the favor of the Moors. Thus, he gave Linda her new orders with a satisfied smile on his face. You have done a good job, Linda. Everything is progressing as planned. Since that is the case, you can inform your agents in the field to continue their efforts to uproot the rebels and eliminate them. Use whatever methods you feel are necessary to accomplish this objective in the quickest manner possible. Linda smiled and nodded her head in silence. She enjoyed being praised by her master. When Berengar saw how pleased she was with herself, he decided to put her in her place by discussing another topic of importance. Now that he had Linda alone, he intended to interrogate her about the incident between Hans and Veronica. He started this by initially wearing a calm smile before shifting his gaze to an icy glare. As you may already be aware, it appears that Veronica has forgiven Hans. That is good. Their relationship is of critical importance to our dynasty's control over the Kingdom of Bohemia. However, there is something I wanted to speak to you about regarding the boy and his Hungarian girlfriend. Linda felt chills down her spine as she gazed at the cold look in her husband's eye. There were not many things in this world that she was afraid of. After all, she commanded the world's greatest assassins at the tip of her fingers. However, getting on Berengar's bad side was definitely chief among Lindy's worst nightmares. Not only because she loved him with a burning passion and couldn't stand the idea that he was upset with her, but also because her husband was a terrifying man when he was angry. She instantly lowered her head in submission as she questioned why he was so displeased with her. "I'm sorry, master, but this lowly slave doesn't know what she did wrong. Could you please enlighten me?" Berenger chuckled as he heard this, but it was not a friendly laugh. Instead, it was more like that which belonged to someone who was on the brink of lashing out. "You told our son that he can't see that Hungarian girl anymore. Her name is Noemi, I believe. Do you mind explaining to me your reasoning behind that?" It surprised Linda to see that this was the reason that Berenger was angry with her, and she quickly apologized for her actions. "I'm sorry, I was out of line. I simply didn't want my baby boy falling into the clutches of another woman so soon." In response to this, Berenger scoffed as he got up from his seat and walked over to the woman. In that moment, he corrected her previous statement with a sinister tone in his voice. "You mean to say that you didn't want Hans to fall into the clutches of another woman whom you can't control, is that it? What's done is done. If I were to reverse your decision now, it would only make the boy view your authority with contempt, and Lord knows I need you to keep the scheming little brat in line. However, might I make a suggestion?" Linda gazed up at Berenger with her big blue eyes and gulped before responding. She could tell that he was greatly angered by what she had done. She just didn't know the full reason behind it. It was abnormal for Berenger to behave so coldly to her. Normally, when the two of them were alone, he was nothing but loving. However, now as she gazed into his one good eye, she got the feeling that he wanted to strangle her, and not in the way she would enjoy. Thus, she responded with pure obedience. "Certainly." Berengar's gaze was icy while his face was expressionless. The most frightening part of Berengar's personality was not that he was prone to violent outbursts like a petulant child, but it was the pure machine-like logic with how his brain processed things. So much so that his regard for human life was minimal if not non-existent. It was this emotionless gaze that was utterly devoid of humanity which terrified Linda. In large part because he had never stared at her in such a cruel manner before. His tone was equally sinister and condescending as he lectured the woman on her actions. "The next time you get the brilliant idea in your pretty little head to go restricting access to the potential wives of my heirs, I want you to speak to me about the situation beforehand. I had grand plans for Hungary that I intended to put into place after the papacy has breathed its last breath, and you may have just ruined them for me." Linda, in that moment, realized that while acting on her emotions, she had intruded upon her husband's ambitions and may have potentially caused him some grief. She was instantly ashamed of herself, not only for acting without thinking, which was uncharacteristic of her, but because she knew now the extent of the trouble she had caused the man she loved so dearly. She could only bow her head in submission and apologize. "I'm sorry. I didn't know." In response to this, Berenger grabbed hold of Lindy's dainty chin and kissed her on her forehead before whispering something in her ears. "I love you, Linda, more than anything in this world, but you can't let your petty emotions get the better of your brilliant mind. You need to think about the consequences of your actions before you go through with them. I'm honestly surprised that you failed to take into account my plans for Hungary before prohibiting our son from interacting with a critical pawn. I trust this misjudgment of yours was simply because of your maternal instincts, and therefore I will let it slide this time. After all, the overwhelming love you show towards your family is one of the things I admire most about you. Now run along and be the loving mother that our children need. I have to work hard to clean up your mess." Linda exhaled heavily as she stood up from her seat and headed towards the door. When she was just about to leave the room, Berenger spoke up one more time while he sat back down at his desk. "Oh, and Linda? Don't disappoint me again." With this said, the woman absconded from the Kaiser's office with a newfound resolve to work harder as a wife, a mother, and as the director of Imperial Intelligence. Though she knew Berenger had forgiven her for her blunder, she would not easily forgive herself. Chapter 766, A Treaty of Humiliation. Currently, a meeting was taking place in the Novgorod Republic. The Byzantine Emperor and the Pope were sitting across from one another with stern expressions on their faces. Neither of the two men wanted to end the war so soon, especially when they both had not completed their full objectives. On the Crusaders' side, they desired to expand into Anatolia and Egypt. They now had the means to push back the Byzantines and seize most of their territory. However, recent events caused them to halt these plans and turn their sights on the true enemy of the Church, which sat in the center of Europe. Whereas the Byzantine Emperor desired to regain all the ground that was lost. However, he lacked the means to do so now that the Crusaders were equipped with weapons that were equal to, if not superior, to his own. Ultimately, he was forced to the negotiating table by the doves in his court. The Timurid Empire was absent from these negotiations as the Catholic Church would never negotiate with the Muslims regarding a peaceful solution to the Holy Land. If that could have been accomplished, it would have been done by now. Of course, Berenger had indeed achieved this for a limited time, but ultimately the peace he created resulted in the crusade that had ravaged the Holy Land. Julius was the first to clear the air and speak about his position. First and foremost, the Byzantine Empire will recognize all the ground that the Crusaders have gained in this contest as a new Catholic kingdom of Jerusalem. This is non-negotiable. Vetranes gritted his teeth as he heard this demand. Everything north of the Sinai Peninsula and south of Anatolia was now in the hands of the Catholic Church. This was a substantial chunk of his empire that would be handed over to the Catholics who proved themselves hostile in this crusade. However, he had already resolved himself to this concession when he agreed to meet with the Pope. After all, his plan was to take back the land in a few years when he had rebolstered his army. The reason he couldn't rely on his German allies in this war was because of the treaty signed with the Timurid Empire that ensured Germany would remain neutral should the Catholics invade the Holy Land. This was Salan's attempt to ensure that Germany did not backstab him at the first given opportunity. In the end, this neutrality clause only resulted in him and his Byzantine allies losing the Holy Land to the Catholic Crusaders. However, with the Holy Land entering the control of the Catholic Church, this clause would be null and void, and thus when Vetranes declared war on the Kingdom of Jerusalem in a few years when his armies were ready and the allotted peace period expired, he could count on their support. He was hoping to negotiate with Julius for 5 years, but he would be willing to accept up to 10. Thus, he ultimately agreed to this demand that the papacy had made. Very well. I will concede on this point. Julius wore a sinister smile as he heard the Byzantine emperor so easily accept his demands, thus he decided to push them a bit further as he made another outrageous demand. You will also give us your territories in North Africa, including that newly constructed canal which is currently in the hands of Berengar the Accursed. It shocked Vetranes when he heard this demand. Such a thing was simply unacceptable. If he agreed to this, he would be losing 3/4 of his empire, and he immediately protested. Absolutely not. Egypt belongs to the Byzantine Empire. We have fought too hard and too long to give it up to you bastards only after a few years of having regained control over the region. Despite Vetranes' protests, Julius merely sneered in disdain as he rebuked the man and his words. Okay, fine, then we will take Egypt by force and drive your soldiers from its lands. I'd like to see how you are willing to negotiate your surrender in a few months when all you have left is control over Anatolia and the Balkans. You and I both know one way or another I will get my hands on Egypt. So just agree to its surrender now and save us all a bunch of time, money, and lives. Vetranes clenched his fist when he heard this. He wanted to strike Julius across the face more than anything. However, his son Quintus grabbed hold of his arm and silently shook his head. The Doves were a powerful faction and they were backing Quintus and his efforts for peace. Thus, he could only take a deep breath to calm himself before agreeing to this request, but with one caveat. I will concede Egypt, but I cannot give up the canal. That fief belongs to Kaiser Berengar von Kufstein, and it is not my place to give it away. In response to this, Julius scoffed before lecturing the emperor on feudal law. I know your empire is not a feudalistic state, but you have granted that land to Berengar as a feudal property. Though it may belong to him, it is a part of your empire, meaning you have the legal ability to seize the territory from him. I know he won't withdraw his forces, but at the very least, his legal claim to the land will be gone. Thus, I will be able to dispatch my armies and drive the mere 4,000 men he keeps stationed there from the canal and seize it for the Kingdom of Jerusalem. Give me Egypt, all of it, and I will end the conflict and leave you with some dignity. Though every fiber of Vetranes being wanted to deny this condition, he was in no position to do so. The bulk of his armies were defeated, and if he moved his forces from the Balkans, then Hungary would break through its defenses and reach Constantinople. Currently, Palladius and his men were holding the Hungarian army at bay in the Dinaric Alps. When compared to the war in the Holy Land, it was a rather tame conflict with occasional raids but no significant loss of land. That would change if he were to withdraw his forces from the region to support the war in Syria-Palestine. Thus, out of concern for keeping control of the Balkans and Anatolia, which was the heart of his empire, Vetranes could only sigh in defeat before agreeing to these commands. Very well, I will do what you ask. The Pope knew the extent of what he could take from the Byzantine Empire, and he was not done with it yet. Thus, he made one final demand as he milked this negotiation for everything he could. One final stipulation is all that I ask for. In order to establish a 10-year peace, you will pay the papacy for damages caused during this war. For the next decade, you will pay £5,000 of silver and £30,000 of gold every year until the treaty has expired. This stipulation was outrageous, and even Quintus' eyes bulged out of their sockets when he heard this. The church might as well demand that they limit their army to a fraction of its size, because by demanding so much money, the Byzantine Empire would never be able to rebuild its military prowess in the next 10 years. Vetranes was quick to refuse this point. Absolutely not. Why don't you just ask for my testicles here and now? I will not concede to such an outrageous demand, no matter what. However, in the next moment Julius broke out into a fit of laughter as he spoke of an ancient tale. Vetranes, as an educated Roman, surely you should know your ancestors' history. Nearly 4 centuries before the birth of Christ, the Gauls sacked Rome, leaving the Roman populace completely at their mercy. The chieftain of the Gauls at the time, a man named Brennus, demanded that a ransom be paid for the city in the form of 1,000 pounds of gold. The ancient Romans agreed to this and used a balancing scale to measure the payment. The Romans felt as if the scale was rigged in the Gauls' favor, and so they complained to Brennus. You know what he did? He pulled out his sword and tossed it on the scale, forcing the Romans to pay more gold in order to balance its weight, leaving behind the words, Vi victis. Or in other words, woe to the vanquished. You are completely at my mercy and you know it. It might take a few years, but I can still break through your forces in the Alps and march on to Constantinople itself. With my Drake cannons, even the mighty Theodosian walls will not stand in defiance. So the choice is yours, surrender to my conditions now or lose everything in a few years. Which will it be? Vetrani sighed. There was a rage in his heart that could not be stamped out, but he did not dare defy Julius, for everything he said was true. Thus, he signed away his name on the treaty that would not only humiliate the Byzantine Empire but bankrupt it as well. With this treaty signed, Julius could pool his forces into Hungary and assault Germany's eastern defenses. The time to get revenge on Berenger von Kufstein and the German Reformation had finally come. After many years of waiting patiently, Julius believed he could soon taste the Kaiser's blood. Chapter 767, The Dawn of a New Era. Berenger gazed upon a map of Europe which was sprawled out across the table in his war room. This map contained the current German Empire and its neighbors. From the Baltic to the North Sea and all the way down to the Adriatic, his empire stretched, uniting the German peoples of Europe into a single empire. There was one notable exception: the House of Burgundy currently held onto the other half of the Low Countries, where the majority of its citizens were ethnic Germans. However, this was not a major concern to Berenger, as he just received word from the papacy. Emperor Vetranes had predictably stabbed him in the back and ceded over control of Egypt, including the Kaiser's pass to the Crusaders. Pope Julius informed him that he must withdraw his forces from the region and surrender control of the canal or face total invasion. After years of preparation, the borders of Germany were secured by a force of 300,000 border guards with an additional 500,000 soldiers in the army capable of being deployed via trains at a moment's notice. The majority of his military was still issued the old G22 single-shot bolt-action rifles, while his Reichsguard, an armed force of 75,000 men, were equipped with the latest weapons. Berenger moved the pieces representing his soldiers on the map to their desired locations. In the west, he stationed a concentration of 50,000 men on the borders of Frisia, where he intended to launch an invasion into the lowlands and seize the region for himself. The Duchy of Burgundy's army was currently deployed in the Middle East and would be forced to land in Italy and push through his forces in Lombardy in order to return home. Thus, Berenger needed relatively few men to capture the lowlands. 2 divisions would suffice. Meanwhile, in northern Italy, the 25,000 men of the Lombardic army would be supported by 100,000 German soldiers in their attempts to push into Rome and bring the Pope to heel. Naturally, the Kingdom of Naples would be one of the 2 major staging points of the Crusader army, and they would do everything in their power to prevent Germany's advance into the Holy See. In the east, on the borders of Hungary, Berenger stationed 200,000 men. He knew that at the start of the war, the Kingdom of Hungary would withdraw its forces from the Dinaric Alps and assault Germany's eastern borders. Unfortunately for them, Germany had an alliance with the Byzantines, and the forces of Palladius, who had fought long and hard against the Hungarian knights, would invade from the south at the same time as Germany, smashing the Hungarian army in between the 2 armies. Finally, in the Sinai Peninsula lie the final theater of war. Berenger had already ferried 50,000 members of the Reichsguard who were previously stationed in Iberia to the Kaiser's Pass. They had a single purpose: defend the region from the Crusader armies at all costs. Naturally, what little remained of Berengar's chemical weapons stockpile was taken with them. As for the ongoing war in Iberia, there were still 25,000 Reichsguard who would work alongside the Andalusian army to bring the rebellion to heel. After gazing upon this split of his armed forces, Berenger had just one question. Where should he deploy? Naturally, he picked up the figure which represented himself and hovered it over northern Italy. He would lead the charge into Rome and personally see the papacy destroyed. Berenger wore a wicked grin when he thought about what this meant. For the first time in nearly 900 years, the Germans would be returning to Rome to sack the Holy City for all its worth and to put an end to the tyranny of the Catholic Church. While he was staring sadistically at the map, Linda knocked on the door and witnessed the sight. She took a deep breath to calm her nerves before speaking up. So, you're really going out there again? To battle, I mean? Berenger scoffed when he heard this before nodding his head. He slammed the figure that represented himself onto the location which marked Rome before shifting his gaze to the busty red-headed beauty who stood in his doorway. I've waited a long time for this moment. Finally, we will be rid of the menace that is the Catholic Church. Once I have defeated their armies, I will establish a new era of peace and prosperity for our empire. A Pax Germania, if you will. Nobody will ever be able to challenge our empire on the field of battle or the 7 seas again. We shall rule the land, sea, and sky, and all shall pay tribute to our great empire. It has taken me nearly 10 years, but I can finally achieve my life's ambition. Linda wore a bitter smile as she heard this before asking the question that immediately came to mind. And what then? After you have established this Pax Germania of yours, what shall you do? Berenger smiled as he heard this and approached his woman. He kissed her on the forehead before announcing his plans. I intend to bring Germany into an era of technology that it should not have for another 500 years. By the time I die, it is my dream to have established such a level of technological prowess that the German Empire has at least sent a man-made object into orbit. In the meantime, there will always be people to conquer and land to settle. However, they will pose no threat to our forces who will sweep through the jungles of the Amazon, the plains of North America, the savannas of Africa, and the islands of Australasia. We will conquer far and wide and establish a living space for our people. What can these Stone Age savages do against a modern army? It is the dawn of a new era, my love, and it would not have been possible without your efforts. When I come back from this war, I will give you everything you deserve and more for assisting me in accomplishing my life's dream. Whatever you want, so long as it is in my power, I will give it to you. However, until then, continue your efforts and help me win this war like you have done all others. Linda was excited when she heard this news. It appeared Berenger was truly no longer angry with her. The truth was, she already had everything she could ever want. However, if there was one thing she desired, it was for the man to take a break from his work now and then and spend more time with their family. Though Berenger had begun taking off weekends to spend with his family some time ago, it was still not as much as Linda desired. The man left most of the parenting of their children up to her, and she wanted him to be a bigger part in their lives. She figured once this war was over, she would ask him to take more time off from work. After all, nobody would blame the man if he only worked 6 hours a day, 5 days a week, for the rest of his life. After everything Berenger had accomplished, he had earned it. Thus, she kept this in mind as she nodded her head and hugged Berenger before sending him off to make the public declaration of war against the Catholic Church. I love you. Please come back in one piece. I couldn't bear to live without you. Berenger smiled as he kissed the woman on the lips before responding to her concerns. It'll be fine. I learned my lesson about recklessly charging into battle a long time ago. However, since you have asked so nicely, I swear that I will return to you alive and well. Farewell for now, my love. After saying this, Berenger stepped out onto the balcony of his war room where an army of men were gathered in the streets below. They were dressed in their uniforms which resembled those used by the German army in the later days of World War I. The men all saluted as Berenger stepped onto the balcony and began to chant their war cries. Hail victory! Hail victory! Hail victory! Berenger immediately raised one hand to silence the men, and after he could hear not a single sound in the palace's courtyard or the surrounding streets, he issued his speech. As many of you know, for some time now I have had a conflict with the Catholic Church since the days when I was but the son of a lowly baron. The papacy has conspired to remove me from power and claim my life. They worked alongside my brother Lambert in these endeavors and in doing so thoroughly provoked my wrath. It is no secret that at every turn they have tried to foil my ambitions and at every opportunity one have bested them. This crusade against the Byzantine and Timurid empires has ended in a failure on our allies' behalf. In doing so, Emperor Vetranis Palaiologos, my father-in-law, has betrayed me. Previously, it was agreed upon that I would cancel the debt that the Byzantine crown owed me in exchange for ownership of the lands that, through the efforts of the German people, now exist as the Kaiser's Pass and the surrounding regions. However, like your typical Roman, Vetranis has backstabbed me and sold off those lands to the papacy in exchange for peace. Pope Julius now demands that I withdraw my forces from the lands that I rightfully own. Lands that countless hours of German sweat and toil have built into a prosperous trade route. For the sake of the workers and their years of labor, for the sake of German prosperity, I hereby reject the Pope and all Catholic claims on my lands. If you want them, come and take them, but I assure you and your ilk will be met with the might of German steel. As Kaiser of the German Empire, I hereby declare war on the Catholic Church and all nations who support their claims over the Kaiser's Pass. If it is war that you want, you shall have it. And I will take on this war the same way I always have, and that is fight until the very last. We, the German people, will fight you until the very foundations of your rotten church are dismantled and your authority over Europe is forever diminished. Go forth, my armies, and destroy the enemies of the Reich. With this said, the crowd once more erupted into their battle cries. Germany officially began its war with the Catholic Church. A war that would determine the future of Europe. Whether the continent would become a tributary of the Church or the Reich would ultimately be determined in this conflict. Chapter 768, Entertaining an Entitled Prince Part 50. While Berenger had declared war on the Catholic world, Itami was busy with her grand ambitions to invade Korea. Through extensive effort, her warships had begun production and her transport ships were popping out of the shipyards. After some conscription efforts, she now had a field army of 50,000 men armed with her latest weapons and a reserve of 25,000 men who would stay on the Japanese mainland and maintain order in her absence. Through the past few months she had developed not only single-shot bolt-action rifles, revolvers, and breech-loading artillery. She also developed Gatling guns for use in her army. Ultimately, she decided to shelve the later Taisho-era uniforms that she had previously employed with her forces and shift to Meiji-style uniforms instead. She personally preferred the superfluous attire that the generals of the Meiji era wore. She also had stopped manufacturing her Hydra-spring recoil-operated artillery, which was based upon the Type 38-75mm field gun. The reason being it was too complicated for her manufacturing capabilities to produce in large numbers. Because of this, she had transitioned to an earlier artillery design modeled after the British Armstrong gun. At the moment, her armies were the equivalent of the early Meiji-era armies employed by the Japanese Empire during her past life. This massive military buildup was all in the name of seizing control over the Korean peninsula. Unfortunately, she was not ready yet. Her navy still needed to be finished before she could launch an invasion into the lands of the Joseon, and she also needed to conscript more troops. Though the enemy was severely outmatched by the capabilities of her army, she desired to have an army of at least 100,000 strong to march on the southern shores of Korea and conquer it northward until it reached the borders of the Ming. Thus, she could only let out a sigh as she planned for the invasion of Korea on her map. The door to her room opened to reveal the face of General Shiba Kayahiko, who was Itami Ryo's most trusted advisor. The man was slightly depressed as he sighed heavily before revealing his reason for visiting the young empress in her war room. Itamissima, the Ming dynasty has sent a delegation. They wish to further discuss your desires to invade the Korean peninsula. They are waiting for you in the dining hall. Won't you please come down and speak to them? Itami immediately grunted in displeasure as she heard this. The last thing she needed was to entertain more guests. She was quick to dismiss these strangers who had dared to enter her palace without notice. Tell them to leave and come back after they have given proper notice. I'm an empress, not a prostitute. They can't just drop by and expect me to entertain them for an evening. There was an awkward expression on Shiba's face when he heard this. He felt the need to clarify the prestige of the particular guest who was patiently waiting for the empress' arrival. Itamissima, the Ming delegation is led by an imperial prince. When Itami heard these words, she immediately changed her mind and sighed heavily before giving the general his orders. Tell him to give me 15 minutes to prepare. I highly doubt the Chinese would approve of me dressed in men's clothes. Shiba instantly bowed to Itami before responding to her orders. I will relay your message. After saying that, the general left, leaving Itami in a state of depression. She was currently dressed in her imperial regalia, which was just a military uniform with her medals and honors plastered all over it. However, she had 15 minutes to make herself look pretty for her guest, not because she gave a damn about his opinion, but because she knew men were easier to manipulate when they were fawning over a pretty girl. Thus, she quickly got dressed in something she had previously prepared for this specific circumstance. It was a white and red silk hanfu in the fashion that would have been worn during the Tang dynasty. Why did she prepare a Chinese dress from ancient history? Well, for two reasons. First, despite being Japanese, she had to admit that the hanfu, especially from that period, was more pretty than the kimono. Secondly, it was to show her support of Chinese history and culture so that the delegates would see her in a better light. After getting dressed in the lavish attire, she styled her hair into a pair of Chinese buns. Despite having such a hairstyle, her long white hair flowed elegantly down her back like a river of snow. Having finished styling her hair, Itami spent the remainder of her time working on her makeup, which was just enough to highlight her natural beauty. Before walking down the stairs, she took one final look at herself in the mirror and forced a smile on her cherry-red lips as she descended the staircase towards the dining hall. The Ming prince was in the middle of a conversation with General Shiba Kayahiko about the legends of Itami's rise to power when she entered the room. I hear your empress is an impressive warrior. Interestingly enough, I myself have ample experience in the field. I can't wait to meet her. Shiba was about to reply when he caught the sight of Itami descending the stairs. She was more beautiful than he had ever seen her before. Normally she did not put in such effort for her appearance and often wore male clothing. However, the busty albino's beauty was on full display as she entered the room with an ice-cold expression on her face. The Ming prince noticed that Shiba was acting strange and immediately turned around to witness the sight of the most beautiful woman he had ever laid eyes on. Though he was already married, he had no greater desire in that moment than to make the Empress of Japan his concubine. His goals had shifted from informing the woman that his father had agreed to her request to manipulating Itami into becoming his woman. He wore a handsome smile as he approached the woman. Itami took one look at the man and immediately thought in her mind a single phrase. Another useless pretty boy. While the Ming prince was extremely handsome, it was in a way that Itami found unappealing. His skin was extremely fair and as smooth as silk. His facial features were soft and round. Though he was fit, he was exceptionally lean. One might say the man represented the Chinese ideal of male beauty, but to Itami, who was accustomed from her past life with tall and handsome Caucasian men, he fell short of her personal ideal. In Itami's mind, someone like Berenger would be her ideal preference. A man who was tall and muscular, but not overly so. Someone who had fair skin with a pink pigment, preferably with natural blonde or red hair and blue or green eyes. He would also have to have a high and narrow face with a sturdy chin. As for his nose, she would prefer if it was straight and narrow. Thus it came as a surprise to the Ming prince when Itami reacted without the slightest bit of attraction in her eyes. Instead, she greeted him as if he was just another guest. Welcome, Prince of the Ming. I hope your stay in Hyankyo has been a welcoming one. Please, sit, drink, and eat from the fruits of my land. Itami sat down at the table before the man could even respond to her. She quickly ordered one of the servant girls to fetch her a bottle of sake while she waited patiently. The Ming prince quickly sat down across from her with a forced smile on his face. This was the first time a woman had not fawned over him in his entire life, and he was not pleased about it. Still, this was a diplomatic visit, and thus he introduced himself properly. I am Prince Julie. It is my greatest pleasure to meet the war goddess of Japan. I have heard of your exploits and must say that I am thoroughly impressed that a woman such of yourself is capable of such feats on the battlefield. Itami did not break her stoic expression as she heard this. Though she wanted to scoff at the man's remark, she refrained from doing so for the sake of diplomatic negotiations. Instead, she looked him dead in the eye and questioned his own military record. I'm sorry, Prince Zhu, but I have not heard of your military exploits. Please enlighten me with your knowledge of war. This remark slightly stung the man's ego. He was expecting Itami to crack under the pressure of his discerning gaze, but it appeared as if she could not care in the slightest that he didn't believe the rumors of her combat prowess were true. Instead, she called him out on his own service record, which was not as great as he had previously boasted to the Japanese general. In truth, he was the third prince of the Ming dynasty, and his eldest brother was the most capable in terms of martial prowess and battlefield command. Instead, Julie had seldom stepped foot on a battlefield, and when he did, it was so far back in the rear of his army that he never needed to unsheath his sword. Despite this, he decided to woo the girl with tales of his gallantry and thus claimed his brother's achievements as his own. I'll have you know I am an accomplished battlefield commander. It was I who led my father's cavalry to defeat the Yaran, pushing them beyond the Liao River Valley. My father, the emperor, even commended me for it. When Itami heard this, she narrowed her blood-red eyes into a soul-piercing gaze as she closely examined the prince before responding to his remarks in a casual manner. That's funny because I heard it was a man named Zhu Ji who drove the Yaran north of the Liao River Valley, but I guess my information must be incorrect. I mean, you wouldn't lie to me during a diplomatic visit, now would you, Prince Zhu? This remark immediately filled Julie with embarrassment. He could not believe that this woman was playing with him the whole time. If she knew of his brother's exploits, then she most likely also knew that he himself did very little on the field of battle. The imperial prince wanted more than anything to backhand Itami across the face for this insult, but noticed the guards were eyeing him fiercely while he clenched his fist in rage. He swore in his heart that by the end of the night, he would have Itami on her knees stripped naked and begging him for forgiveness. As for Itami, she wore a smug smile as the servers brought the food to the table. It would appear she was in for another long night of negotiations with an entitled jackass. She would have vastly preferred if a man of Zhu Ji's caliber were to visit her instead of this chump. After all, they could share war stories over a few drinks, something she would vastly prefer over her current visitor. As for the negotiations with this entitled prince, they had only just begun. Chapter 769, Defending the Sinai Peninsula. Word came over telegraph that a war was declared against the Catholic world. The time to put an end to the papacy's stranglehold over Europe had finally come. The officer in charge of the forces in the Sinai Peninsula was Field Marshal Heinrich von Graz, whose 50,000 Reichsguard acted as the main forces in defense of the region. Under his orders, the defenses that had been constructed to secure the Kaiser's Pass were rapidly expanded in anticipation of an enemy invasion. Large trench lines containing 25,000 men each were set up on both sides of the canal in between the reinforced concrete bunkers which housed the artillery guns. A no-man's land was established with barbed wire and landmines to make any attempt to storm the trenches into a suicide mission. Large bridges were already constructed over the Kaiser's Pass to allow transport trucks to cross, even if such vehicles were only in the development phase. This meant that the soldiers on either side of the canal could rapidly cross over and reinforce the other if necessary. While the Crusader kingdom may have officially gained control over Egypt, the Timurid army was still located in the region, and if they wanted to press forward into the Kaiser's Pass, they would first need to defeat the Sultan and his army. Because of this, Heinrich coordinated with Colonel Arnwald Gerwig and confirmed that the most likely region of attack would be coming from Syria-Palestine, where the bulk of the Crusader army was still present. Though many of them had begun to set sail for the shores of Hungary and Italy, it would take a long time for all of them to do so. After all, nearly 1 million men had embarked on the crusade to the Holy Land. The Catholic world had gone all out on their attempts to conquer the region and had emptied their fields to do so. However, that did not mean that every soldier would be heading back to Europe. A combined army of roughly 100,000 men, consisting of soldiers from the English army and the Order of the Red Dragon under the command of King Lawrence Lancaster, were tasked to take the canal. Because of this, his army was marching towards the German position. Heinrich gazed through his binoculars and spotted the enemy. They had reached roughly 16 kilometers away in the distance. That meant they were in firing range of the German Reichsguard's heaviest guns, which had painstakingly been moved from the Iberian theater to the Sinai Peninsula over the past few weeks. With a sadistic grin on his face, Heinrich gave the order to welcome the English and Welsh invaders by revealing the true extent of Germany's firepower. Open fire with the 10-centimeter guns. I want to give these bastards a hell of a welcome. The artillery crews saluted the field marshal before loading the 105 by 504 mmR high-explosive shells into their guns. Once the shells were loaded, they adjusted the aim of the artillery into the enemy army's direction and fired at them. A crack of thunder echoes in the air above the English army's position. At first, King Lawrence thought that perhaps a rainstorm had begun. After all, they were so far away from the German canal that they could barely see it on the horizon. He called out to his troops immediately upon hearing the sound. Haha! Look at that, God is showing his wrath to those filthy cur. Before he could even finish speaking, explosions detonated among the ranks of the English army. Though the number of 10 centimeters K-25 guns that the Germans had at their disposal were limited, it was enough to claim the lives of hundreds of the enemy soldiers with a single barrage. Blood and guts splattered across King Lawrence's face as he stared into the distance with a panicked expression. How was this even possible? The enemy was close to 10 miles away, and yet they had attacked him from such a distance? He could only stammer as he expressed his disbelief, all the while artillery continued to pound his position. Demons. Ultimately, it was the Grand Master of the Order of the Red Dragon who gave the order to charge through the explosive fire and attack the enemy position. We have no choice. We must charge the enemy. If God is with us, we will prevail. If not, I will see you all in heaven. After saying this, the Grand Master charged forward with his retinue of knights, inspiring the rest of the army to do the same. Only Lawrence sat back, petrified in fear. He watched his army rush forward as fast as they could to cover the distance, but no matter how far they ran, the distance was too great, and the number of shells that dropped upon them continued to batter away at their ranks. By the time his army reached the enemy's position, its numbers would be quartered from 100,000 men to 25,000. Heimeric gazed in the distance through his binoculars and witnessed the spectacular sight of the explosions batter away at the Crusader army. With every barrage, hundreds of men were turned into meat paste, and yet they still charged forward. Eventually, their momentum slowed as the heavily armored men became tired and slugged as they marched through the artillery fire. Though their hearts and minds were filled with zeal, their bodies could not handle the excessive exercise. Once the enemy passed the 12-kilometer mark, the 7.5 centimeters FK-25 guns among Heimeric's forces opened fire, unleashing even more artillery upon the enemy ranks. Through the binoculars, he witnessed the heavily armored knights blasted to bits by fiery explosions. The blood-curdling screams mixed with the zealous war cries and the thunder of artillery were like a symphony of war. Their willingness to die for this canal was admirable in Heimeric's eyes, and because of that, he did not unleash what few chemical weapons he had available to them. Rather, giving these men a chance to die with glory. Eventually, a lake of blood and entrails was left on the pathway to the canal. 3/4 of the Crusader army was thoroughly wiped out by the time they arrived in range of the German defenders' machine guns. Heimeric immediately gave the order to the heavy machine guns to open fire on the enemy's position. Give them hell. The enemy was now 4 kilometers away, and despite being too far to accurately aim, it was not a problem for the MG-25s, which loaded the 7.92 by 57mm belts into their guns and chugged away randomly towards the general direction of the Crusader army. Berenger had commonly referred to this gun as the Devil's Paintbrush, which was a nickname given to the weapon in his past life, and finally Heimeric understood why. Through a combination of artillery and machine gun fire, the remaining 15,000 men were cut down before they could even step foot in the no-man's land, painting the desert landscape of the Sinai Peninsula red as they did so. While Lawrence had stayed behind and run away in fear, the Grand Master of the Order of the Red Dragon continued to march forward, despite the weary state of his steed. As a man who had tried to understand and replicate German firearms for years, he was truly astounded and terrified of how much he had underestimated the German army. He gazed in horror as the English and Welsh forces were ruthlessly slaughtered around him. The continuous echoes of machine gun fire erupted in the air, and the men among his ranks who were now drudging through the sand fell to the floor lifeless after being stricken by the spray and pray of the enemy forces. The English and Welsh knights who had survived until this point screamed in terror as their horses were struck by stray bullets, and their armor shredded. It was as if the plate armor they wore was made out of wet tissue paper because the bullets went right through it and out the other side. Multiple bullet holes found their way through every man's body as more and more men fell to the ground, dead on the spot, or, if they were unlucky, bleeding out slowly. It was a massacre the likes the Grandmaster had never seen, and his army had not even gotten close to the enemy's position. He cursed the Pope's name out loud as he witnessed his men blasted and shredded apart by artillery and machine gun fire alike. "Julius, you crazy bastard! What have you done? You have condemned us all to the depths of hell. What kind of devil have you provoked?" Immediately after saying this, a stray bullet penetrated through the Grandmaster's forehead and out the other side, killing him on the spot. His lifeless body slumped off the side of his horse and fell into a pile of bodies that would act as fertilizer to the sands of the Sinai Peninsula. The Germans continued to open fire until not a single enemy soldier was left standing. Only after tens of thousands of rounds had been fired and thousands of artillery shells did the Germans cease their fire, gazing in awe at how easy it was to wipe out an enemy army of 100,000 men. Heimeric shook his head in disappointment as he voiced his complaints aloud. "His Majesty never should have sent so many of my men to this desolate region. In a single battle, I have eliminated the enemy completely. I can only imagine the senseless slaughter that is occurring on the borders of the Empire right now. Or perhaps this was his intention all along." With this, 1/10 of the Crusader army was wiped out before they could even return to Europe. King Lawrence was in the wind, where he ended up, and what he did for the remainder of his life nobody knew. They just assumed he was killed in action with the rest of his army. After all, too many of their corpses were unrecognizable. In reality, the King of England was so terrified by what he had witnessed that he had abandoned his crown and fled to the Arabian Peninsula, where he married a Bedouin woman and assimilated into their tribe. Nobody in the West would ever hear from him again. Chapter 770. Entertaining an Entitled Prince Part LL. Itami sat at the table and munched on a piece of takoyaki. She had a bottle of sake in one hand and chopsticks in the other. The Ming prince noticed that the woman appeared to enjoy drinking, and because of that, he encouraged her to drink more, hoping she would get drunk and make it easy for him to take advantage of her. However, Itami was a rare breed, and much like Berenger, was capable of drinking excessive quantities of alcohol without ever getting drunk. Thus, as the two of them drank, it was the Prince Zhu Li who ended up getting intoxicated. The man had reddened cheeks as he gulped down more sake, while eating from a bowl of ramen and a plate of takoyaki. His lust-filled gaze was becoming more and more noticeable as he stared at the cleavage shown through Itami's Tang-style hanfu. Itami noticed this and commented on it. "I can see you staring at my chest. I hate to break it to you, but I have made a vow to the gods that I will only give my body to the man who can best me on the field of battle. Better man than you have tried, and they now lie dead, each and every one of them." It took a moment for the man to understand what Itami had said, but he immediately became offended when he did. The prince stood up from his spot, nearly knocking over his drink as he did so, and gazed down upon Itami with an air of superiority. Unknowingly, he played right into Itami's hands as he did this. "You think you are so much better than me? I am a prince of the mighty Ming dynasty. My family's power is so great that even you have to pay tribute to my father in order to get his permission to invade one of our other tributaries." Itami did not let the insult get to her. Technically what the man said was true, but that was not because she could not defeat the Ming in a war, but with her population she could never draft the forces required to hold on to the territory of the Ming dynasty. It was simply too troublesome for her to bother with. Thus, she responded with a genuine question. "And what was your father's response?" The intoxicated prince did not realize that Itami was coaxing him into giving him the answer that she was looking for from the beginning of their conversation. One that he held close to his chest so that he could manipulate the woman into sleeping with him. Because of this, he acted high and mighty, as if he was bestowing Itami with the greatest gift in the world. "My father thanks you for your tribute, and rewards you by granting you the privilege of invading Joseon." Itami smiled when she heard this and nodded her head before dismissing the prince entirely. "Good. Then it appears our business is concluded and I must bid you farewell. I shall permit you to stay in one of the many inns within the city, however based upon your openly lecherous gaze, I cannot in good conscience allow you to stay under my roof. Who knows what you might try in your intoxicated state." It took a moment for the prince to realize just what he had done, and what Itami's words meant. When he finally understood them, he was enraged, going so far as to raise his hand against Itami. Luckily, before a major international incident could occur, one of the other diplomats who was seated at the table grabbed the prince's hand and led him away, while bidding Itami farewell. "We thank the Honorable Empress for her hospitality. I believe your words are wise and true. Our prince has shamelessly drank too much of this wonderful sake, and it would be best for everyone if we stayed in an inn." The prince glared daggers at the diplomat, but the man did not yield. Instead he gave a stern gaze back to the young man. It was clear who was actually supposed to be in charge of this delegation by the look on the diplomat's face. After saying that, the delegation bowed before Itami before walking out of her palace. After the prince was gone, Itami sighed heavily and gazed off into the distance, thinking about the vow she had made when she was young. A year after Itami reincarnated into this world, she was met with a troublesome situation. She had gained wealth and power for her clan, and as a response, the Ashikaga shogunate had sent a representative to claim her family's land. In truth, the man in charge of this army had one look at Itami and tried to force himself upon her. She killed him with his own tanto before he could get the chance. The result was a battle with the Ashikaga forces that claimed the life of her father. Despite this setback, Itami rallied her clan's forces and, with the power of the arquebus, annihilated the shogun's army. While on the battlefield covered in the blood of her enemies, she made a solemn vow to the gods that she would only allow the man who could best her on the field of battle to claim her virtue. Since then, she had never lost a battle and killed all of her pursuers in combat. She lamented the fact that she was 20 years old and still single. Itami sighed heavily once more before she took another drink and muttered something under her breath in an alien language that her followers could not understand. "It is starting to look like I am going to be a virgin until the day I die, just like my last life." Just like in her past life, Itami had monumental standards and was not afraid to stay single until she found the right man. She was prepared to give herself to Julian, but he was as dense as a neutron star and never noticed her feelings before he died in Afghanistan. It took AI some time to get over the loss of her first love, but after a while, her family pressured her to move on, and she ended up getting romantically involved with a high-ranking officer in the army. However, that relationship lasted for a few weeks, before rumors spread, and a stalker killed her in cold blood out of jealousy. The irony of it all was she had not even slept with her boyfriend before she was murdered. Though the man had pressured her into doing so, she stubbornly refused until he could prove that he was a reliable partner who would not cheat on her. She did not know what happened in that world after her death, but the way global affairs were going, it wasn't looking good. She supposed she was better off reincarnating in a world where she could make genuine change, rather than living her life as another cog in the machine. While Itami was entertaining these thoughts, General Shiba approached her and informed her of the delegates' arrival at the inn. Itamissima, the Ming delegates have arrived at the inn. We have guards posted to ensure that the imperial prince doesn't act up. What are your orders? Itami scoffed when she heard this before swallowing down the rest of the bottle. After doing so, she handed it to Shiba, which was her way of ordering him to throw it in the trash before she would answer his question. After the man had obediently done as instructed, Itami responded to him with a stoic expression on her face. If that idiot dares to approach the royal palace in the night, shoot him. General Shiba sighed as he heard this before nodding his head. As you wish, Itamissima. Just when the man was about to leave, Itami thought of something important, and quickly grabbed hold of his wrist before inquiring about the subject in her mind. Shibakin, have you by any chance heard more about that strange power in the West who is producing those advanced weapons? Shiba instantly froze in his spot. For whatever reason, Itami seemed to be intensely interested in this topic, and had sent out many agents to India, specifically the Anangpur Empire, to inquire about this foreign power. Though these agents had not been able to confirm the information they were given, Shiba had received some news. Due to the lack of verification, he was hesitant to inform the young empress about it. However, since she was now directly asking him about this topic, he would not hide what he had heard from her. I've only heard unconfirmed rumors. Itami wore a bright smile when she heard this before nodding her head in excitement. That's fine, just tell me what you have heard. Shiba sighed before continuing his train of thought. The way the empress was dressed, and the pretty smile on her face was so charming. He had no choice but to do as she asked. They say a large and powerful empire manufactured the weapons in the far west. This empire goes by the name of Germany. More commonly, it is referred to simply as the Reich. Itami was confused when she heard this, and instantly inquired further about this information. Germany? Is this Western Empire known officially as the Holy Roman Empire by any chance? Shiba gazed at Itami in confusion. He did not know what this Holy Roman Empire was, or where she heard the term, but the man quickly shook his head before correcting her. No, not at all. Supposedly, it is known officially as the German Empire, and is ruled by a man named Berenger von Kufstein. He is said to be the man responsible for uniting the German Empire, as well as the person behind the development of such weapons. Apparently, he was born the son of a minor nobleman and rose through the ranks by emerging victorious in a series of military campaigns. They say he has never lost a single battle. Another unconfirmed rumor is that he has taken in the exiled emperor of Anangpur and his little sister. Apparently he is protecting them from their uncle, who is the current self-proclaimed emperor of the Anangpur Empire. If this is true, then perhaps the Kaiser has ambitions in India. It shocked Itami to hear all of this. Not only was the name Berenger von Kufstein completely alien to her, but so was the house which he hailed from. She did not know where Kufstein was, but from her extensive conversations with Julian in her past life about German history, she could surmise that it was a location where this emperor's family originated. The rise of a German empire so early in history, and the fact that a minor nobleman with such advanced weapons unified it, could only mean that this Berenger von Kufstein was another reincarnator. This information, if true, confirmed her suspicions about Germany being a major player in this world. Though she didn't know the exact level of the Reich's military capabilities, or the extent of the empire, she feared that, given enough time, the two civilizations would inevitably clash. If that were true, then she needed to be prepared for when the time came. After hearing this, a grim expression formed on Itami's pretty face, and she quickly thanked Shiba for the information he had provided her. Thank you, Shiba-kun. I need some time to reflect on this news. If you excuse me, I am going to go take a bath. In the meantime, I want you to continue to dig up any information you can on this German Empire and its Kaiser. The next time you receive information about this topic, report it to me right away, even if you can't verify it. After saying this, Itami walked off and headed towards her personal hot springs. She did not wait for a response from her general, as the existence of this German emperor deeply troubled her. If this man was really like her, then she needed to be prepared for the war that was to come. After all, she shared the same mindset as Berenger. There can only be one reincarnator in this world. The existence of another was a threat to her own existence. Thus, Itami debated internally as she stepped into the hot springs about the best strategy to combat this external threat. Chapter 771. The Eastern Front Part 50. Vasily Georgi stood at the head of his army. By Hungarian law, he was technically considered a nobleman of higher standing within the kingdom, but it was difficult to define his actual place in the hierarchy. After all, the Hungarians did not exactly have a complex system of hereditary titles, unlike Western Europe. At least not at this point in time. However, in terms of wealth and power, the man was akin to a Grand Duke, practically a monarch in his own right, and distantly related to the royal family. It was because of this that the Hungarian monarch had tasked him to lead one of the Give armies that were sent to war against the Byzantine Empire. Unfortunately, the campaign through the Dinaric Alps resulted in a stalemate, where the Byzantine forces under the command of Strategos Palladius Angelus had entrenched their position and halted all Hungarian advances. In truth, Georgi was disappointed in how little he contributed to the war effort. However, just as the crusade for the Holy Land ended, Berenger the Accursed declared war on the Catholic world, giving the man a chance to redeem himself. He had been away from home for too long to know that his son Victor had sent his only surviving daughter to Kufstein. Because he was unaware that his daughter lay in the heart of his enemy's empire, Georgi had every desire to set the Reich ablaze. The King of Hungary had spared no expense and drafted all the peasants he could manage into the army. He also equipped them with black powder weapons and the best armor money could buy. Though the peasants of this army had limited training in the use of their weapons and battlefield tactics, they were now all battle-hardened veterans from their conflict with the Byzantines. It was because of this, Georgi believed that his army of 100,000 men would smash through the German borders. After all, this was just one of 5 armies of such size, and the others would be assaulting different sectors of the enemy's defenses at the same time. The German border guard was sparsely spread throughout the entire fatherland. However, Berenger had deployed a significant number of German soldiers from the army to reinforce the eastern defenses. After days of scouting out the German lines, Georgi found the perfect location to strike. At a particular section of the German border, there was roughly a brigade worth of soldiers stationed in its defense, and he believed that with his overwhelming numbers, he could charge through the gap and enter the fatherland. He prayed that the other 4 armies found locations similar to this. What he did not realize was not only was Palladius in pursuit of his army, but the German National Railway was completed, and the German soldiers could easily deploy from other sections of the border quite rapidly. Thus, after setting his sights on the German border in the distance, Georgi gave the order to march in its direction. Forward march. Unknowingly, the moment Georgi and his army appeared within the vicinity of the border, a group of Jaegers who were hiding in a nearby brush spotted their location and swiftly reported back to the nearest command with the Hungarian army's coordinates. How did they do this? Berenger had ensured that every Jaeger team was issued a portable radiotelegraph, which could be used by a trained individual to relay information back to the main forces. Thus, after reporting the coordinates of the Hungarian army to the section of border that they would soon attack, the Jaeger team absconded from the scene, allowing the artillery strike they had just called in to take place. This also acted as a warning, which permitted the colonel in charge of this section of the border to call for reinforcements. With the crackling thunder of artillery fire, the horses which the Hungarian cavalry were mounted upon became spooked. They trotted back and forth, and bucked wildly in an attempt to throw their riders off of them. However, it only took a moment for the explosive blasts to disrupt the Hungarian army. Georgi could hardly believe that his troops were being attacked. They were in the middle of a mountain ravine and were well over 6 kilometers away from the enemy defenses. Just how did they manage to attack him? Since his cavalry could no longer ride their horses, he issued an order he never thought he would have to in his life. Dismount and charge on foot. God wills it. After saying this, Georgi charged forward on horseback towards the enemy border. His army thought that the man was insane, but when they halted, another nobleman called out to them and challenged them to face their fears. What are you, a bunch of women? They can't kill all of us. Let's move. This challenge to their manhood caused the men in the army to suicidally charge through the artillery fire, which resulted in thousands of men being blasted into bits. However, they were right about one thing: the artillery on this section of border was not enough to kill them all. Unfortunately, artillery was not the least of their worries. The moment the Hungarian army crossed into the 1,000-meter depth that was no man's land, Gatling guns fired them upon. Miraculously, Georgi remained entirely unharmed, despite the men behind him soaking up bullets like a sponge, and he continued to charge forward towards the German trenches. The man had a great hope in his eyes, because despite the losses he had suffered, he and his men could still overwhelm the border defenses, or so he thought. However, the moment he stepped foot into no man's land, he activated a land mine. Before he could even realize what had happened, the mine bounced into the air before exploding, sending 1,000 ball bearings in all directions and blowing the Hungarian nobleman apart. The projectiles practically saw the man's midsection in half as he died on the spot. When the German defenders saw this, they screamed in laughter, and hollered taunts at the Hungarian army, who foolishly rushed head first into a minefield. Now that the enemy had entered their trap, the Germans began to unleash fire from rifles and Gatling guns alike, cutting down those unfortunate enough to get in their sights. The death of the Hungarian commander came as a shock to the other members of his army. But they did not know what had killed him. They expected it to be another artillery strike. Thus they boldly rushed forward into the minefield, where every other step a poor unfortunate soul would have his life claimed by the terror buried beneath the surface. The amount of landmines that the German Empire manufactured over the past few years for the sake of establishing border security is unknown. But on the Eastern Front alone, it was expected to be in the millions. After all, they were relatively simple devices to manufacture, and German industrial output was massive. Before the Hungarian army could even reach the trenches, they were being blown apart left and right. If that wasn't bad enough, artillery still pounded those in the rear, while Gatling guns and single-shot bolt-action rifles continued to spray their bullets at them in an overwhelming fog of lead. It did not take long before the men of the Hungarian army were too afraid to continue their advance. But they were well within the range of artillery, and thus they were left with only one choice: press forward. However, was such a thing so easy? The infantry soon found themselves struggling to navigate their way through the labyrinth of barbed wire was erected across no man's land. To make matters worse, the Germans designed the barbed wire defenses in such a way as to lead the enemy army through the area where landmines lie. It was a complete and total massacre. The Germans continued to cheer as they ruthlessly fired upon the Hungarian infantry, who exploded every couple of steps. The sight of their comrades blowing to pieces in front of them had a significant effect on the minds of those who had gathered for this assault. One soldier, who was too petrified to move forward, simply knelt down and prayed to God for his safety. However, before he could finish the sign of the cross, a bullet struck through his bassinet and splattered his brains all over the place. Eventually, the Hungarian army lost their resolve to continue the fight press and retreated, but by then 3/4 of their army had been wiped out, and they were still stuck in a minefield. The moment they realized that by running backwards they would achieve the same result as charging forward, hundreds of men simply lied down and accepted their fates, not daring to move a muscle in fear that they might explode. The sheer hopelessness of the no man's land defeated the army before they could even reach the trenches. As for the Germans, they never got tired of firing their weapons, and continued to open fire on the enemy until the no man's land was nothing but a sea of corpses. The 5,000 men who defended this section of border did not even need the reinforcements they had called for the vast ocean of landmines had done their work for them. This would be a common sight in the German Catholic War. There was a reason Berenger was so ruthless with his border security. It was not to keep refugees and illegal immigrants out, but entire armies. Who would dare to walk through the no man's land that surrounded the fatherland? Only a fool or a madman would make such a desperate gamble. The death of Vasily Georgi, along with a fifth of the Hungarian army, would have dire consequences on the Eastern Front. However, perhaps the most important development that would come from this immense loss of life was the fact that the young girl Vasily Noemi had lost her father in this suicidal charge. When news of her father's death reached Noemi's ears, the girl would violate the Lindy's orders and approach Hans for comfort. After all, she needed her precious little brother to get over her grief. Chapter 772, Countermeasures Against the Threat in the West. Itami sat within the confines of her personal quarters. She wore nothing but a silk robe while her snow-white hair was glistening with water. For the 5th time in the past 48 hours, she had just come out of her personal hot spring. She was lucky to have such a luxury, as it helped her cope with the stress she was currently facing. After finding out that there was another reincarnator in the West whose name was Berenger von Kufstein, and that his empire was quite possibly as advanced as her own. Itami had been plagued with migraines, which was a common symptom when she was especially stressed. She did not know who this Berenger von Kufstein was, what his personality was like, or the extent of his ambitions. However, she could already guess that if the Reich was as advanced as her empire was, then they posed a significant threat not only to her rule but her very existence. Since such a powerful state existed on the other side of the world that could challenge her, she now had to speed up her plans to invade Korea, Hokkaido, and the Ryukyu Kingdom. After all, Germany had ample supplies of iron, something she was severely lacking in, which meant that they likely already had ironclad vessels, which she could not afford to construct right now. However, more importantly, Itami needed a proxy, someone she could empower to cause problems for this Kaiser's ambitions in the East. It was clear that he was sooner or later going to get involved in India, at least if the rumors were true. She doubted whoever this man was, that he was so kind-hearted as to protect an exiled emperor and his sister, without having some form of ulterior motive. Thus, Itami could conclude that Berenger was intending to overthrow the self-proclaimed Emperor Chandra Tamara, and replace him with a puppet in the Anangpur Empire. Most likely, the man had the plans to install this puppet as emperor of the entire Indian subcontinent. At the very least, that was what she would do if she were in his position. It was actually quite scary how accurately Itami could predict Berengar's exact plans, simply due to how similar their thought processes were. She knew nothing about Berenger or his mindset, but by simply preparing to fight an enemy that was as intelligent as she was, she had completely anticipated Berengar's plans for India, and thus planned to counteract them. The young empress quickly took out a map she had drawn, which included her approximation of the German Empire, and how she perceived it would look. Essentially, she drew an empire that was World War I Germany with the inclusion of World War I Austria. After all, Itami knew that some of their weapons were being manufactured within the city of Innsbruck, which was an Austrian city. While this wasn't entirely accurate, as Berengar's empire controlled the Baltic states, part of the lowlands, and Bohemia, it was enough to give her an idea of the natural resources that the Reich had at the moment. As Itami was in the middle of editing her map, a knock resounded on her door, before the Minister of Trade's voice appeared on the other end. "Itami-sama, I have important news to bring you from trade with the Anangpur Empire. Won't you open up?" Upon hearing about an area that was of particular interest to her, Itami rushed to the door and opened it, where she gazed upon the old man who helped foster trade between Japan and foreign nations. In his hands was a can of corned beef hash, which had a painting of the dish on its label. Though it was written in German, and therefore she couldn't understand its contents, Itami knew what corned beef hash looked like, and immediately grabbed hold of the can and stared at it with disbelief. This can of food was simple proof that not only had the German Empire begun canning food, but it had also been to the New World, otherwise where the hell would they get the potatoes for this dish? Itami stared in disbelief for several moments while the old man went on a winded story about how his merchants got their hands on the can. However, Itami didn't hear any of it. She only desired to know for certain if the dish contained potatoes. Thus, she immediately called out for her servants, ignoring her Minister of Trade completely. When one of her maids arrived, Itami quickly gave her an order. "Bring this to the kitchen and have them cook it for me. I desire to taste this dish as soon as possible." The maid could see the stern look in Itami's blood-red eyes, and quickly bowed her head before absconding to the kitchen where the canned meal was prepared for the young empress, and brought to her quarters. While she was waiting, she dismissed the minister. "I thank you for bringing this to my attention, but I need to study this item carefully. If you will wait until after I have eaten its contents, I will speak with you then." The old man bowed his head and agreed to Itami's request before leaving her alone. After a while, another servant brought the corned beef hash to her room, where she gazed upon the potatoes with disbelief. There was no doubting it. There were potatoes in this dish, still she tasted it just to make sure, and sure enough the familiar taste of potatoes entered her mouth. Itami was furious. Though she had plans for the New World, it would appear that someone had beaten her to it. If that was the case, then she could not underestimate just how much of an advantage this other reincarnator had over her. The New World was a treasure trove of untouched natural resources. If this Berenger von Kufstein had already established colonies there, it was simply impossible to guess how advanced his empire was. After all, the simple proof of how much further ahead Berenger was over her was the fact that he had factories capable of mass-producing canned food, and he was selling them abroad. She could not fathom how vast the man's food surplus must be by now. This news changed everything. It meant that Berengar's troops had much better rations than hers. Hell, it meant his people were much better fed than hers. This gave Germany's armies a tremendous advantage. Itami was beginning to feel another migraine creeping up on her as she thought of all of this. It was clear what she must do. She had to arm the Bengal Empire with sufficient weapons that could cause Germany some grief, and buy her some time. If the Bengal Empire united India before Berengar's puppet could, then he would have a hard time enforcing the claim that Daria had. However, Itami knew that matchlocks would have no effect on German troops, and thus if she wanted to empower the Bengals she would need to sell them her current issue weapons, which she did not have a problem with, as by the time she needed to enforce her influence over India, she would have much better weapons for her troops. Thus, in that moment, Itami decided it would be prudent to visit the Bengal Empire and negotiate an arms deal with the Bengal army. One that would change the political landscape of India forever. However, if she were going to do this, then she needed to be discreet. Itami needed to make sure the weapons could not be traced back to her. The worst possible scenario would be Germany finding out about her existence, and declaring war on her before she was ready. Because of this, she decided to manufacture a new line of weapons that were from a foreign design, and made use of the Devanagari script for its markings. After some consideration, Itami chose the 1881 Marlin rifle chambered in 4570 government. The reason for this weapon was because she honestly did not know what state of firepower the German army had access to, and because of this she desired a repeating rifle to be safe. However, since she could only manufacture black powder weapons at the moment, it made her repeating rifle options extremely limited. She also planned to rechamber the Gatling guns that were currently in production into the .4570 cartridge and sell those to the Bengal army, as well as introduce an 1873 Colt single-action army, chambered in .45 long Colt as a sidearm. As for the Armstrong guns her army currently used as artillery, they were a British design, and there was no way they could be linked back to Japan so long as she made sure the markings on these guns were in Devanagari. Thus, Itami spent another sleepless night as she prepared her countermeasures against Berenger von Kufstein and his German army. When German troops finally entered India, it would surprise them to see the level of firepower at the Bengal army's disposal. Or so Itami thought. The reality was that while Itami was investigating the German Empire, she had left behind traces of her existence. After all, trade between India and Japan was not supposed to be extensive during this time period. The more she interfered in the region, the more it would catch the interest of the Reich's Queen Spider, whose agents kept a watchful eye on the Anangpur Empire at all times. Chapter 773, Inventing the Two-Way Radio. While Berenger and his army may be at war, the scientists and engineers of the Reich were hard at work within the safety of the fatherland. Their job was to research new technologies and develop new methods to not only wage war but also to advance their civilization. Within the Research and Development Department of the Kufstein Royal Armory sat a young scientist who specialized in researching radio communications. For some time now this young man who went by the name of Reichard Banwertz had been working with his department to improve upon the radio telegraph that Berenger had invented, which was currently employed by the German government, and was the primary means of communication within the borders of the Reich. While the radio telegraph was a useful invention and helped relay information across the vast territory of the empire, it had several disadvantages. Among them was the length of time it took to convey information. Recently Reichard helped develop the portable radio telegraph, which was used in limited capacity among Jaegers and JAG commandos. However, this method of communication between units embedded in the field and the command HQs had proven troublesome. The lack of instant communication between Jaegers and HQ was becoming a problem in the field, specifically regarding artillery strikes and relaying intelligence. It took some time to type out the information necessary to report an enemy's position. Because of this, artillery was not as effective as it could be. Reichard sought to remedy this by devising a way to use verbal communication across radio waves. He had been hard at work on this project along with his friend and fellow researcher in his spare time, and together the two scientists made use of different technologies that were still being researched by other departments. However, after concluding his research into the portable radio telegraph, Reichard was now working full-time on this project. Today, the young scientist would finally have a breakthrough in his efforts. In order to create the two-way radio, Reichard had first needed to make use of telephones. Luckily for him, such technology was already being researched and developed by another department, at least in the form of wired communications, which, thanks to the way the Reich handled its research and development, all he needed to do was submit a request to that department, as well as a detailed reason on why he needed their research, and they were forced to hand it over to him. Berenger had established a system of research and development across his empire that put the collective goals of the Reich ahead of the individual rights of intellectual property. Because of this, all information was shared freely between any scientist employed by the Reich. Theoretically, if Reichard could prove a need for information from the chemistry department, then he could request access to their classified research and, assuming it was approved, the research would be in his hands within a few days. Which is exactly what he had done to receive the current battery technology that he made use of for this project. After much experimentation with radio communications, Reichard had stumbled upon the VHF FM spectrum, and had even created a prototype two-way radio which he was currently experimenting with. This was one of two prototypes that existed, with the other being in the hands of another researcher who sat in a different laboratory within the building. A two-way radio made use of an FM transmitter, receiver, and antenna. His current prototype was powered by a 5-volt nickel-cadmium battery, and made use of the VHF spectrum. After agreeing upon a single frequency to communicate with, Reichard pressed the push-to-talk button he had created and spoke into the microphone that lay on his experimental headset. Testing. Testing. 1, 2, 3. This is Reichard Banwertz. Can you hear me, Kurt? For several moments, there was nothing but static on the other end, which immediately caused Reichard to sigh in defeat. However, just when he was about to take off his headset and go back to the drawing board, he heard a familiar voice call out to him. I hear you loud and clear, Reichard. Congratulations. Your invention is a success. I don't mean to flatter you too much, but this technology of yours has the potential to change the world. Reichard could not contain his excitement, and immediately jumped out of his chair and pumped his fist in the air. After all his hard work, he finally had a working prototype. After taking a moment to calm himself, he sat back down and pressed the push-to-talk button once more. Understood. I look forward to working with you on perfecting this technology. After saying this, he sat back in his chair and exhaled heavily. The adrenaline in his veins did not allow his heart to calm itself. Instead, he was filled with energy as he thought about all the different practical uses for this technology. Instant communication among military units was just the beginning. He knew that the sky was the limit with radio communications. Of course, he did not understand just how many fields this technology could be applied to, but he had a strong desire to find out. After a few moments, his fellow researcher Kurt barged into the room. There was an excited smile on his face as he held 2 beers in his hands. He handed one off to Reichardt and clanked their bottles together before hugging the man. When the Kaiser learns of what we have done here today, you can bet your ass we are going to be rewarded for our efforts. I can imagine it now, a title of nobility, an order of merit perhaps. Our names will go down in history for this. Reichardt was equally excited. This project of his was something he and Kurt had been working on in their spare times until relatively recently. With the budget allocated to research and development, many scientists were allowed to pursue their intellectual curiosities freely, and with the sharing of research, many new inventions were popping up left and right. This was something Reichardt was thinking of when he remembered hearing details about another project in the material sciences department. After taking a sip from his beer, he quickly spoke about what he had heard to Kurt. I hear the boys in material science found out how to make a new metal. It's called aluminum, I think. Apparently, there's this mineral called bauxite that they found in New Swabia. Our scientists have found a way to process the bauxite into this so-called aluminum, which apparently has many applications. I'm telling you, it's the dawn of a new era, and none of this would have been possible without the Kaiser and his public education system. It's been 10 years, and now there's an entire generation of young minds nurtured in science and mathematics that the Kaiser has provided us with. It is truly amazing when you think about it. Kurt smiled when he heard about material science's exploits. However, he leaned in and whispered something to Reichardt, which immediately caused the man to feel like he was defeated in some way. Don't tell anyone about this. After all, it is so classified that I can't even get my hands on the research behind it. But from what I hear, engineering is developing a new flying device. They're calling it an airship. I don't know too many details, but you know how we have just started drilling for oil and natural gas, right? Well, apparently under the Kaiser's instruction, the boys in engineering have discovered a gas called helium which they intend to use as the lifting gas for these airships. Aside from that, I know nothing about the project. Upon hearing this, Reichardt was astonished. He could hardly believe his ears when he heard the word airship. The eternal dream of mankind, to fly in the air, would soon be a reality. The young scientist instantly shook his head as he took another sip of his beer and laughed. This immediately caused Kurt's brow to furrow as he questioned the man's sanity. What's so funny? Reichardt quickly motioned around him and commented on the state of the Reich. To think that 10 years ago our families were toiling in the fields with our bare hands, and now we will be sending men into the air? It's unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, there's literally only one man who we can thank for how far we have come in such a short period. As much as people revere the Kaiser, the overwhelming majority of them truly underestimate just how much he has done for us. If not for him, we would all still be a bunch of filthy peasants, breaking our backs in the mud without the slightest inclination about science and mathematics. Hell, I doubt we would even be able to read and write. No wonder the papacy and the foreign powers hate him so much. He single-handedly overthrew the balance of power. In a world without the Kaiser, the Pope would still be the most influential person in the West. Now he's nothing but the figurehead of an ancient and dying religion. Upon hearing this, Kurt chuckled before raising his beer in the air for a toast. To the Kaiser. Without him, we would be nothing. Reichardt smiled and repeated the toast before swallowing down the rest of his beer. After a brief celebration, the two men quickly got back to work, where they intended to expand upon their prototypes and make functioning devices for military and civil applications. Chapter 774. Invasion of the Lowlands. Lieutenant Hermann von Habsburg stood within the ranks of the 2nd Brigade of the 1st Corps of the Imperial German Army. The Imperial German Army operated under the modern concept of a brigade combat team, meaning that each brigade was capable of supporting itself in any conflict. After all, a unit of roughly 5,000 German soldiers could defeat most enemy forces in this world. A brigade combat team made use of 2 infantry battalions, a cavalry battalion, an artillery battalion, an engineering battalion, and a support battalion. Because of this organized structure, the 1st Corps of the Imperial German Army had dispatched its individual brigades across the lowlands to secure different objectives. Currently, the 2nd Brigade was passing through a small town on the borders of the Duchy of Burgundy. It had been years since Hermann's father, the infamous Count Lothar, was executed for his treasonous acts. Though he had never forgiven his elder sister Linda for betraying her family, the young man held no grudge against her husband, the current Kaiser of the German Empire. At first, Hermann despised Berenger and held him responsible for his father's fate. But as the years passed and Innsbruck became a major manufacturing city, the noble house of Habsburg-Innsbruck had risen to heights that Lothar would have never dreamt of. This caused the young man to view his brother-in-law in a different light. Linda was the 2nd Empress of the Reich, and Hermann's elder brother Lietbert was a wealthy businessman, who had made a fortune for himself presiding over Innsbruck and its massive industrial sector. With feudalism being a distant memory, Lietbert's direct control of the city vanished, but the Habsburg name still held monumental influence in the region. As for Hermann himself, He had gone through the route of military service. When the German Cadet Corps was established, he was among the first to enter its ranks. It was because of this he was given a head start in military leadership and found himself becoming a commissioned officer without needing to go through the academy. Currently, the young man, who was not even 20, was marching through the lowlands on his first military campaign. At the moment, the Duchy of Burgundy held control over a large chunk of the lowlands, which were populated mostly by ethnic Germans. Though Hermann had initially expected stiff resistance from the local population, reality was something else entirely. As Hermann marched through the border town, it surprised him to see that the people were not fearful of him or his fellow soldiers. They did not hide in their homes and wait for the army to pass, nor did the parents cover their children's eyes in fears that the sight of the enemy army might traumatize them. Instead, they gathered in the streets and greeted the German army as if they were liberators, come to save them from their primitive feudal existence. The town folk gathered and cheered as the German army continued to march on. Hermann could hardly believe his eyes. Weren't these people Catholic? Were they not supposed to be brainwashed into hating the Reich? Why were they so happy about this annexation? The truth was that although the people of this region were still officially Catholic, they had long since been influenced by German propaganda efforts. Since the unification of Germany a few years prior, the Kaiser had invested heavily into funneling propaganda into the lowlands. Though Berenger was the one to sign off on this propaganda mission, it was the brainchild of Adela who worked hard to see the people of the lowlands converted to the German Reformation in secret. The usual means of leaflets were useless among a population that could neither read nor write. Thus, agents of the Reich had infiltrated every town and city across the lowlands and spread word of the German Reformation and what life in the Reich was really like. By the time Berengar's troops invaded the region, the people were already willing to accept their annexation. The only things standing in the way of the Kaiser's will were the local lords and their garrisons, who refused to give up the wealth and power they possessed. However, there was only so much they could do when faced with the overwhelming will of the people they ruled over. There was also the fact that German artillery was so overwhelming they could bring down a castle's walls with a single barrage. With the armies of Burgundy still abroad, nobody was willing to lift a finger to save the power that the Burgundian noble houses still held in the land. A young girl who was in the middle of her teenage years held a basket of flowers in her hand, and was now handing them to the German soldiers who passed her by. Despite her kindness, not a single soldier had accepted her gift. After all, they were still wary of the locals because they had heard stories about false gestures like these leading to the deaths of soldiers in the Iberia theater. The girl was getting depressed after another soldier passed her by without even looking at her. When Hermann saw this, he sighed before stepping out of formation, where he stood in front of the girl. He wore a warm smile on his face as he opened up his hand and expressed his gratitude towards the girl. "Did you pick these yourself? They're lovely. Might I have one?" The girl instantly blushed when she saw the handsome young man accept her flower. She quickly recovered from her stupor and nodded her head in silence before handing Hermann a white flower, which he pinned to his tunic. With a smile on his face, Hermann thanked the girl for her kindness. "Thank you, I shall cherish this gift. Now if you will excuse me, I have to get back to formation." Once Hermann had accepted the flower, the other soldiers sighed in relief, knowing that it was not a trap. Since an officer had taken the initiative to accept the girl's gift, nobody would complain if the rest of them did as well, and because of that, every soldier who was on the far left of the formation would receive a flower until the girl ran out. It was not just this unit that had encountered a situation like this. All across the lowlands, the people greeted their German occupiers with open arms. Many of them believed it was only a matter of time until this day happened, and were patiently awaiting it. While the Reich had been rapidly modernized, to the point that even the poorest of its citizens lived better than the nobility of the neighboring realms, the lowlands were the one speck of German soil that was left out of the prosperity. Naturally, the people were aggrieved by this loss when they heard of how the German people east of the Rhine lived. Hermann was thinking about this as the 2nd Brigade came to a stop in the village. Their objective in coming here was to force the local lord to surrender, and recognize that his lands had been annexed by the German Empire. Naturally, while Hermann was interacting with the flower girl, the colonel in charge of the 2nd Brigade had sent a messenger to negotiate with the local lord. Like the barbarian that the feudal lord was, he reacted to the German demands, severed the head of the messenger before throwing it over the walls. The moment German blood was spilled on foreign soil, the gloves came off, and the artillery battalion quickly set up their guns outside the castle's walls. It was Hermann's job to shoo away the local townsfolk, so they did not get caught up in the conflict. He wore a friendly smile as he pushed the townsfolk away. "Return to your homes. Your lord has chosen death rather than submission. This will be over shortly. I promise you that if you return to your homes, this skirmish won't affect you." The townfolk nodded and accepted this condition. The German soldiers appeared to be treating them cordially, so much so that they were actually concerned about the safety of the locals. This was a kindness afforded by the Reich exclusively to ethnic Germans. Without incident, the townsfolk took shelter in their homes, though they shivered in fright when the explosive sound of the cannons roared in the air. A single barrage was all that was necessary to bring down the gatehouse, allowing the German soldiers to rush through with their bayonets affixed. Hermann had returned to the front lines and was at the head of the charge, as he aimed the sights of his G-22 rifle onto his first target and pulled the trigger without hesitation. A volley of rifle fire pelted the front lines of those foolish defenders who dared to block the path of German vengeance. After the enemy vanguard was annihilated in a single second, the remainder of the garrison cast their primitive weapons aside and allowed the Germans to advance into the castle unhindered. The Burgundian lord's men had given up on him before they could even attack the enemy. Before long, the foolish nobleman was dragged to his home and brought before the colonel, who simply smirked at the bastard as he drew his P-25 pistol from its holster and plugged a round in the man's skull. There was no need for such foolish nobility in the Reich. With this lord's execution, the German armies were quickly on the march once more. Though this town had been secured for the Reich, there were plenty of others that needed to be annexed. Thus, the 10 brigades of the First Corps were constantly on the move as they rapidly secured the lowlands and dethroned the Burgundian nobility who reigned over them. Chapter 775. Curse you, merciful Poseidon. Admiral Reitz Bettinger stood on the bow of his ironclad frigate. The rain was pouring heavily upon the Mediterranean Sea, and the German fleet was caught in the middle of a giant storm. However, the young admiral was unconcerned with the weather. Instead, he had a single goal in mind. Reitz was a man who was among the first members of the Austrian Navy, which over the years had since transformed into the Imperial German Navy, also referred to as the Kriegsmarine. He was considered a protégé by many and had trained under the tutelage of the previous Grand Admiral. While the heavens cried upon the seas, perhaps in an act of grief for what would soon occur, Reitz gazed through his binoculars into the distance, where saw his target rapidly approaching. The poor souls who would drown in the salty sea on this miserable day were the Crusaders who stood on board the Catholic Armada. Currently, Reitz's fleet is composed of merely 10 vessels. Yet these 10 ships were all ironclad frigates, and they had been lying in wait for days on the coast of Naples waiting to intercept the Crusaders who dared to land in southern Italy in an attempt to halt the Kaiser's advance into Rome. Reitz simply stood in the downpour of rain as he patiently watched the enemy ships enter into his firing line. The moment the Catholic Armada crossed a distance of 13 kilometers, he gave the command to initiate the attack. Hard to starboard. With this said and a spin of the wheel, the German fleet rapidly transitioned so that their vessels were facing the enemy with their broadside guns. The next generation of vessels, which were currently being developed by the German shipyards in Trieste, Malta, and the Baltic, would soon replace this primitive system of mounting guns on ships. However, for now, the broadside method was the best option the Kriegsmarine had available to it. After swinging the ships so their sides could face the enemy, the order to open fire was given. In that moment, 220 cannons fired in unison towards the direction of the Catholic Armada. The poor souls on board that Catholic ship could only gaze in horror as the high explosive shells barreled down towards them from the sky. However, their misery did not last long. Once the shells impacted, the explosive force ripped apart the entire vessel, claiming the lives of everyone on board. Reitz gazed through his binocular and smiled after hearing the detonation. He stood silently as he witnessed the fiery blaze of the enemy vessels as it consumed the lives of all who manned them. After the first line of Catholic ships were blasted apart, the remainder split into a loose formation, hoping that the Germans would have a harder time hitting them. The ships used by the Germans were hardly modern vessels. They were completely lacking in computers and targeting arrays. Each gun had to be loaded and aimed by a crew. This meant there was a much larger margin of error when the shells were fired towards the enemy. However, was survival so easy? While plenty of shells missed their mark, the Germans had an overwhelming number of cannons to fire. They could reload each gun and fire again after a mere 2 seconds. With this overwhelming barrage of explosive fire, the Catholic ships were picked off one by one, regardless of their loose formation. The shells who missed their targets sank into the Mediterranean and exploded within its depths. The sheer loss of marine life from these attacks was incalculable. However, the Germans did not care, and fired as many shells as they could at the enemy vessels, which desperately struggled to get past the German fleet and make their way to the southern Italian shores. The guns on board the frigates continued to load and fire in a stream of barges that lit the Mediterranean ablaze, or so it would appear from the shoreline, because it quickly engulfed hundreds of vessels in flames and sent them to the depths of the sea. Despite the furious onslaught, there was only so much that the 10 German vessels could do. After all, the enemy ships numbered in the hundreds, and despite the overwhelming amount of rifled breech-loading cannons that the Germans possessed, they simply could not sink every vessel. Thus, a sizable percentage of the ships passed by the German fleet, sighing in relief as they foolishly believed the battle was over. On board the vessel which belonged to King Andrei Jagiellon, The Polish monarch immediately cried out blasphemy as he sighed in relief. He truly believed the worst was behind him, and he would soon be safe on the beach, far away from the German fleet. "Oh, merciful Poseidon, thank you for sparing this wayward mariner." A nearby crusader immediately looked at the Polish king with a sense of disdain, forcing the man to defend himself. "What? It was a joke." The crusader merely scoffed. He was about to chew out Andrei when the sound of thunder crackled in the air. The two men practically soiled themselves when they realized the German fleet had just destroyed the vessel nearest to them. The Polish king could only curse out to the sky for its lack of mercy. "Curse you, merciful Poseidon." While the Catholic fleet may have passed through the broadside guns on the right side of the German vessels, they had unknowingly sailed into the range of the other half of the German fleet's firepower, where the German sailors ruthlessly opened fire on the Catholic forces who continued to press on towards the Italian shore. King Andrei Jagiellon could hardly believe his sight as shells landed left and right. With every barrage, at least one Catholic ship was shredded apart by the explosive blast. While the men on board the surviving vessels turned pale with fright. They simply did not have the means to stop the German attack. One by one, the remaining Catholic vessels were blasted apart, until finally only a dozen ships remained. However, they had successfully gone beyond the range of the German guns, and thus they had finally made it to safety. Andrei immediately fell to his knees as his ship hit the shore. The Catholics were so fearful of the German pursuit that they completely beached their vessels, not willing to take the time necessary to properly anchor them in the bay. Out of the hundreds of ships that the Crusaders had embarked towards Italy upon, roughly a dozen survived. Andrei was not the only one whose stomach was unsettled. Plenty of men dived onto the beach, where they hurled up the contents of their stomach onto its sandy shores. They could hardly believe they had survived the German attack. If the German Navy had such a monumental advantage, just what would they be facing when they finally met the German army in the field? After all, the Germans were most well known for their land warfare capabilities. If they had advanced so far ahead of the rest of the world with their navy, then it was simply unimaginable the ability that the German army had. Upon thinking about this dread, Andrei realized that there was simply no hope of victory, and because of that, he intended to take what little remained of his army, and go back to Poland where he planned to be a good and obedient king towards his German neighbors. He could not help but voice the thoughts in his head. "I surrender. You hear me, Berenger. Poland surrenders." The Polish knights and men-at-arms stiffened in their spots when they saw how defeated their king was. Hundreds of thousands of Polish men had embarked on the crusade to the Holy Land, under the orders of their king. Why would they do such a thing? Because they were promised vengeance against Germany after the Byzantines were defeated. Now, maybe 1,000 of those men stood upon this shore. As for the rest of his army, they were either buried in the desert, drowned in the Mediterranean, or scattered to the winds, with no hopes of returning home. However, before King Andrei Jagiellon had any chance of returning home, his throat was slit from behind by a dagger. The icy gaze of the Duke of Burgundy penetrated the souls of the Polish soldiers as he stood fearlessly surrounded by his knights while spitting upon the corpse of the man he had just killed. "Fucking traitor. Any man here who even thinks of surrendering, after everything we have lost, will suffer the same fate as this fool. I don't care about your rank and title. Today we all stand together and march north to defeat the German army, or die trying. We cannot allow the Holy See to be sacked by these barbarians." The various forces of the other realms quickly surrounded the Polish knights and men-at-arms. They had no chance of avenging their king, and ultimately they were compelled under threat of death to march against the German army. Chapter 776. Meeting with the Bengal Emperor Part L. Itami kneeled on a cushion within the interior of her largest warship. Her long snow-white hair flowed behind her back and was styled elegantly. For the sake of this meeting, she had dressed in a blood-red silk sari. As a woman, she enjoyed dressing up for special occasions, especially diplomatic visits, where she often wore the fashion of the culture she was negotiating with. On a normal day, the young empress would simply tie back her hair into a ponytail and dress in men's clothing. If she was being honest with herself, she simply preferred the practicality of the clothing that the opposite sex wore. It was because of this utilitarian taste that many of the men under her command considered her beauty to be lacking. It was not that Itami wasn't beautiful when she put no effort into her looks, it was simply that men found her cross-dressing and her lack of cosmetics to be undesirable. After introducing modern makeup to the Japanese Empire, the women of Japan had reached a new level of attractiveness. Thus, when compared to other pretty women in Japan who always wore makeup and kimonos, she was commonly seen as a second-rate beauty. However, on the rare occasion that Itami actually put effort into her appearance, she rapidly transformed into the most gorgeous woman in the room. That beauty was once more on full display as she waited patiently for her ship to reach the shores of the Bengal Empire. After all, Itami had found that having a pretty face always led to her negations ending in her favor. In her experience, men were foolish creatures who at the first sight of a pretty face and a nice pair of tits would make any sacrifice just for a chance to sleep with the woman they belonged to. Luckily for Atami, she was blessed with both assets, making negotiations with foreign rulers an easy endeavor. Though Atami would never go so far as to seduce a man in order to accomplish her goals, she knew that simply by looking pretty and acting friendly, most men would instantly become putty in her hands. After all, what guy didn't like being treated well by a foreign beauty? Well, any man except for one. It was while she was thinking about how she would manipulate the Bengal emperor into becoming her puppet that she thought about all the chances she tried to get Julian to notice her in her past life. She honestly never knew if the man was gay, dense, or simply a lolicon. Scratch that, she knew Julian wasn't gay because she had seen his browsing history while he wasn't paying attention, and whatever pornography he was watching in his spare time always included a woman. When a man lives alone, he doesn't concern himself with using incognito mode or clearing his browser history. That was a lesson she had learned from Julian. While Atami was thinking about the past, her ship pulled into the docks of the Bengal Empire's largest port city. In this world, Islam had never spread to India or Eastern Asia. As a result, Hinduism and Buddhism were the two most practiced religions on the Indian subcontinent. When Atami stepped off her vessel and into the city, a man dressed in lavish silk trappings greeted her. He was young, roughly Atami's age, perhaps a year or two older, and was exceptionally handsome, at least by the local standards. He had relatively light skin, dark eyes, and jet black hair which flowed down to his shoulders like a river of ink. This man was the Bengal emperor who had recently ascended to the throne after his father died of a heart attack. He took one look at the Japanese empress and immediately fell head over heels in love with her. He quickly approached the woman and opened his arms in a shameless attempt to get a hug. Empress Atami, it is my greatest pleasure to welcome you to my empire. I see the rumors about your beauty were true. I must say I have never seen such a fine woman in my life before now. Atami's interpreter translated the man's words, causing the young empress to force a smile on her cherry lips as she accepted the compliment but refused the man's hug, instead speaking to him as if he were her peer. Emperor Asha Sarkar, I must thank you in advance for your hospitality. As promised, I have brought the goods. Shall we conduct business over lunch? After all, I am dying to taste some of the local cuisine. The man did not let the fact that Atami kept him at a distance ruin his mood. The fact that she was willing to dine with him so soon after meeting for the first time was a good sign in his eyes. In reality, Atami was simply sick of sea rations and instead wanted to eat something fresh. It helped that she enjoyed Indian food in her past life. Though how many of those distinctive dishes existed in this period, she did not know. The two of them walked forward with their guards while Atami's marines secured the items on board the ship. She would not hand over the goods for inspection until they could come to an agreement on the terms of their sale. If Atami was being honest with herself, she was less concerned about making a profit and more interested in turning the Bengal army into her proxy against the German Empire in the west. Asha led Atami into the palace where his servants were quick to prepare the meal. Instead of a local delicacy like Atami was expecting, she instead saw a bowl filled with canned soup imported from the German Empire. Her disappointment was unfathomable as she expressed her discontent with the dish. This is what you choose to serve to your guests? Asha had already eaten a spoonful of the canned soup with a satisfied smile on his face. When Atami called him out on his actions, he was stunned. In the lands outside the Reich, they considered canned food a delicacy that only the nobility could obtain. In fact, even in India, the prestige of German goods had become a status symbol. He could not believe his guest was unhappy with such an expensive meal. Naturally, Atami was from the 21st century, or at least a reincarnation of such an individual, and because of this, the idea of eating canned food for a diplomatic visit was not only laughable but outright offensive. In her eyes, canned food was something you ate when you were either too lazy to prepare a proper meal, had no skills in cooking whatsoever, or were so poor it was the only thing you could afford. It was definitely not something the wealthy elite dined upon. Asha gazed upon Atami's stupefied expression and quickly asked if it was not to her liking. He realized the woman may not have contact with Germany since her empire was so far away, and believed that the concept of canned food was simply alien to her. This soup is made in a foreign land to the far west. It is superb quality and easy to make. Here in the Bengal Empire, we can only get our hands on a limited supply of the stuff, so naturally it has become a popular item among the nobility. Is it not to your liking? It took Atami a moment to process the idea that this foreign reincarnator had so much influence on this world that foreign countries treated his canned food, which he undoubtedly used to feed the poor in his country and as rations for his army, as a supreme delicacy. She could not help but press her forehead into her palm and sigh before cursing Berengar's name in her native tongue. Naturally, the Bengal emperor couldn't understand her, and because of this, Atami used the translator to change her words from a curse to a question. I don't mean to offend, but do you mind serving me some fresh food? This just seems so unappealing to me for some reason. The Bengal emperor realized he must have somehow offended the foreign beauty and was quick to yell at his servants to prepare the woman a local delicacy. Upon smelling some proper food being cooked up, Atami once more smiled before immediately questioning the man about what he knew regarding the German Empire and its Kaiser. What do you know of this Berenger von Kufstein? I have heard rumors about him, but what I have learned is limited. Since you are clearly engaging in trade with the man, surely you can enlighten me on his personality? Naturally, after Berenger had announced to the world that the exiled Anangpur Empire and his sister were under his protection, the various powers of the Indian subcontinent began to search for information regarding the Kaiser and his capabilities. With the opening of the Kaiser's Pass, trade had flourished among Germany and India, and because of this, the various Indian states learned quite a bit about life in the Reich. Needless to say, they were shocked when they heard the rumors regarding the fatherland. Thus, Asha was quick to speak about what he had learned. The Bengal Emperor's next words would unwittingly have a major impact on this world's future. One caused simply because of his desire to sleep with Atami. Chapter 777, Meeting with the Bengal Emperor Part LL. The Bengal Emperor cleared his throat before answering Atami's question. While he spoke, he deliberately planned to leave out the good things he had heard about Berenger. Why would he do this? Because he could tell that Atami was very interested in the Kaiser, so much so that should she hear the better aspects of his character, she might become infatuated with him. After all, Asha had heard the rumors that Atami was after a man capable of defeating her in battle, and if anyone in the world could achieve that, it was surely Berenger. The last thing he needed in his attempts to woo the woman was her falling for another man. Thus, with a grim expression on his face, he prefaced his long-winded rant about the Kaiser with a disclaimer, just in case anything he said turned out to be false later. While it is true that I have begun to open trade with the Reich, especially after they blacklisted the Anangpur Empire as a major trading partner, it simply hasn't been long since the Germans opened the Kaiser's Pass, and so what I know is mostly hearsay. Before the man could continue, Atami was quick to question him about what he meant by this statement. Wait a second, what is this Kaiser's Pass? Asha looked at Atami with a bit of a shock in his eyes. The opening of the Kaiser's Pass was an enormous deal to India, and he expected the fabled war goddess of Japan to already know about it. He quickly explained in great detail what the canal was before continuing his attempts to warp Atami's perspective about Berenger. The Kaiser's Pass is the name for a giant canal recently built in the land known as Egypt. It allows for trade between the east and west via the sea. Because of this, German shipping has recently made its way to the Indian subcontinent and vice versa. However, it was only finished recently, and because of that, my knowledge of this empire in the west is limited. Atami was stunned when she heard this. Just how did Berenger manage to build the Suez Canal in 1426 AD? There was no mistaking it. If Germany was capable of doing such a thing, then they likely had surpassed her country's level of technology by several decades. This naturally only made her more interested in the man responsible for the construction of the Kaiser's Pass. Thus, she quickly inquired about him. I understand. So what were you saying about the Kaiser before I interrupted you? Asha took a sip from his tea before regaining his previous train of thought. After doing so, he was quick to inform the Japanese beauty about everything negative he had heard about Berenger. What I can tell you about the Kaiser is that the neighbors of the German Empire consider the man to be a bloodthirsty tyrant, a warmonger, and a heretic who has risen to his position through a series of bloody campaigns and political assassinations that have caused endless suffering and death. They are quick to speak of the man's disregard for human life and his willingness to butcher entire cities if it means achieving victory in warfare. Apparently, he has mastered the use of terror as a weapon, using it to force those who rebel against his reign into submission. I have heard that the Kaiser treats his allies as slaves and has even gone so far as to place one of his sons on the throne of an allied kingdom, effectively turning it into his puppet. There are other rumors about the Kaiser that I have heard but can't verify. Supposedly, he has legalized polygamy in his country and has taken 4 heavenly beauties as his wives who tend to his every need. Rumor has it he has over a dozen children with them. He has also allegedly forced his own younger sister to be his concubine and has compelled the girl to carry his child. She is apparently every bit as beautiful as his wives. Atami could not help but drop her jaw when she heard all of this. Her immediate view of Berenger had gone from a potential threat to a global menace. His blatant disregard for human life was definitely not in line with 21st century moral values. Was he from a more distant future than herself where human rights meant nothing? Or perhaps he was from an earlier point in history with a similar set of values, like the Second World War? That would explain his lack of care towards collateral damage in the pursuit of victory. Whoever this man was, he clearly was a bloodthirsty psychopath who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. However, what bothered Atami the most about this shadowy rival of her was the part about him having 4 beautiful wives and a concubine. How could this bastard have 5 gorgeous women by his side when she herself couldn't even find one capable man to marry? 5 women? Seriously? It was just too cruel. There was also the part about Berenger forcing his sister to be his concubine. That was simply disgusting. Though incest may be a common trope in things like anime and light novels, the idea that this man would actually go through with it in this world while most likely fully being aware of the genetic problems inbreeding causes was truly despicable. She had never had as much contempt for a man as she did right now. The only way that Atami could even rationalize how such a bastard could get away with such madness was the prospect that he must be extremely handsome. After all, in her past life, she had witnessed plenty of women reject their dignity for the sake of being with a handsome and successful man. Asha could tell that this news about Berenger troubled Atami and that his personality disgusted her. It was a good thing he had not mentioned how the German people viewed their Kaiser. because from what limited contact his people had with the Germans, all evidence pointed to them practically worshipping the man. Not only as the father of their nation, but as the man responsible for their way of life. He was practically a living god by the standards of the German people. The Bengal emperor decided now would be a good time to make his move, and he quickly reached his hand out to comfort the beautiful Japanese empress who was sitting across from him. Do not fret. The Germans are on the other side of the world. It is not like they will come to Asia to look for trouble. Itami had barely noticed that the man had grabbed onto her hand or even heard what he said. She was deeply distressed about everything she had heard regarding Berengar's character. If what Asha said was true, then she knew with certainty the Reich would eventually send their forces into the eastern part of the world for one reason or another, and when the Kaiser found out there was another reincarnator, he would stop at nothing until that threat was entirely neutralized. Because of this, Itami was more determined than ever to make trouble for Berenger in India. If she could buy enough time, she might be able to catch up to him in terms of military technology. Then she could defeat him. Or so she believed. After coming back to reality, Itami saw that the man sitting across from her was shamelessly holding her hand with a suave grin on his face. She immediately reacted in disgust and withdrew her dainty hand from the man's grip before condemning him for his actions. I don't remember giving you permission to touch me. We are not so close that you can do such a thing. Because you have given me such valuable information free of charge, I will forget this little mishap of yours ever happened. But try to touch me again and I will have your hands removed. Asha's brow twitched when he heard this. What was wrong with this woman? She was in the middle of his palace and she dared to threaten him? He had heard rumors that Itami had a seriously cold personality towards the opposite sex, but he had never realized that the woman was this rude. Despite her harsh reaction, he could only lower his head and apologize. To win this woman's heart, he would need to play the long game. After all, the price for his patience would definitely be worth the effort. I apologize if I offended you, Your Highness. I only sought to comfort you since you appeared so distressed. I swear on all the gods of my ancestors that I will not touch you without your permission ever again. Itami merely glared at the man. She knew his type. She had met plenty of men like him in both her lives. He only cared about one thing, getting into her pants, and like hell she would ever allow that to happen. It was a good thing that at this moment the servants arrived with the food they had prepared for their esteemed guest. Itami said a quick prayer to the gods of her homeland before taking a bite. As for what came next, she would have to negotiate with this perverted emperor about the sale of weapons and munitions to his army while still avoiding his attempts to sleep with her. Chapter 778, The March to Rome. Berenger stood at the border of the Kingdom of Lombardy and the Kingdom of Naples. He stared through his monocular across the defenses that Lombardy had established and gazed upon the army of Naples, who sat frigidly in their fortifications, too afraid of the German army that had amassed beyond their borders to bother showing their faces. While the Kingdom of Naples stood alone in its war against the German army after losing their reinforcements in the Mediterranean, a union of 4 armies had formed on the opposite side of the border with a single purpose in mind: to bring an end to the tyranny of the papacy. 2 divisions of Byzantine soldiers under the command of Palladius' protege stood by Berengar's side. Alongside the Byzantines was the army of Alandalis, who Adelbrand had dispatched a division from the Iberian Peninsula to the Lombardic border to do its part in the war against the papacy. Finally, the Kingdom of Lombardy had a division of its own army standing alongside German troops as they prepared to end this conflict once and for all. This war had progressed in Berengar's favor rapidly. This was to be expected considering the overwhelming superiority of the German army. While the Kaiser was marching to the Lombardic border, he had heard reports over the telegraph of the victory his forces had gained in the east. In the desert wastelands of Egypt, the Reichsguard had utterly annihilated the English army and the Order of the Red Dragon. However, that wasn't the only significant victory for the Germans had achieved on the Eastern Front. On the border of the Kingdom of Hungary, the Hungarian king had foolishly marched his forces upon the German borders. In under an hour, half of his army was wiped out by the German border guard and forced to retreat back into their realm, awaiting reinforcements from the Holy Land. In the lowlands, the local population greeted the soldiers of the Reich with open arms while the Germans made an example out of the rebellious nobility. After their first loss in the campaign came in the form of an executed messenger, the general in charge of the theater decided to afford no quarter to the Burgundian nobility and had ordered the execution of all major noble houses. However, the good news did not end there. The Fifth Fleet, who was normally stationed in Malta, had intercepted the Crusader Armada and sent 100,000 men to the depths of the Mediterranean. With this, the reinforcements that were supposed to protect Rome were annihilated before Germany and its allies could even march on the city. With the Catholic ship sunk to the bottom of the Mediterranean, those crusaders who were still stuck in the Holy Land had no means to return home. Because of that, it forced the newly established Kingdom of Jerusalem to provide for hundreds of thousands of refugees. Something they simply could not do. By the end of the conflict, the crusaders stuck in the Holy Land would either disband and become a problem for the neighboring kingdoms in the form of brigands, or they would simply starve to death. Perhaps a select few of their most elite warriors might be selected to stay and operate as members of Jerusalem's army. The Catholic world had emptied their fields to provide the number of soldiers to embark on its foolish crusades. Now a large percentage of them lie dead, with the rest either stranded or acting as defenders to what little land remained for Germany to conquer. Just as quickly as the war had started, so too was it coming to an end. Undoubtedly, the fact that the Catholic world lost its peasant class in this conflict would seriously affect their ability to produce food for their population. The aftermath of this war would find the Catholic kings wholly dependent on trade with Germany to survive. Their economies would be in shambles, and it would take them decades, if not centuries, to recover their ability to stand on their own. Berenger had been preparing for this war for years, and he almost felt ashamed that it was going to be over so soon. However, there was nothing he could do to change that, unless he decided to take an entirely defensive position and wait for the enemy to march on his borders. However, such an action would be foolish, and after everything the enemy had witnessed in the Eastern Front, he doubted they would continue their attempts to invade the fatherland. There was only so much the Crusaders could do while armed with matchlock rifles and muzzle-loading cannons. Germany had the power of long-range artillery and machine guns in its hands. With these weapons, a few thousand men could defend a section of the border against an army 10 times its size. Berengar's plan now was to take Rome, after which he would march his armies across southern Italy and unite it with its northern half. After seizing all of Italy and bestowing it upon his puppet, Bruno, the Kaiser would march his armies into Poland and Hungary, where he would execute their monarchs and put a puppet on their thrones. Luckily for Berenger, the Duke of Burgundy had already removed the Polish king for him. All he needed to do was march into Warsaw and take Natalius' brother as a ward, where he would teach the boy to be the perfect puppet for the von Kufstein dynasty. As for Hungary, Berenger had already formulated a plan long ago. Though Linda nearly ruined his schemes, he was certain that he could execute the Hungarian king and place Noemi's elder brother on the throne. The young man had proven himself to be a friend of the Reich and would be easy to convince to act as a puppet for the Kaiser. The Reich would annex the German-speaking lands of the Duchy of Burgundy, such as the lowlands, while the rest of the realm would remain independent and become a valuable tool in the Balkanization of France. Through gunboat diplomacy, Berenger intended to compel a successor of his choice to replace the King of England. Though he did not want to invade the British Isles himself, the threat of his naval guns obliterating London would be more than enough to force the English to bend to his will. Thus, after reflecting on all of this, Berenger sighed as he stood next to the King of Lombardy. Both men were prepared to march into Rome and end this conflict. After a few moments of silence, Berenger spoke the thoughts on his mind as he put away his monocular. "Bruno, my old friend, it is time for us to end this conflict with the Catholic Church once and for all." The King of Lombardy nodded his head in agreement with Berengar's words. The Kingdom of Lombardy had been a tributary state to the Germans since Berenger first gained independence for Austria. As Germany rose to greater heights, so too did its client states. If the King of Lombardy was being honest, the Kaiser's plans for a Pax Germania would see Europe as a whole advance far beyond the rest of the world, and he was looking forward to it. Thus, it was not surprising when he voiced his agreement with Berengar's plans. "Agreed, for too long I have had to live in fear of the Catholic forces invading beyond my southern border. Today we not only put an end to the conflict between your empire and the Catholic Church, but we also unite Italy under a single banner, forever destroying the hold the papacy has over Europe." Berenger smiled as he heard this before patting the man on the shoulder. After doing that, he gave his orders to all the soldiers beneath his command. "Open fire on the enemy's border defenses. I want these bastards buried alive in their stone keeps." The march to Rome had begun. Thus, the German artillery quickly loaded their weapons and fired on the stone forts that the southern Italians had constructed. Explosions rocked the forts, and their foundations began to crumble. Still, the forts were large, and it would take more than a few shells to bring them down. The Italian defenders panicked as the German artillery shook the structures they hid within. They did not even know how far away the German army and their allies were. It did not matter, because there was no hope for their survival. The best they could do was run out of their keeps and wave the white flag, hoping their enemies would be merciful. Those stubborn individuals who would not kneel before the heretics of the north had stayed in their keeps, and after a few barrages were buried by the walls when they came crumbling down. The overwhelming power of German artillery crushed the strong stone fortresses that the Kingdom of Naples had spent years building along their border in a matter of minutes. With the border defenses destroyed, the artillery quickly ejected their spent shells and hitched their field guns to the horses who dragged them forward into the borders of the Kingdom of Naples. Rome was not far from the border, and soon the union of four armies would be at the heart of the Catholic Church. Chapter 779, Reconnaissance in the Indian Subcontinent. The meal between Itami and Asha continued. However, there was a brief intermittence where Itami took a quick restroom break. After taking care of business, she took the opportunity to meet with one of her guards and gave him orders to investigate the claims that the Bengal Emperor had made about Berenger von Kufstein. Though she was frightened by the news she had heard, she would not wholly believe it until her own intelligence network could confirm the information she had received. While the Bengal Emperor had spoken ill of Berenger and greatly exaggerated the man's more sinister characteristics, most of what he spoke had some truth to it, especially from the perspective of Germany's neighbors. Of course, Itami did not know that by dispatching her men to gain information from the locals about their trade with the strange empire to the west, that she would catch the eye of Lindy's agents who were embedded in the region. In the marketplace of the port city, a German merchant operating a stall was selling his wares to the locals. He immediately noticed the strange appearance of the Japanese soldiers who wore semi-modern style uniforms and carried what appeared to be bolt-action rifles. These men were going about asking the locals about information regarding the German Empire, which also caught his attention. Whoever these foreigners were, they were interested in the Reich for one reason or another. Because of this, the merchant felt it was his duty to warn the fatherland and quickly typed away on the telegraph key which sat beneath his table. Within the stall was a hidden telegraph. All he needed to do was reach under the tablecloth and type on the key to send a message to a nearby Dominion-class merchant ship anchored in the Bay of Bengal, which was, in reality, a German reconnaissance ship. From there, the far more powerful telegraph stationed on board the vessel would relay the message back to the fatherland. It took only a few moments for words from agents in the field to reach the headquarters of Imperial Intelligence located in Kufstein. After the agent's report of strange men from the Far East wielding modern weapons and disembarking from steam-powered vessels was relayed back to headquarters. It quickly ended up in the hands of the deputy director, who was currently smoking a cigarette in her office. When her aide rushed into the room and handed her the information, she stared at it blankly, dropping the cigarette from her fingers as she did so. This information was like a bombshell, and she did not instantly believe it. Once Hema regained her composure, she stared sternly at the aide before questioning the legitimacy of this message. Is this some sort of joke? Is one of our agents playing a prank on me? What the hell is this nonsense? The aide could tell the woman was frustrated and quickly shook her head as she asserted that what had been relayed was reality. It's a priority message from Rudolph. He is one of our agents in the Bengal Empire, conducting reconnaissance as we speak. I went through all the procedures to confirm the information, and the other agents in the region corroborate Rudolph's message. There is a powerful nation from the Far East who is trading with the Bengal Empire and looking for information regarding the Reich. Upon hearing this, Hema picked up her cigarette from the table it had fallen upon and took a long drag. There was utter silence for a few moments before she finished the entire stick in one go. After putting the cigarette out in her ashtray, the deputy director stood up from her seat and said one sentence before walking out the door. Clear my schedule for the day. It would take an idiot to fail to realize where Hema was going. There was only one person to report this information to, especially since Berenger was currently in the field. Because of that, the aide swallowed the words she was about to speak and quickly did as she was instructed. Hema walked over to the palace where Linda was currently looking after her many children. The woman did not work as often in intelligence as she used to and spent most of her time with her family. She was playing with her youngest son Joseph, who was still an infant when Hema walked through the door unannounced. By the look on the young woman's face, Linda could tell something serious had happened, and she quickly picked up her youngest son and spoke to him before placing him in the crib. Sorry, Joseph, but mommy has work to do. I will be back in a bit to feed you. Just be a good boy and wait patiently for my return. The child was too young to speak and merely smiled as it made an unintelligible sound, which Linda then kissed him on the forehead before laying him down in the crib. The moment she turned around and faced Hema, her warm appearance faded and was instead replaced with an icy demeanor. Hema wanted to speak up, but the red-headed beauty raised her finger to silence her before walking out the door. Linda did not want her youngest child influenced by matters of state when he was so young and quickly walked to Berengar's office, where she sat down in his seat. She did not say a word until Hema had closed the door behind them. When Linda finally spoke, she was in a foul mood. This better be important. Hema could tell Linda was furious and merely bowed her head before handing over the message she had received from her agents in the Bengal Empire. I'm sorry for the intrusion, ma'am, but this is urgent. Linda looked over the message and was immediately stunned in silence. She knew better than anybody what this message meant. After all, she was familiar with Berengar's background and how he came up with all the designs he had implemented across the Reich. For a steam-powered vessel to appear on the other side of the world, as well as soldiers armed with weapons similar to the Reich's capabilities, meant only one thing. There was another reincarnator in this world. This would explain why they were looking for information on the Reich. The power behind the throne of this foreign nation must have heard rumors about Berenger and the power of his empire. It took the woman a few moments to react to this news, but in the end, she swiftly came up with a plan of action to respond to this event. This is troublesome. As of this moment, the Indian subcontinent has become an area of priority. I want you to immediately dispatch more agents to the region and for our men and women already there to gather information about the strange power who built this ship while conducting counterintelligence operations towards this foreign power's agents. Under no circumstances can these foreigners learn about the current capabilities of the Reich. While you're at it, I want you to find out why they are in the Bengal Empire. If they seek to expand their influence into the region, it will become an enormous problem for us. Hema silently nodded her head. She had no further suggestions, so she knew it was better to remain silent. Linda could only sigh heavily in defeat. She had desired to use the Pax Germania that Berenger established after this war with the Catholic world to force the man to take more time off so that he could spend it with his family. However, at this moment, Linda realized that the Reich was just about to enter a massive arms race with whoever the foreign power behind the steam-powered vessel was. For that, Berenger would need to spend as much time as possible advancing the capabilities of the Reich and its global empire. After a few moments of pouting, she realized Hema was still there, waiting to be dismissed, and thus she glared at the woman before yelling at her. "What are you waiting for?" "Dismissed." Hema felt shivers down her spine before she scampered off back to the headquarters of Imperial Intelligence. Luckily, they had just entered a new era of trade with the Indian subcontinent, and because of that, it would not be suspicious at all if the flow of Germans into the region increased suddenly. Thus, Germany could embed many more agents into the area with no one batting an eye. As for Linda, she would wait until after this war with the Catholic world was over before informing Berenger of what she had just learned. She needed him to be fully committed to annihilating the papacy and installing puppets on the thrones of the European kingdoms. If he knew about this foreign reincarnator who threatened his power, he might become paranoid and do something reckless to end the war even quicker. All of this had occurred while Itami was eating lunch with the Bengal Emperor without her even being aware of it happening. Had she known her brief visit to the Bengal Empire would expose her identity and location to Berenger, she would never have made the journey. Chapter 780, Meeting with the Bengal Emperor Part LLL. Itami sat across from the Bengal Emperor. The two monarchs were in the middle of a heated negotiation regarding the trade of arms. The Japanese Empress' goal was to turn the Bengal Empire into her puppet. After all, if she could convince them to buy her weapons, then they would be entirely reliant on Japan for resupply of both arms and munitions. Asha was unaware of Itami's intentions and was more concerned with finding a way to make the woman his own. He listened to her tale and in truth planned to buy her weapons from the moment her first laid eyes on her. After all, he had plenty of wealth lying around, and if it meant earning the Eastern Bowtie's favor, then he wouldn't mind tossing her a few £1,000s of gold and silver. Itami spoke with a confident smirk on her pretty face as she outlined her proposal to the man in great detail. She used her attractive appearance to ensnare the man's attention as she voiced every word in an overly friendly tone. "I promise you, Asha, that with my weapons, your armies will be unstoppable in the field of battle. Your armies can march across the territory of your rivals with impunity. Nobody in the Indian subcontinent will be able to halt your advance. It might take some time, but within a few years, you will be the first man to rule over a united India. I'm talking about firearms that are not only capable of multiple shots before reloading, but have a superior range over the primitive matchlocks you are currently using. Accompanying these infantry weapons will be artillery that is not only quicker to reload than your muzzle-loading cannons, but also has improved range and superior destructive ability. If you promise to buy enough of these cannons, I will even throw in a few machine guns at a reduced price. I warn you, these weapons are extremely expensive, but they will allow a small crew of men to have the same amount of firepower as a battalion. You will cut through your enemy's ranks before they even have the ability to engage you. It doesn't matter if it is man or elephant, these guns will be enough to defeat all of your foes." Naturally, when Itami used the words machine guns, she was referring to hand-cranked Gatling guns like those of Germany had employed for several years now. She spoke a big game, Asha had to admit that, but he was internally skeptical of the woman's claims, or her reasoning for even bothering to trade such mighty weapons to him in the first place. Thus, the Bengal Emperor smiled when he heard these words and quickly interrogated Itami about her intentions. "Tell me, Empress Itami, why are you willing to supply me with such weapons? We have no prior relationship and we do not have the ability to aid you in battle. After all, we are so far away from where your empire lies. So what possible reason do you have to support us?" Itami obviously couldn't admit the fact that she wanted to use the Bengals as proxies against the Germans in order to buy herself some much-needed time to catch up to them. Because of this, she simply smiled and took a sip from her wine before responding to the man's question with a lie. "If I am being honest with you, I need the gold, and selling arms to a foreign power is the quickest way to achieve this. Your empire is so far away from mine that even if I sold you these weapons, you wouldn't pose a threat to my ambitions. Besides, having a united India that is friendly to the empire of the rising sun would naturally benefit me in many ways." Asha nodded his head and took a sip from his drink. When he heard this, he felt as if he understood the woman's personality a bit more. However, if he was going to invest money into this woman's weapons, he would need to see how effective they were in person. Itami may be among the most beautiful women he had ever seen, but every rose has its thorns and she could easily be swindling him. Thus, he agreed to her terms, but with a condition. "Very well, I accept your offer under the condition that I can personally witness a display of these weapons' effectiveness. I wouldn't want to pay such a staggering sum only to find out you have been exaggerating how great your wares are." Itami nodded her head in agreement before placing her chalice down on the table. She had finished her meal and was prepared to conclude her transaction. After all, the sooner she sold these weapons to the Bengal Empire and secured them as a proxy, the sooner she could return home and begin her plans to conquer Korea. "Very well, follow me to the docks and I will show you just how effective these weapons are." With that said, the two monarchs and their translator walked down to the docks where the Japanese soldiers were standing watch. Itami quickly gave an order to her marines before sitting back and waiting for them to set up their weapons. "Quickly prepare the goods so that they fire at the ocean. I want to show the buyer just how effective our weapons are." While the Japanese soldiers opened up the crates and pulled out the guns so that they could do as instructed, a crowd gathered around them with a sense of curiosity for what was about to transpire. In this crowd was the German agent known as Rudolf, who watched with shock as he witnessed the weapons being revealed. He immediately noticed the Gatling gun as a design employed by the German army and had the sudden urge to report such news to the fatherland. However, in the next moment, the Marines opened fire with the lever-action rifles, firing all of their shots straight into the sea. After doing so, they pulled out their revolvers and used them as well. Having fired the revolvers, they loaded the Gatling gun, whose effectiveness stunned everyone in the crowd except for Rudolph. Once the Gatling gun was depleted, the Marines moved on to the Armstrong gun, where they loaded an explosive shell into its breech and fired it into the sea. The explosion erupted on the water's surface, which immediately caught the interest of the Bengal Emperor. The truth was, Asha was stunned by the destructive nature of the weapons that Itami was willing to sell him. He could downsize his army to a few thousand men and still conquer his nearest neighbors. However, if he began conscription, he could employ these weapons among tens of thousands of soldiers, no hundreds of thousands, and easily conquer the entire Indian subcontinent. A flash of ambition filled the man's dark eyes as he witnessed the weapons being unloaded by the Japanese Marines. He could not help but ask the question on his mind. "You will supply my army with these weapons and the munitions to use them?" Itami had a devilish smirk on her pretty face as she nodded her head in agreement. "As much as your army needs, so long as you are willing to pay the agreed price, these weapons can be yours." Upon hearing this, Asha's lips curved into a wicked smile as he envisioned the prospect of a unified India under his control. He could see the prosperity that such an empire would have and immediately nodded his head thrice before agreeing to Itami's terms. "Very well, I agree with whatever price you demand of me. Simply ask and I will pay for it with gold. Once my army is fully equipped with these weapons, I will march them into the lands of my southern neighbor and begin my conquest. After I have united the entire subcontinent, I will repay your support by making you a war goddess to be worshipped by my people until the end of time." Itami forced a smile on her face as she heard this. She had no ambitions to be worshipped as a genuine deity. The nickname her soldiers gave her was not one of genuine religion but admiration for her accomplishments. Still, she accepted the man's offer and continued to speak with the Bengal Emperor about the proper price for the arms that she would sell him. Meanwhile, Rudolph had returned to his stall. He had heard every word spoken by Itami and Asha and did not hesitate to dispatch another telegram to the fatherland, informing them of the weapons sale between the Japanese the Bengal empires, as well as the plans for conquest that the Bengal Emperor had expressed. Ultimately, this news would force Berenger to act on his ambitions in India far sooner than he had initially planned, dragging him into a war shortly after defeating the Catholic Church, where the armies of Germany would invade the Anangpur Empire to unseat the region and place Daria on its throne. Berenger simply could not allow the Bengal Empire to unite the Indian subcontinent. This was good news for Itami, who would use the distraction of India to launch her invasion into the Korean peninsula as well as her other targets, securing her the natural resources she desperately needed to produce superior ships that would be capable of contending with the Reich on the seas. Chapter 781, Shall we play a game, you and L? Pope Julius sat on his throne with his head hanging low. By his side were the various cardinals of the Catholic Church who knelt with equally depressed expressions. These men were the replacements of the previous College of Cardinals who were blasted to bits in a suicide attack that was commanded by Berenger. The papal crown glistened under the light of the sun as the Pope sighed heavily while gazing upon the ring on his finger. It was a golden ring from an ancient era which depicted the rays of the sun. Truth be told, Julius did not know the exact origins of this primeval artificial, but it had been given to every pope upon their ascension for the last 1,000 years. According to what was written in the papal archives about the ring, it was said to be imbued with the light of God to protect its wearer against any and all threats. He had worn it since the day he ascended to the throne, and it was thanks to this ring that he had survived Berengar's attack on the College of Cardinals. In truth, the ring was not an artifact of the Abrahamic God, but of the Roman deity Sol. However, the Church did not realize this and considered it a holy symbol of the Catholic religion. It was because of this that Julius kissed the ring before praying to his God for salvation. News had reached his ears that the German army and their allies had surrounded the Holy See. Rome's defenders had given up without a fight upon realizing the sheer might of the German army, leaving the heart of the papacy completely undefended. Any minute now, the Kaiser would walk into this room with his bodyguards and force Julius to bend the knee. Thus, the only thing the Pope could do now was pray to his God to deliver him from this evil. Unfortunately, the echoes of Berengar's steps resounded throughout the nearby corridor as he entered the papal throne room where Julius and the cardinals lay still, too fearful to move. The one-eyed emperor entered the room with a cruel smirk on his face, flanking him were German soldiers who were prepared to apprehend the leaders of the Catholic Church. Berenger was not dressed in a field uniform, instead he wore his imperial regalia, a golden chain which bore the cross of the imperial order of the House von Kufstein hung around his neck, which symbolized the man as the head of the von Kufstein dynasty. Upon seeing Julius so frightened, Berenger cocked his brow and spoke to the man with a sinister tone in his voice. "Here we are at last. The Kaiser and the Pope, two mortal enemies who have been dancing upon the chessboard for years trying to outdo one another. If you don't mind me asking, I wonder how it is that you managed to survive my little gift? Please do entertain me. After all, we have so much time to spend together, and one way or another, I will pry the answer from your lips." Julius fiddled with the ring on his finger as he heard this question, which immediately caught Berengar's notice. The Kaiser merely scoffed as he walked forward. With each step he made it resounded throughout the papal throne room. Come now, Julius, you have nothing to say to me after all this time? Since the age of 20 I have had to deal with 2 different popes, both of which were fanatically devoted to orchestrating my death. Now that the walls are collapsing around you, you don't dare speak to me with such vitriol, is that it? Do you think I will spare you? No, I'm afraid not. It is time for the papacy to come to an end. Do not fret, I will usher in a new era of peace and prosperity for Europe. I have you to thank for that. If you hadn't compelled the entire Catholic world to attack me at the same time, I would not have been able to eliminate so many troublesome monarchs. I'm afraid to inform you that this war won't end with your death, Julius. I will march my army into your subordinate kingdoms and place my puppets on their thrones. It would have taken me decades of political maneuvering to accomplish this without this little crusade of yours. Julius continued to fiddle with his ring, hoping it would prevent his fate, and Berenger continued to notice this odd behavior. He sighed heavily before pulling out his pistol, where he aimed it at the Pope's hand before pulling the trigger. The moment the bullet reached the man's flesh, a bright golden light spread from the ring and enveloped him, which shattered the 9mm projectile the moment it impacted the force field. Berenger raised his brow when he saw this before issuing a command to the soldiers by his side. Restrain him. I want that ring. Julius panicked now that his trump card was exposed and tried to flee from the room. However, he was quickly surrounded by the German soldiers and was brought to the ground where his arm was isolated. Berenger personally walked over to the man and stepped on his hand before taking the golden ring off of his finger. Berenger carefully observed the ring for several moments, where he noticed the Latin markings on it and the sun's rays were boldly carved in its center. It took merely a moment for Berenger to realize the true origins of the artifact. The Kaiser scoffed before placing the ring on his finger. The moment he did so, a golden light shrouded his figure before vanishing from his sight. Despite the disappearance of the golden light, Berenger felt an overwhelming sense of security, as if there was a force field around him that nothing could penetrate through. Berenger immediately broke out into laughter. Everyone in the room stared at him, petrified with fear, including his soldiers, as he continued to laugh maniacally. After a few moments of calming himself, he revealed the truth about the ring to Julius. It's too fucking funny. It really is. What did you think this ring was imbued with the power of your god? No, this is a pagan artifact, likely crafted by one of the ancient Roman sun gods to protect the emperors. To think that the only reason the Pope is still alive is because the powers of a pagan deity protected him. It's ironic, isn't it? The sheer level of heresy, according to your faith, is astounding. Well, it's no use leaving such a powerful item in your possession. Consider this payment for all the headaches you have given me over the years. For the first time since Berenger had entered the room, Julius finally spoke. His eyes were filled with rage, which echoed in his voice as he screamed at his mortal enemy. You lie. That ring has been the property of the church for at least 1,000 years. You dare steal it. The wrath of God shall follow you into the ends of the earth for taking his property. Berenger merely scoffed when he heard this. However, in the next moment he got a brilliant idea on how to deal with the Pope. After all, there was no point arguing with the fanatic about the origins of the ring. Berengar's lips once more curved into a malevolent smile as he approached the Pope, who was still pinned to the floor, and whispered in his ears. Shall we play a game, you and I? I have just thought of a brilliant way to determine how powerful your God really is. If he is truly omnipotent and omniscient as your church claims, then surely he can save the life of his personal representative on earth and override the power of a pagan deity's artifact? How about this? I will build a great pyre around us all. You, me, and all your little cardinals. The soldiers in my army and the citizens of Rome can bear witness to our little wager. As a representative of Sol, I will wear this ring which holds his power. While you and your cardinals plead for your God to spare you from the fire and override the power of Sol so that I may perish. Whoever emerges from the flames unscathed will be the victor to our whole conflict. What do you say? Are you ready to put your life on the line for your faith, like you have ordered thousands of women and children to do in Iberia? Julius snarled at Berenger. The level of confidence on the Kaiser's face was overwhelming. Especially now that he had the ring. There was little doubt in the Pope's mind that should he agree to Berengar's game, then he and his cardinals would be the ones to die in the flames. However, it was not like he had a choice, and he would rather put his faith in God than that of a little ring. Thus, he gritted his teeth before agreeing to Berengar's duel. Very well. I will show you the true power of our Lord and Savior. A godless heathen like yourself shall burn in the fires of your own creation. Berenger broke out into laughter once again as he heard such resolve in the Pope's voice. Truly, he was a fanatic until the end. Thus, Berenger was proud to give the order which would prove to the world that God had forsaken the papacy. You heard the man, go build a great pyre. How about on the balcony of this very building? I will show the world that God has abandoned these fools. The German soldiers did not dare disobey the orders of their Kaiser. After binding the Pope and his cardinals so that they could not escape, they were quick to get to work on the pyre. Berenger was confident that the ring had sufficient power to protect him. Besides, it would be much more fun to eliminate the leaders of the Catholic Church this way, and that was what really mattered. Chapter 782, Trial by Fire. It had been hours since the German army had taken the city of Rome and surrounded the Holy See. Berenger had personally seen to the capture of the Pope and his cardinals. Currently, in the streets of Rome, citizens and soldiers alike gathered below the papal palace to witness a spectacular event. On the balcony, the soldiers of Germany had tied the Pope and all of his cardinals to wooden posts which stood above a great pyre. These soldiers carried jerry cans which were filled with diesel in their hands and rapidly doused their victims with the highly flammable substance. While the soldiers were preparing the Pope and his lackeys for their deaths, the German emperor stepped upon the balcony dressed only in a loincloth. His skin was glistening as if he had received an oil massage, but it was not olive oil that coated his skin, but the same flammable liquid which was now being poured onto the Pope. The diesel stuck to the Kaiser's muscles and created the appearance of a golden god, which Berenger was more than happy to play the role of. More than one woman in the crowd gazed at the man's oiled, athletic figure and blushed. It was not the kind of sight you saw every day. Even though Berenger was thoroughly covered in diesel, he was unsatisfied with the results. He quickly snapped his fingers, which caused his soldiers to pour even more diesel onto his body, as if he had not been absolutely coated in the substance already. Only after he was fully drenched from head to toe in the flammable liquid did Berenger speak to the crowds that had gathered. I am sure you all are wondering what I am doing up here on this balcony. To answer that question, one must go back 10 years. It is no secret that I have been at odds with the papacy. Since I first gained power as a feudal nobleman, it has been the objective of the Catholic Church to silence and eliminate me. Why? Because I dare to challenge their authority over you all. Throughout this past decade, I have brought the truth of God's will to the people of Germany via my Reformation. However, the Pope and his minions have stopped at nothing to get in my way. They have lied, they have cheated, and they have killed in order to maintain their power over Europe and all of its monarchs. These men who proclaim themselves the leaders of Christendom have lied to you about the Word of God. They have sent you to die in meaningless wars that benefited only them. They have slandered my name and declared the German Reformation to be heretical. Today, I will prove to you all that the Reformation is truly God's will. As you can see, I have doused myself with a highly flammable oil. This is the same substance that I have drenched the Pope and his cronies with. In fact, I have gone even further and had this oil massaged into every pore of my body. In a few moments, I will order my soldiers to light me a flame. From me, the fire will spread to these criminals. Why would I do something so insane? Because I believe in all of my heart that God shall protect me. So I will pray to God to save me, and they shall do the same. Who survives this trial by fire is up to God himself to decide. After saying this, Berenger took off his loincloth and nodded his head to the German soldiers to light him a flame. The Kaiser knelt down onto the pyre and closed his eyes while he held his hands in prayer, seemingly calling upon God to save him as his soldiers took a burning torch and touched it against his oily skin. The fire instantly engulfed the Kaiser's muscular figure. Despite this, the man did not scream. In fact, he did not even feel it because he had a secret weapon hidden on his finger. The ring of soul which protected its wearer from any bodily harm. Naturally, the fire consumed the diesel which drenched his skin, but it did not cause a single burn to appear on the man's flesh. As for the leaders of the Catholic Church, they screamed in agony as the fire spread to their bodies and burned them alive. The fire rapidly consumed the entire pyre into a burning inferno. The crowd could only look upon the trial with dread in their eyes as they shouted their fears aloud. Only the German soldiers remained calm as they gazed upon the scene of their Kaiser burning with grim eyes. For whatever reason, a single soldier who stood in the crowd broke the cries of the frightened Italians by shouting the lyrics to Christ ist erstanden. This was a song that all German soldiers knew the lyrics to as they sung it every year on the anniversary of Christ's resurrection. Thus, shortly after the man began singing, the other German soldiers in the crowd joined him. Eventually, thousands of voices were in unison chanting the lyrics to Christ ist erstanden while the Kaiser and the leaders of the Catholic Church burned on the balcony above. Eventually, the fire finally faded. All that remained was a pile of ash and a single man kneeling within it. His hands were folded in prayer, and he appeared to be chanting something, but nobody could hear the words he had spoken. After a few minutes, this man, whose flesh was entirely unblemished from the flame, rose from the ashes and revealed his pale, naked body to the public. Berenger gazed around at the results of his trial and smiled before announcing himself to be victorious. It is clear that God has forsaken the Catholic Church and chosen the Reformation as the one true Christian faith. I, Berenger von Kufstein, remain unhindered by the flames. By God's light, I have been saved. Glory to the Reformation, God with us. The German soldiers broke out into cheers as they witnessed their Kaiser emerge from the flames completely unharmed. They shouted out the old battle cry they had used long ago during the early days of Berengar's conquests. God with us! God with us! God with us! As for the Italian citizens who witnessed the scene, they were truly shocked. The leaders of the Catholic Church were dead. There was no way to select a new pope, and even if they somehow managed to do so, the Kaiser would quickly oust the man. The end of the Catholic Church had come in a fiery blaze, and through its ashes the German Reformation had founded the basis for a new era of Christianity where faith was completely separate from secular affairs. As for how the Kaiser pulled off the stunt, nobody knew how he had survived. Most concluded God truly saved him, and as a result, Ludolf would canonize him into the annals of the German Reformation as a living saint, where he would be revered by Germans for centuries to come. German scientists would come up with all kinds of plausible theories to explain how Berenger pulled off such a miraculous feat. It would take decades for the men to finally agree on a reasonable explanation for Berengar's trial by fire, and in the end, they would explain it as an overly complex sleight of hand. However, this rationalization would not deter the faithful from their religious beliefs. As for the Catholic Church, they were now leaderless. Though local bishoprics continued to exist throughout Europe, though their numbers would dwindle as the papacy's many crimes came to light. They would be forced to contend with the German Reformation and its many offshoots that would appear in the coming years, and eventually the Catholic faith would die a quiet death after centuries of decline. With the Pope and his cardinals killed off in the flames, Berenger and his soldiers were free to ransack the Holy See. Among the artifacts that Berenger took for himself were the papal crown, the Ring of Sol, and the papal throne. He intended to use the papal throne as his seat of power within his summer palace, which he planned to construct in Berlin shortly after the war was over. Despite the papacy being obliterated in this moment, the war would continue as Berenger had planned to thoroughly destroy the old order and replace the rulers of Europe with a variety of puppets. Italy would be his first target, followed by Hungary, Poland, Lithuania, and eventually Burgundy. In the end, all would kneel before Kaiser or die with the old world. While Berenger was waging war across Europe, Itami was finalizing her plans to invade the Korean peninsula. Berenger would be shocked to find that although he had defeated his oldest enemy, a new rival had appeared on the world stage just when he thought he had established his Pax Germania. One that was far more dangerous than the Catholic Church and its puppet monarchs. Chapter 783, The Invasion of Korea begins. After dousing himself in diesel and lighting himself aflame, Berenger emerged from the fires completely unharmed. Word of this event spread rapidly across Europe, with many reacting in shock and disbelief. Berenger had eliminated the leadership of the papacy and was now marching his armies further south into the Kingdom of Naples to eliminate its king and unify the region under the banner of the Kingdom of Lombardy. However, on the other side of the world, the Empire of Japan was preparing for a brutal conflict. Itami had gathered her army in Hyankyo, where she stood atop the steps to her palace looking over them. Tens of thousands of men dressed in military uniforms stood below with their rifles resting against their shoulders. The fact that the war goddess had gathered so many men could only mean one thing. War was about to be declared. Because of this, each soldier stood silently as they waited for the speech which would reveal to them the identity of the enemy they would be facing. Itami was dressed in her own military uniform with all of her imperial honors boldly displayed on her breast. She gazed upon the soldiers of her army with her sword in hand. She unsheathed the blade and pointed it towards the sky in the direction of the Joseon kingdom before making her bold declaration. Far to the west lies a great and mysterious power known as the German Empire. For the past 10 years, a man by the name of Berenger von Kufstein has led his people to war, conquering his neighbors and uniting his people into a single empire. This man now calls himself Kaiser and rules over the German people as their emperor. Unlike our neighbors, this empire is no mere feudal state armed with swords and spears. In actuality, it is a highly militaristic autocracy whose advancements in the field of science and industry are beyond even the scale of our mighty empire. I won't lie to you. I do not know this man's intentions or if he will prove hostile to the people of Japan. However, I can say with certainty that should the German Empire declare war on us, we will not survive the tides of war. It is because I have become aware of this threat in the West that I have decided to expand our military capabilities. From this day forward, the Empire of Japan shall dedicate its most brilliant minds to the fields of chemistry and engineering. We shall create an army that can stand toe-to-toe with the Germans, and should they bare their fangs against us, we shall be ready to defeat them. However, it is not only brilliant minds that our empire needs, but natural resources. Something that our island is severely lacking. Since we do not have the means to produce steel in our own lands, at least in the vast quantities required to expand our military, then we will simply have to take it from our neighbors by force. The Joseon have stood in defiance of our prowess for centuries. They deny us the trading rights to their vast iron deposits that we require, partially in fear of what we have become. Under my reign, we have advanced in power and technology beyond our neighbors, and it is time we subject them to our rule. I hereby declare war on the Joseon dynasty and intend to invade, conquer, and annex their lands. We shall make use of their iron deposits to fuel our war machine so that the land of the rising sun may forever remain independent of foreign influence. Now go forth, my armies, and bring glory to your homeland. Tenehika Banzai. The Japanese soldiers were alarmed to hear that such a powerful state existed in the West and were instantly driven with zeal towards their new objective. A war for natural resources needed no justification, especially if it was in preparation against a great threat that lay on the horizon. The rise and fall of nations was a natural consequence of history. Humans would always fight for control over land and resources. However, only the strongest civilizations would survive. Rather than kneel before this Kaiser in the West, the Japanese soldiers decided to fight for a better future, one where they could defend their empire's borders from all enemies. Thus it was no surprise that they instantly chanted Itami's last words. Tenehika Banzai. After saying this, Itami led her troops to the shores, where her ships would ferry them across the North China Sea and into the Korean peninsula. After landing in Busan, she intended to send forth her various brigades in different directions to capture as many strategic resources as possible. As for the woman herself, she intended to lead the men on this campaign. Time was running out and Itami's plans to supply the Bengals to keep Berengar's forces distracted could only last for so long. After all, she was certain the Germans would defeat her proxies. She just did not know how long it would take them to do so. Itami was also wary of how far Berengar's empire stretched. Now that the Suez Canal was open in this world and controlled by the German Empire, his ships could reach the seas of Asia much quicker than it would take them should they sail around Africa. The young empress was unaware that Berengar was currently involved in a war with his neighbors and that it would be a matter of months before he could get involved in India. Because of this, she had embarked on this campaign with far fewer forces than she had initially desired to take with her. Roughly 45,000 Japanese soldiers were sailing to Busan to take part in this invasion. Though it was significantly less than Itami had initially desired to deploy, it was enough to conquer critical regions. Even if it wasn't enough to occupy the entire country. Itami could only funnel more forces into the region as time passed and her army grew in number. She simply did not have the massive army that Berengar had at his disposal. Not yet anyway. Give her 5 years and she would have hundreds of thousands of troops beneath her command. 10 years and she would have 1 million. Thus, the invasion of Joseon had begun earlier than Itami had expected, entirely because she became aware of Berengar's existence and was deeply afraid of the rumors she had heard about him. Until her agents could confirm the Bengal emperor's words to be true, she had to operate under the assumption that the Kaiser was as wicked as he was portrayed. Chapter 784, A Wife's Worry. While the Reich was at war, almost all of its neighbors, the royal family was at ease, knowing that it was virtually impossible for the enemy to penetrate their borders. Because of this, Henrietta was relaxing in the harem room naked while Adela applied oil to her body. The two cousins were enjoying each other's company while their husband was away at war. At the moment, Henrietta was pregnant, but not noticeably so. It was still too early for her belly to be bulging. However, the fact remained that she was carrying Berengar's child, and because of this Adela spent her free time looking after the girl, making sure she had a healthy pregnancy. Ever since Adela had undergone Lindy's special training, she and Henrietta had grown exceptionally close. They bathed together, ate together, slept in the same bed every night, even if Berengar wasn't there to be with them, and they helped raise each other's kids. Finally, the two of them had a moment alone and were being intimate with one another, oiling each other's bodies before spending some intimate time together. Adela took a fat drag from the hookah, which was filled with hashish and shisha tobacco alike, before exhaling it all over Henrietta's milky back. Henrietta shivered slightly with a smile on her face as she felt the smoke attach itself to her body. Adela applied oil to her chest before pressing her bare breasts against the girl's back, massaging her in a manner that her husband always enjoyed. It was at this moment that Linda burst through the door with a panicked expression on her face. Word had just come over the wire at the stunt Berengar had played with the Pope, and she was distraught. Even though she could confirm he was unharmed, the idea of the idiot lighting himself on fire troubled the young woman's mind. She was about to report this news to Adela and Henrietta when she saw the scandalous state they were in. Normally, the red-headed beauty would take control of the situation and force the two girls to pleasure her, but she simply wasn't in the mood. She could only scold the girls for being so relaxed during a time of crisis. Have you two any shame? Our husband just did something monumentally stupid and you're here fucking like rabbits? Henrietta frowned when she saw that Linda was interrupting her intimate moment with Adela and spoke back to the woman. Big brother is fine. There's nobody on this planet who can kill him. I'm sure you're just overreacting. How about you join us, Linda? I wouldn't mind burying my head in those lovely tits of yours. Lord knows Big Brother is madly in love with them. I just want to find out why? Linda was not in the mood to deal with Henrietta's flirting and instantly began to speak up about what Berengar had done. I have no time for your nonsense, Henrietta. My husband just lit himself on fire. Henrietta and Adela immediately stopped the sensual massage and gazed at Linda with shock, speaking at the same time as if their minds were connected. He did what? Although they were deeply concerned for Berengar's safety, they were more shocked by what he had done. After all, it was such a peculiar thing. Adela was the first to speak up further about the incident. Oh my God, is he okay? Why would he do that? Tell us everything. Linda immediately sat down beside the two women and began to explain everything she knew about the situation. I don't know much. They say he is fine. But apparently to demonstrate a point about God forsaking the Catholic Church, he built a great pyre and doused himself and the Catholic leaders with diesel. He then lit himself aflame and spread the fire to the rest of them. The Pope and all of his cardinals were burnt to ash, but he remained entirely unharmed. Do you think he had the backing of a god and that was why he dared to do something so stupid? There was obvious worry on Lindy's face, even if she knew the man was all right. Henrietta found this cute and sat upright next to the woman and hugged her for comfort. She made sure every word she said would console Linda. You know how Big Brother is. He may be fearless, but he wouldn't do something like this without an absolute certainty that he would walk away unscathed. If the report says he's unharmed, then he is fine and there is nothing to worry about. I trust him completely. Even if he did do something stupid like light himself on fire, there must be a reason for it. I know you trust him as well, so don't be worried about his safety. There is nothing in this world that can kill my brother. Lord only knows how many have tried. Linda rested her head on Henrietta's bare shoulder while she sighed heavily. She could never stand it while Berenger was away, however her heart especially bled every time she heard a word that he might have been injured. She did not know how the other girls could remain so calm about this situation. I mean, the man lit himself on fire. While the woman sulked, Henrietta took a drag on the hookah and exhaled heavily into the air. The atmosphere had turned from amorous to depressing, and because of that she eyed up Lindy's perfect body before asking the question on her mind. So, are you going to join us or not? Linda thought about it for a few moments before shaking her head. She was too depressed to have fun with the two girls and decided she would just go have a drink instead. You two enjoy yourselves. I need a drink. After saying this, she got up and left, where Henrietta proceeded to lie back down on the mattress and presented her ass in the air with a sultry smirk on her face. Now where were we? Adela gazed off to where Linda had run off to and sighed. She could always admire just how much Linda cared about Berenger, but it was really nothing to be worried about. Instead, she shook her head, thinking that Linda was really depressed if she wasn't willing to have fun with them. Still, there was not much she could do about that, and decided to apply more oil to her breast before entertaining herself with her cousin. Right about here. Linda would have a drink or two before getting over the news of Berengar's foolish escapades. She just needed time to sulk and get over the shock that she felt upon receiving the news that the man had lit himself on fire. She would be back to normal in a matter of hours. Chapter 785, A Desperate Last Stand. The Duke of Burgundy stood alongside the King of Naples. The two men had gathered what remained of their armies and met the forces of the Reich in the field. It was a bold move, but a suicidal one. Frankly, after everything they had witnessed in this war, they had lost all hope of victory. However, rather than surrender to Germany and its Kaiser, they decided to make one last stand outside the city of Naples. King Balsamo Corsini ground his teeth as he gazed into the distance and witnessed the German army and their allies marching into the region. He knew he was going to die on this day, but he would be damned if he did so without a fight. Berenger von Kufstein had taken everything from him in the Austrian War for independence. Ever since he witnessed the sacking of Florence, he had lost all strength as a leader and a man. He would never forget the days he had suffered hiding in his cellar while the Austrian army pounded his capital with artillery. Luckily, the garrison of Rome was smart enough to surrender immediately, or else the ancient capital of the Roman Empire would have been ground into dust. Still, there were reports of Germans raiding the city and taking everything of value for themselves, much like that had done during their descent to Florence. The Duke of Burgundy noticed the anxiety of the Italian king and sighed heavily. His hand was on his sword, and he, too, knew that only death awaited him and his men. However, he desired nothing more than to taste the blood of the Kaiser, and he swore on his lineage that he would have Berengar's head in this life or the next. Ultimately, he spoke of his intent to Balsamo before commanding his men to charge at the approaching Germans. Today I will either have my vengeance or enter the kingdom of heaven. Either way, this ends now. Balsamo merely scoffed before responding to the Duke of Burgundy's claims. Homosexuals don't go to heaven. I am afraid you are fated for a different afterlife. The Duke of Burgundy merely ignored this comment and unsheathed his sword before uttering the command to the Burgundian knights and their southern Italian allies. Charge! Upon hearing this order, the thousands of Catholic warriors rushed towards the German army, who were lying in wait for the enemy with their weapons loaded and artillery primed for battle. It did not take long for them to cross into the range of the German weapons, and when they did, all hell broke loose. The artillery crews fired the first barrage on the enemy army, which blasted thousands of men into bits. Severed limbs scattered the floor, and the impact of the high explosive shells blew apart torsos. The guns quickly ejected their spent cartridges where another was loaded. Within a few seconds, the artillery echoed in the air once again, claiming the lives of thousands more men. It did not take long for the Burgundian and southern Italian armies to break ranks en route. After all, these were not brainwashed crusaders who sought for an opportunity to die in the name of God. These were peasants rounded up from around their countries, given a musket and told to march towards the enemy or they would be shot in the back. The moment their fear of the Germans overwhelmed their fear of their commanders, they scattered like flies. The Duke of Burgundy was livid when he saw all the men run away from the field of battle. He was on horseback continuing his charge towards the enemy when he called out to the men beneath his command. Traitors, the lot of you. I hope you burn in the seventh layer of hell for all eternity. Eventually, there were only a handful of men that continued to charge towards the Germans. The colors on their tabards displayed that they were from the House of Burgundy and the House of Corsini. Berenger noticed this and immediately gave the order to cease fire. Cease fire. I want these men taken alive. Fix bayonets. The artillery immediately halted their fire while the infantry did as they were instructed. Before long, the riflemen and their bayonets formed a spear wall. Their goal was to surround the Burgundian and southern Italian knights and pierce through their horses' barding so that they could capture the riders. Berenger was quite astonished by his enemies' willingness to walk into their deaths, but if this is what they desired, far be it from him to deny them. The Catholic knights rushed towards the German lines, which instantly parted ways for the horses, slowing down their momentum before trapping them on a wall of bayonets. The Duke of Burgundy swung his sword at the men below him, but they were too agile for him to cause any harm. Eventually a bayonet found its way through the gaps in his horse's armor and claimed the beast's life, sending him tumbling to the ground. The The German soldiers instantly restrained the man and all the others who foolishly followed him towards his fate. After a while, all the knights were secure, as were the two monarchs who were brought before Berenger, who gazed upon them with a cruel smile on his handsome face. Balsamo Corsini, it has been some time since we last met. I was honestly surprised when I heard reports that your army was willing to meet me in the field. After all, the last time we met you had survived several months of bombardment. Have you finally found your balls, or have you simply given up on life and decided to have a courageous death? Balsamo merely spat on the ground and ignored Berengar's question, which caused the Kaiser to kick him in the groin. The man instantly coughed up his stomach's contents and kneeled on the ground in pain from the powerful strike. Meanwhile, Berenger shifted his gaze to the Duke of Burgundy. He wore an equally sinister smirk as he glared into the man's hay-filled eyes. Duke Marcel de Burgundy, I must say it has been a long time coming, hasn't it? Our meeting, I mean. I have got to ask, from one man to another, how was it? You know your time with that French twink? Marcel knew better than to spit on the ground in front of Berenger. After all, he had just witnessed the price to pay for such disrespect. Instead, he merely gazed at the Kaiser with a curious glance before asking the question on his mind. Why do you care? Berenger sighed when he heard this before pulling out a pack of cigarettes. He lit the device aflame before taking a long drag from it. After spewing the smoke into the air, he shrugged his shoulders before answering the man's question. I'm just curious is all. The boy tried to seduce me, and perhaps in another life where I am more open-minded and he was less of a slut, maybe I would have taken him as one of my lovers. If you don't want to answer the question, you don't have to, but I figured you'd like to confess your sins before I blow your brains out. Marcel did not answer the question, instead he looked at the cigarette in Berengar's hand. He knew exactly what it was, as Germany had sold tobacco in many forms across Europe. The mysterious crop that appeared out of nowhere was an enormous market. When Berenger saw Marcel staring at his cigarette, he pulled one out of his pack and put it in the man's mouth before lighting it for him. After taking a heavy drag, the Duke of Burgundy sighed heavily before expressing his last thoughts. Go fuck yourself. Berenger merely smiled when he heard this before pulling out his pistol and plugging a round in the man's skull. Duke Marcel de Burgundy died as a prisoner after refusing to answer the Kaiser's question about his gay lover. That would be an anecdote that historians would remember for years to come. After executing the Duke of Burgundy, Berenger walked over to the King of Naples and pointed his pistol towards the man's forehead. He gazed at the man with a conceited expression on his face before asking the man for his last words. Any last words? Balsamo Corsini took a deep breath to calm his heart before staring Berenger in the eye and muttering the thought that came to mind. Fuck you. Berenger merely scoffed when he heard this and lectured the man briefly before blasting his brains all over the ground. Real original. With that said, the Duke of Burgundy and the King of Naples were dead. Their armies were scattered to the winds. Italy had been unified under the banner of the King of Lombardy, and Berenger would spend the next few weeks gathering his forces to march on Hungary. As for the Duchy of Burgundy, the Duke's young nephew would come to the throne for the remaining duration of the war. Afterward, Berenger would choose a proper puppet to rule over the region. Chapter 786, What Could Have Been Part LL. Berenger stared at the beautiful woman in front of him with astonished eyes. He knew he must be dreaming because this was a scene he did not remember from his past life. At the moment, he was Julian Weber and was dressed in his ACUs. He had just returned home from an operation in Afghanistan. It was his second deployment and the war was still far from over. Standing in the doorway to greet him was none other than Mizuno AI, who had recently graduated herself. However, there was something noticeable about the Japanese beauty. Her belly was extended as if she were several months pregnant. She quickly hugged Julian and kissed him on the lips before rubbing her belly with a pretty smile on her face. Daddy's home. Julian gazed in astonishment at the woman. She was truly radiant, but he did not know how to explain the bitterness in his heart. This was clearly another lucid dream that felt as if it were reality. AI saw the tears growing in her man's eyes and quickly dragged his head into her bosom to console him. What's wrong? Hey, come inside and tell me all about it. I prepared your favorite, tonkatsu and takoyaki. Julian sniffled as he wiped the tears from his eyes. He did not know why he was having these realistic dreams, but he was instantly suspicious. Perhaps it was an effect caused by him drinking from Eurobrunner, or perhaps it was simply the gods playing a cruel trick on him. Whatever was the reason, he decided to enjoy the moment. Because of this, he wore a warm smile as he shook his head and expressed that his tears were a misunderstanding. I'm sorry, AI. I just missed you so much. You have no idea what life is like without you. Let me put down my luggage and I'll be right in to join you. The woman quickly grabbed hold of Julian's luggage and tried to take it herself. Allow me, you just rest. However, Julian wasn't having it. The woman was visibly pregnant and thus he would not allow her to physically strain herself. It's fine, I've got it. You just go grab me a beer, okay? AI wore a pretty smile and pecked Julian on the lips before nodding her head in agreement. Okay, don't wander for too long. After saying this, she ran off to the kitchen of their house where she prepared the table for Julian's eventual arrival. Meanwhile, the man had slowly walked around the halls and witnessed the pictures on display. This dream must be taking place after the last one because there were photos of their wedding and other important dates they had gone on. Apparently, after confirming how each other felt during his graduation, they had pretty quickly gotten married. It had been over a year since then and they were a happily married couple. The sight of these pictures only furthered the agony in Julian's heart as he gazed upon them, thinking about what life could have been for him. After taking a look at the hallway pictures, Julian climbed the stairs to the bedroom where he placed down the luggage. There were more photos of the two of them as well as their friends and family hanging on the walls and sitting on the desk. He took a deep sigh before deciding to descend the staircase and reunite with his wife. After arriving in the kitchen, AI handed him his favorite beer with a pleasant smile on her face before taking a seat at the table. She seemed to be in a very good mood as she said a brief prayer before taking a bite from one of the many octopus dumplings she had made. After enjoying the treat, she quickly asked Julian about his deployment. "So, how are things over there? I hear the war is not as bad as it once was." Julian shook his head when he heard this before answering the woman's question to the best of his ability. "We've taken a back seat in the war. The Afghan National Army is doing most of the fighting, but they're an absolute joke. If we truly want this puppet state to succeed, then we will be in the region for another 100 years at least. I'm telling you, half of these guys show up to training, get their gear, and then defect to the Taliban during their first deployment. You would be surprised what those fuckers are equipped with now, thanks to those fucking traitors. I honestly don't even know why we are still in this fucking war. Afghanistan can't stand on its own. It's better to cut our losses before more of our boys get killed." Those last few words stuck in Julian's throat as he had a sudden flashback of himself getting fragged by a mortar in Afghanistan. AI could tell something was wrong by the sweat on his brow and quickly inquired about it. "Are you sure you're all right? You can tell me anything you know that, right?" However, Julian quickly shook his head and used his chopsticks to eat his ramen. It's not like he could tell the woman that this was all a dream. If he did, it would just end up like his last one, and he wanted to enjoy this moment a little while longer. "I'm fine. It was just an unpleasant thought. You don't need to worry about me so much." AI nodded her head before following up with more concern. "Okay, I understand if you don't want to talk about what goes on over there, but just know I'm here for you if you need to get something off your chest." Julian chuckled when he heard this before commenting to the woman sitting across from him. "Who are you and what have you done with the girl who used to pester me in the library every day?" AI immediately blushed when she recalled all the fights she had picked with Julian just to get his attention. The sight of the woman who was so embarrassed immediately caused Julian to laugh and tease her more. "You are so cute when you get embarrassed like that. What the hell did I do to deserve such a wonderful wife?" After taking a few seconds to calm down, AI answered Julian's question with a smug grin on her pretty face. "You were the only man I had ever met who was smarter than me. Naturally, it drew my attention." In response to this, Julian could only chuckle once more before teasing the girl again. "Oh, so you admit that I'm smarter than you? That's a first." AI became flustered once more while she lowered her head and muttered in the cutest voice that Julian had ever heard her make. "Stop teasing me." After seeing such an expression on the girl's face, Julian could no longer make fun of the woman and thus he took a sip from his beer before commenting on her appearance. "You look lovely, AI, so have you found out whether it is going to be a boy or a girl yet?" The woman rapidly shifted her mood from embarrassed to excited as she nodded her head thrice before answering the man's question. "It's going to be a boy." Julian did not know why hearing such a thing made him so happy, but a wide grin formed on his face as he responded to the woman's assertion. "To think I will have a son, half German and half Japanese, huh? I don't think this world is prepared for such a little warrior." AI giggled when she heard this before lecturing the man on his ideas. "Like hell I'll ever let my son join the military. I get worried enough when you were away at war. I don't think I can go through another 8 years of that after my baby boy finally grows up. No, he will be a civilian, maybe a CEO like his grandfather?" Julian went silent when he heard the last words escape from the woman's mouth. According to the memories he had in this dream, Ace's parents did not approve of him. Primarily because he came from a poor background. Though they were impressed with his ability to climb from nothing, he was still in the military and thus not making as much money as they wanted their son-in-law to have. He did not let it bother him. This was all just a dream after all. Still, it would have been nice if he could have gotten along with his in-laws. Oh well, such things were life, and he would have begun to consider the possibility he had died in his sleep if this world was so perfect. However, Julian could tell his time in this dream was coming to an end and smiled bitterly as he said goodbye to AI for a second time since he had reincarnated into his current life. "I had a really fun time. AI, I want to thank you. The time I have spent with you here and now has really helped me gain some closure. I don't know if we will be able to meet again, but I just want to thank you for everything you did for me. It is just a shame it took me 2 lives to realize what could have been." After saying this, Julian kissed the woman on the forehead and walked out the door. AI only stared at him in shock as he walked away from her. The moment Julian exited the house, he awoke in his tent in southern Italy. It took him all of 3 seconds to realize he was back in the real world and he could only sigh when he thought about the dream. Well, there was no way he was going to get any more sleep on this night, and because of that, Berenger got up from his sleeping bag and began his day's work. Chapter 787, Landing in Busan. Itami stood on the bow of her largest warship and gazed into the distance through a spyglass. After a long and arduous journey, her fleet had made it to the shores of Busan completely intact. Though the seas were harsh, the steam-powered warships were more than capable of traversing them safely. While Berengar was marching his troops from southern Italy to Hungary, Itami had embarked towards the Joseon kingdom with the intent to conquer and annex the region. There was only one reason that she had chosen the Korean peninsula as her target, and that was because of the rich iron deposits that existed within the northern half of the land. Before embarking on her campaign of conquest, Itami had sent word to the Joseon king informing him that she was declaring war on his kingdom. After all, there were certain rules one must abide by when declaring war, even if her neighbors did not follow them. The last thing Itami wanted was a repeat of Pearl Harbor, which would stain her nation's history. The Ming Emperor had granted her permission to invade and annex the Joseon kingdom, and that meant that the Chinese were simply staying out of the conflict. Which was good, because from a modern political perspective, one might call the Joseon a protectorate of the Ming. However, despite the status, the Ming Emperor saw fit that trading with the Japanese Empire, which Itami had built, was more valuable than their petty protectorate in the northeast. There were also rumors of Japan's military becoming a major threat, and he would rather not test the might of the Imperial Japanese army. A wise emperor knew when to concede, and the current Ming Emperor was indeed a wise man. Itami gazed through her spyglass and looked upon the coastal defenses that were established by the enemy. She did not know how they knew she would land in Busan, but the Joseon army had made ample preparation for her arrival. The defenders that lined the coast were armed with bronze cannons and composite bows. The distinctive lack of handheld firearms was immediately noticeable. After all, this was the era of hand cannons, and such weapons were quite rare and ineffective. Asia had not yet caught up to the West in terms of quantity and quality of firearms. Berengar's introduction of the musket had propelled Europe into a 10-year-long arms race whose sole purpose was to combat his army. Something the Eastern kingdoms knew nothing about. In fact, from the perspective of many outside observers who lived on the Asian continent, this would be the first major conflict fought with a large number of firearms. One thing immediately became clear as Itami gazed upon the coastal defenses: they were set up so that the Joseon bowmen could rain arrows upon Itami's army the moment they landed on the shore. Itami was a paranoid woman and immediately expected this to be the result of leaked intelligence about her weapons capabilities. The so-called Itami rifles that the Japanese Empress had issued to her troops had a maximum range of roughly 1,800 meters, however, they had an effective range substantially less than that. Meanwhile, the Joseon's composite bows had an effective range of 145 meters. It was clear from the layout that they had specifically designed their defenses to negate the advantage of the Japanese rifles. This made Itami's blood boil as she placed her spyglass aside and sighed heavily. There was a traitor in her midst. She just did not know if her invasion plan was leaked from the side of the Ming or her own empire. Either way, she would need to find out who was responsible for this act of treason. However, at the moment, she had more pressing concerns. Itami had underestimated her enemies. She did not anticipate them to see through her plans and prepare an appropriate defense. The enemy army was vast, tens of thousands of men, armed with as many bows and cannons as they could muster. Their intent was simple: hold off the Japanese invasion here in Busan or be defeated in a single battle. Itami had forsaken the use of body armor in her units. After all, she had specifically designed her army with a more deadly enemy in mind. Germany and its modern army posed a significant threat to the Japanese soldiers. One that body armor could not prevent. Unless she could manufacture synthetic materials to equip her soldiers with modern composite plates, then it was simply a waste of natural resources to issue body armor to her army. When she planned for this invasion, she expected to land unopposed and use the superior range of her soldiers' rifles to gun the enemy down in the fields further inland. She never expected them to build a large coastal defense that was capable of launching thousands of arrows at her men before they could reach stable ground. After gazing upon the enemy formation, she knew that she would lose thousands of men should she land her soldiers in Busan, and thus she was given two options: turn the ships around and invade from another province, where she would have to redesign her campaign strategy from scratch while at war, or push through Busan and annihilate the enemy army in one go while suffering thousands of casualties in the process. Victory was certain either way, but it fundamentally came down to how many men she was willing to sacrifice to achieve it. Another major factor was the speed at which she needed to wage her war. Should she turn her armies around, the conquest of Korea would take much longer than she originally anticipated. Japan was currently racing against time with the threat of the German Empire on the horizon, and she could not spend what little time she had bogged down by an alternate strategy. General Shiba Kayahiko could see that his empress was hesitating with her decision and quickly asked for clarification on what his orders should be. Itamissima, the enemy are loading their cannons. They will be firing upon our ships at any moment. What are your orders? Upon hearing this, Itami snapped back to reality and sighed heavily, lamenting the loss of life that was about to take place. She had properly prepared her campaign, and to essentially improvise her entire invasion of Korea was simply not the woman's style. She would proceed with the plan and eliminate the Joseon army in one fell swoop before marching the survivors of her army into the Korean peninsula to occupy its cities and strategic resources. Order our ships to bombard the enemy fortifications. I want their cannons taken out. Any leftover shells are to be directed onto the defenders to act as cover for our armies who shall land on the beaches. We are taking Busan, no matter what the casualties may be. Sheba nodded his head in agreement before responding to the woman's orders. Understood. After saying this, he relayed the commands to the rest of the fleet, who, via the use of flags, conveyed the order to bombard the shoreline. The Japanese sailors loaded their shells into the rear breeches of their Armstrong guns and aimed the weapons in the direction of the enemy's defenses. With a thunderous roar, they opened fire onto the coast. Dozens of Japanese naval guns bombarded the shoreline, targeting the enemy artillery as they did so. Though these turtle ships were well defended against arrow attacks, they were still vulnerable to cannon fire. After all, their hulls were still made of wood. The Josian cannons opened fire onto Itami's fleet, but the speed at which they fired was simply too slow to compete with Itami's naval guns. One by one, explosions blasted the bronze cannons into pieces and turned their crews into mincemeat. When the Josian general witnessed this, he nearly shat himself. He had never seen such destructive power before. Not only was the enemy launching explosive strikes on his defenses, but they were doing so at a rate that boggled his mind. The naval bombardment continued to unfold as Itami's ships pounded away at the coastal forts which housed the Josian defenders. While this slaughter was taking place, the soldiers of the Imperial Japanese Army got on board their boats and rowed their way to the shore. Itami had not designed specialized landing craft just yet, and because of this, the Japanese soldiers found themselves under the threat of arrow fire the closer they got to the shore. Still, the explosive barrage of naval guns kept the Josian army's head down, and few would dare to fire their bows upon the lifeboats that were edging ever closer to the shores. In fact, many of them were now scattered from their defenses, too afraid of the power of the Japanese vessels which launched surgical strikes on their artillery. Thus, the Josian soldiers quickly abandoned their forts and rushed to the beaches where they intended to fight the Imperial Japanese Army in melee combat. Upon seeing the enemy scurry towards the beaches, she was worried about the safety of her men. Their bayonets would have to clash with iron armor while they themselves were unprotected by the blades of the enemy. She made sure to make a quick prayer to the gods of her homeland that her men may safely make it to the afterlife as she sat back and watched the battle unfurl. The battle for Busan had only just begun. Whoever emerged victorious would certainly win this war. Chapter 788, A New Era of Trade. Sultan Salan Mirza sat atop the back of a camel as he gazed across the Kaiser's Pass with astonishment in his eyes. It had been some time since the Byzantine Empire abandoned him to fight the Catholic Church alone. However, just when his armies were surrounded by the Crusaders in Alexandria, the enemy suddenly broke ranks and fled for their lives. He had later come to find out that the Pope and all of his cardinals were burned at the stake by the mad bastard in charge of the German Empire. The armies of the Crusaders were being decimated across Europe by the overwhelming power of German steel, and those who had been tasked with seizing Egypt for the Kingdom of Jerusalem had fled deep into Africa, hoping to escape the wrath of the German army. After all, the Germans' influence spread across all the Mediterranean and the Near East. There was nowhere in the civilized world for them to flee to where the Germans wouldn't find them and slaughter them. Salan had marched his army up to the Kaiser's Pass to see if these rumors were true, and he was shocked at what he witnessed. Foreign ships from across Asia were sailing through the massive canal. The German army and navy ensured protection of the region, and despite there being a major conflict taking place on the European continent, thousands of ships sailed through the canal with intent to dock in Trieste and trade with the mighty German Empire. It was not only the Indians who were trading with Germany, there was even a Ming treasure fleet making its way through the canal in an attempt to gain an audience with this major power in the West they had only recently heard rumors of. As Salan and his army approached the garrison, they were stopped by the Reichsguard, who investigated the armed force and why they were at the Kaiser's Pass. Halt! No army shall enter the land which belongs to the Reich. If you take one step further without surrendering your weapons, we will eliminate you. There was only one way for Salan to return to his homeland in the Timurid Empire, and that was to march his army across the mighty steel bridges which soared over the Kaiser's Pass. He immediately questioned the Mirguard, who dared to oppose his entry. I am the Sultan of the Timurid Empire. Who do you think you are to demand that my army hand over our weapons in order to safely return to our lands? In response to this, the soldier merely scoffed, before handing the Sultan a pair of binoculars and pointing his view towards the other end of the canal. There was a smug tone in the German soldier's voice as he responded to Salan's hubris. If you want to end up like those sorry bastards, by all means keep your weapons. Salan fumbled around with the binoculars before realizing how they worked. When he gazed into the distance, he saw the rotting corpses of the 100,000-strong Crusader army that had dared to march on the Kaiser's Pass. His mouth fell agape as he realized that there was still a giant red stain on the sands of the Sinai Peninsula where the army had rushed to their deaths. Jackals and carrions had picked apart most of their corpses. However, there were traces of flesh scattered in the painted landscape. The Sultan could not comprehend what he was seeing and quickly inquired about it. What the hell is that? When the German soldier heard this, he merely chuckled before responding with a smug grin on his face. That is what remains of the English army and the Order of the Red Dragon. Salan could barely believe what he was hearing. He had fought with King Lawrence and the Welsh Crusaders on multiple occasions in the past. They had pushed him and his Byzantine allies into Egypt because their armies were so powerful. Now they were merely a giant red stain across the sands of the Sinai Peninsula. He could not fathom the power it took for the Germans to accomplish this, who looked completely unharmed from the battle. He only had one question on his mind. And King Lawrence? The soldier quickly pulled out a cigarette and lit it, where he took a long drag from it before expelling the smoke from his lungs and into the surrounding air. After doing so, he responded with a completely stoic expression on his face. Presumed dead. It's impossible to identify most of those poor bastards, so we just assumed he died with his army. There were no survivors after all. The Sultan could only gulp down the saliva that pooled in his throat when he heard this. He quickly looked back at his army and then towards the German soldier before handing the man the binoculars with a frightened expression on his face. So, who do we hand our weapons to? The soldier laughed once more, then he ordered a bunch of guards to seize the weapons of the Timurid army. It was a simple act of disgrace for them to abandon their weapons in order to return home safely. However, they had no other option. They did not have the ships to ferry them to the Holy Land, and there was now a giant canal in between them and their homeland. The soldiers of the Reichsguard collected the weapons that belonged to the members of the Timurid army before allowing them to pass through the bridges and to the other side of the canal. They were closely watched by riflemen at all times as they did so. If any of them stepped out of line, they would be dealt with via lethal force. A nobleman beneath Salan's command whispered to the man as he walked by his side. This is an insult to our nation. Who does the Kaiser think he is, stripping us of our weapons? What will happen if we come across the Crusaders in the Holy Land? They will massacre us all. Salan pointed at the red stain that lay across the Sinai Peninsula before reprimanding the nobleman for his words. If we do not submit to the Germans, that is the fate that awaits us. Death would be certain, and I would rather take my chances on the journey home than be turned into that. The nobleman immediately understood his place and averted his gaze, which just so happened to land on a massive ship that was sailing across the canal. It was clearly of Chinese origin and was likely the largest vessel in their armada. The ship was docking at the other end of the canal, where its leader would meet with Heim Erich and pay the toll that was required to cross through the Kaiser's Pass. After all, the Second Fleet of the German Navy was posted on both sides of the canal and had enough firepower to sink any vessel who dared to cross without agreeing to payment. To think that the proud Ming dynasty would agree to pay the toll, it was truly a sight for the Timurid emperor to behold. Though he had limited dealings with the great empire in the east, he knew how prideful they were. Asking them to pay a toll was an insult to their prestige, and yet it would appear that they agreed to do so. After all, how could they compete with ships made of steel? Whoever was in control of their fleet knew to put away his personal pride when he gazed upon the ironclad frigates of the German Navy and the overwhelming number of guns they had on board. By building this canal, Berenger had ushered in a new era of trade that would see all goods flow through the Reich. Thus, as the Timurid army limped back to their homeland, they gazed upon the prosperity that would soon enter German lands. Chapter 789, Battle for the Shores of Busan. The battle for the shores of Busan had already begun. Currently, Itami stood upon the bow of her flagship and gazed through her spyglass as she witnessed the chaos of war unfold from afar. After receiving a ruthless pounding from the Japanese naval guns, the Joseon defenders who survived the initial onslaught abandoned the forts that lined the coast. The men fearlessly rushed to the shores in a desperate attempt to force the Japanese invaders to fight in melee combat. After all, there was no way that the Japanese generals would fire on their own soldiers. Thus, they figured they'd be safe from the overwhelming power of the Japanese Navy. The first of the Japanese rowboats, which contained a squad of soldiers, reached the shores, where the men on board stood up and fired a volley towards the Joseon warriors. The lead projectiles pierced through the enemy's armor and flesh while claiming their lives. However, a single volley from a squad was not nearly enough to put a dent in the army that was approaching. In retaliation for this attack, hundreds of Joseon bowmen knocked their arrows and loosed them upon the Japanese squad. The bamboo arrows fell from the sky and rained upon the enemy, piercing through their cotton tunics and into their flesh. Before the Japanese could reload and fire another shot, they were turned into pincushions. Upon seeing such a nasty fate befall their countrymen, those brave souls who rowed towards the shore aimed their rifles and fired towards the gathering army. A plume of smoke filled the air as hundreds of rifles spewed lead towards the Joseon defenders, who now stood upon the shores waiting for the Japanese forces to land. The Japanese invaders fearlessly rowed towards the shore while taking potshots at the Joseon defenders in between their actions. The closer they got to the shore, the more arrows fell upon them. It was a bloodbath the likes Itami had never seen before. In her past life, she was never deployed to a combat zone. It was only in this life that she learned what it felt like to claim a life and how devastating it was to lose the men beneath your command. Her heart bled as she witnessed hundreds of her soldiers pierced by the bamboo arrows of the Joseon army. She had never suffered such losses before. She had underestimated the effect of the bow and arrow and overestimated her own military might. It turned out that the enemy could force her into the range of their weapons, and when they did, her unarmored forces suffered heavily. She had made a mistake by preparing for war with Germany when she should have been preparing for war with the Joseon, the Ainu, and the Ryukyu kingdoms, who were her immediate targets. Hundreds, if not thousands, of Japanese soldiers died as they struggled to land on the shores of Busan. However, once they found their footing, they were quick to turn the tides of war. The overwhelming volume of fire provided by the rifles that the Japanese soldiers wielded quickly thinned out the Joseon numbers, forcing the enemy to charge at them with their melee weapons. However, was the Japanese army so easy to defeat? The Japanese soldiers fired another volley before charging into the grand melee with their bayonets affixed. They shouted their battle cry as they thrust their blades forward and into the torsos of their enemy. Tenahika Banzai. With this suicidal charge, tens of thousands of Japanese soldiers rushed forward with bayonets and swords in hand. The fearlessness of death in their eyes as they cut down the enemy quickly overwhelmed the morale of the Joseon defenders, who, despite inflicting heavy casualties on the Japanese, were rapidly dwindling in number. With their artillery knocked out and the Japanese soldiers continuing to pour into the shores, the Joseon general gazed in horror as his army routed. However, Itami's forces were not merciful and immediately opened fire the moment the Joseon turned their backs and ran. Technically, this would be a war crime in the era Itami came from, causing her to bite her lip in displeasure when she saw her soldiers gunning down the fleeing enemy. In the civilized world, one was supposed to give quarter to a defeated enemy. However, she desperately needed to end this conflict here and now, especially after suffering such heavy losses. Thus, the albino beauty found her inner resolve to give the naval gunners an order that she despised. Fire upon the fleeing army with your 110-pounders. I want these bastards wiped out. If we can destroy the enemy here in Busan, the rest of the kingdom will fall with them. With the command given, the crews aboard Itami's fleet loaded their guns and adjusted their aim to fire on the fleeing enemy. The 110-pound shells rocked the shores of Busan as they blasted men into mincemeat. The Joseon who fled the battle were pelted with a mixture of naval bombardment and rifle fire as they were ruthlessly blasted to oblivion. In the end, less than 1,000 men escaped with their lives, leaving the entire kingdom utterly defenseless against the Japanese army. After the coast was secure, Itami took her own rowboat and landed on the shore where she stepped foot on the bloody sand and gazed upon the gory scene. Tens of thousands of bodies lie hewn on the beaches. If she wasn't already been so accustomed to death, then the woman would have vomited all over the beach. Nearby, a Japanese man looked like a porcupine with the amount of arrows that were stuck in his body. He had died in a kneeling position, staking the banner of the rising sun into the Korean soil. The banner was tattered and scorched by the fierce battle that had taken place only moments ago. If one were to look a few feet away, they would see the body of a Japanese soldier who had his head decapitated by a Korean swordsman. That same swordsman lay dead a mere 2 feet away with a massive hole in his chest caused by the large caliber projectiles used in the Japanese rifles. He had died with his sword in hand. Leaning against a rock was a young man no older than 18. This soldier had multiple arrows embedded in his torso and was on the brink of death. He gazed upon the Empress in her military uniform as she strode through the death that surrounded her with a stoic expression on her pretty face. He mustered what little strength remained in his body to reach out towards her and call out the title that her most loyal soldiers referred her to by. Kama-sama. Itami shifted her gaze to the dying man and saw that he was still holding his rifle in one of his hands. Tears streamed down his eyes as he gazed upon the beauty of the war goddess who was closer to him than she had ever been. Itami could only sigh as she saw this before kneeling next to the man and comforting him in his last moments. She placed the dying man's head on her ivory thighs, which were concealed by a skirt, before closing his eyes for him and comforting the poor soul who was about to enter the afterlife. You have fought well. Rest now, you have more than earned it. Shortly thereafter, the man passed away with a bitter smile on his lips. At the very least, his goddess had given him a lap pillow before he passed away from this world. Despite the man's death, Itami stayed still with his head in her lap for some time. Eventually, her lead general approached the scene and saw the distressed look on the woman's face. She was very clearly trying her best not to cry. After all, she needed to project strength to her soldiers who were licking their wounds after a hard fight. Shiba placed his hand on the young woman's shoulder and attempted to comfort her as she stared lifelessly at the dead men who surrounded her. Itamisama, it's over, we have won the battle. The Joseon kingdom has no soldiers left to fight against us. These men died so that their homeland could prosper. So that you could lead their families to a better future. Itami nodded her head in silence before gently placing the deceased soldier's head on the ground. She rose to her feet and wiped the tears from her eyes before responding to her general. You're right. I don't have time to lament the loss of life. This is war and we are so close to victory. I shall honor the fallen by annexing this kingdom. If our civilization has a chance at becoming a global power, then we need the iron that the Joseon have buried away in their lands. I want our dead brought back to Japan and entombed in the lands of their ancestors. As for the Joseon corpses or the ones that remain intact, bury them. After we have disposed of the dead, we shall advance forward and take the city. Shiba nodded his head before responding in affirmation to Itami's orders. As you command. After saying this, Itami took a few moments to collect her thoughts and harden her heart. She had never witnessed so many deaths on her own side before. However, unlike Berenger, she was not angry at the enemy for inflicting such fierce casualties on her army. Instead, she respected their strength and determination. She had not anticipated such losses when she planned this campaign, and the simple fact that she suffered so much proved the Joseon were a capable kingdom even if they were centuries behind in military technology. The enemy had suffered enough and she would not act with vengeance when she finally ruled over them. Chapter 790, Dethroning the Hungarian King. The King of Hungary sat in his throne room. Disturbing news had reached his ears about the defeat of the papacy. In this failed bid to defeat Germany, the Catholic world had sent hundreds of thousands of men to their deaths. It had barely even been a month since this war began, and already more than half of Hungary's army was dead. Hungary was already suffering from an economic breakdown after the sanctions that were put in place against Germany. However, the losses they suffered in this war was an unmitigated disaster. It was only a matter of time before famine took hold of Hungary and killed millions. In hindsight, the Hungarian monarch realized he should have never answered the papacy's call to crusade in the Holy Land. He had spent the entire duration of that brief war stuck in the Dinaric Alps, where he was unable to get past the Palladius army before the war with the Byzantine army even came to an end. However, another opportunity for glory appeared shortly after, and within 72 hours of marching on the German border, Hungary had lost over 400,000 men. The king had personally witnessed his men march into the death trap that was the German border. He could only watch with horror as his men blown to bits by artillery, shredded to pieces by machine gun fire, and fragged by landmines. The question he asked himself even now was just what kind of sadistic cunt would design such insane border defenses? The Hungarian monarch could only sigh heavily as he rested his weary head in the palm of his hands. Berenger von Kufstein was indeed a sadistic cunt, but it was not as if he was born that way. No, the man had been driven to such ruthless action. After all, he was surrounded by hostile nations that were just waiting for the opportunity to pounce. It was only now that the Hungarian king realized the Catholic Church should have united against Berenger when he was simply a small count. That was their only chance to defeat him. However, years of infighting and proxy wars had weakened the papacy's power and treasury to the point where they were now relying entirely on peasant levies to attack the German Empire. To think a man who was born to inherit a lowly barony was enough would cause such problems to the Catholic world. The King of Hungary had to admit Berenger von Kufstein had played the Catholic Church like a fiddle in the last 10 years. He had bought time by creating a series of proxy wars within Christendom. He had empowered the Church's enemies and diverted their attention from the real threat to their power, all while strengthening his army and uniting the German people into a single cohesive empire. The truth was, the game was rigged from the start. From the moment Berenger had made an enemy of the Church, he had forced them to play by his rules. What was the result of this massive chess game? The papacy was gone, the Kingdom of France was weakened beyond repair. The English army and the Order of the Red Dragon were obliterated in Egypt. Balsamo Corsini and the Duke of Burgundy were dead and buried in an unmarked grave somewhere in southern Italy, and the Polish king was presumed to have drowned to the bottom of the Mediterranean along with his entire army. All that truly remained in this fight was Hungary, and yet they were surrounded on both sides by Germany and their Byzantine allies. Berenger von Kufstein was marching his army towards his eastern border in an attempt to invade Hungary with a pincer attack. No matter what solution the King of Hungary thought of, he could only see his imminent death. He was frantic and had suffered hair loss due to his tendency to pull hair from his head when he was stressed. By now, all that remained were a few clusters of hair randomly spread out throughout his otherwise bald head. While the King of Hungary was brooding in silence, the door to his throne room opened and an unexpected visitor appeared with several armed men in tow. The King of Hungary gazed upon his guest with shock in his eye. It was the son of one of his recently deceased generals. The man was surrounded by what appeared to be other men of note within the kingdom, all of which were armed with German revolvers. Before the king could express his shock, the man spoke to him with a stern tone in his voice. Your Majesty, King Thomas Balish, the time has come for you to step down. The people of Hungary no longer support your rule and have moved to replace you before the Germans invade our lands and sack our cities. If you surrender willingly, I promise that you will be given a fair trial. Resist and you will die here today. The man in question was none other than Noemi's elder brother Vasily Victor. Upon hearing of his father's death on the German border, the young man had assumed all power in his family and had secretly conspired with imperial intelligence to unite the various wealthy families of Hungary against their king. Now that Berenger was marching his army to Hungary, Victor realized time was of the essence and had forced his way into the royal palace in order to apprehend the current monarch and hand him over to the Germans. It was a coup d'etat in every sense of the word. The Hungarian king was outraged when he saw that his own nobility had conspired against him. He quickly ordered his knights to attack the intruders. Bring me these filthy traitors' heads. Before the Hungarian knights could unsheathe their blades, the rebels opened fire upon them with their revolvers, riddling every bodyguard the king had full of bullets. Blood poured out of the steel armor that the Hungarian knights wore like water in a sieve before they collapsed lifelessly to the floor. The Hungarian king was shocked at how quickly they had been defeated and instantly kneeled in surrender before Victor could execute him. I yield. I yield. Victor scoffed with disdain when he heard this before ordering his men to bind the king and drag him away. Take him away, boys. The rebels quickly did as they were commanded and placed steel bindings on the king's wrists and ankles before dragging him off to the dungeon. After the previous monarch was removed, Victor picked up his crown, which had fallen to the floor during the chaos. He gazed upon it intently for a few moments in silence before one of his comrades questioned his actions. What now? Who will become the new king? When Victor heard this, he chuckled lightly before tossing the crown aside as if it were a common frisbee. He then replied to the man's question with a grim look on his face. That is not for us to decide. The rebel looked at Victor with a concerned expression on his face before protesting. What do you mean? Shouldn't the Hungarian people decide who is king now that we have removed the old one? In response to this, Victor merely scoffed and placed a hand on the man's shoulder before lecturing him on what was about to happen. In an ideal world, yes. However, this world is far from ideal. It is a world where we are now ruled by the Reich. For the first time in a millennium, the seat of power in the Western world has shifted from Rome to another city, Kufstein. Make no mistake, under the rule of the Reich, no man shall be crowned king unless they first have the approval of the Kaiser. Just as the papacy used to crown emperors in the past, now the Reich will crown the petty kings of Europe. This is the new world order, and you better get used to it. Because with the power of the German military, there is nobody on this earth who can defeat them in an armed conflict. So, I will hand this worthless crown to Berenger von Kufstein when he arrives on our borders, and I will sit by like an obedient dog while he crowns whoever it is that he wishes to be his puppet. Hopefully, we can rely on the Reich for assistance, because with all the young men who have died in this foolish war, the future of Hungary is looking bleak. The rebel did not say a word to counter Victor's opinion. After all, everything he said was true. Instead, he bowed his head and prayed to God that Germany would provide aid to Hungary, or else subservience to a foreign power was the least of their worries. Chapter 791, An Esteemed Guest from the Far East. Zhuxi stood on the docks of Trieste and gazed upon his surroundings with astonishment. At first, when his father sent him from the mighty and prosperous Ming dynasty to some barbarian nation in the far west, it displeased him. Though he did not verbally protest, he had spent the entire journey to the shores of the Reich in a rather foul mood. However, after making his way through the Kaiser's Pass, he shifted his view. After all, the massive steel bridges that stood high above the canal were impressive feats of engineering. Though he did not want to admit it, even his nation's best engineers would fail to create such things. If the bridges impressed him, then the moment he entered the docks of Trieste, his mind was completely blown away. Trieste was not only an important trading hub in the empire, it held its primary naval shipyard. Though there were other such places spread throughout the Adriatic, Baltic, and the North Sea. The most experienced shipwrights in the empire all called Trieste their home. It was because of this that the city was considered the second most important city within the borders of the Reich and thus received priority in regard to city planning, such as streetlights. Though, luckily for Zhuxi, it was still midday, and because of that, the streetlights were not active. Otherwise, he might have had a heart attack. Though the streetlights were not lit, he did witness something else that deeply shocked him. A convoy of military trucks based upon Berengar's recent designs passed him by in the streets as they transported several tons of steel towards the shipyards where the hull of a massive vessel was nearing completion. He was surprised to see such a monstrous vehicle, especially considering there were no beasts of burden pulling it. However, the shock he had in his heart towards the convoy of trucks failed to compare to that which he felt when his eyes fell upon the behemoth of a vessel that was being constructed in the shipyards. He had always been prideful of the mighty fleet that the Ming dynasty possessed, but the steel warship dwarfed even the largest vessel under his family's command. All of a sudden, he felt as if the pride and joy of the emperor was a laughing matter. This ship was the SMS Linda, the first in a line of super dreadnoughts that Berenger intended to construct as his primary naval warships. One of these ships would be enough to challenge the entire world's naval might at this point in time. However, he intended to construct 10 ship fleets that composed of 7 Linda-class battleships and 3 Honoria-class battlecruisers. As for the Adela-class cruisers, they would be used as escorts for the new cargo ships that were under construction. Still, the sight of these massive steel ships nearly gave the Ming prince a heart attack. He quickly looked away from the shipyards and asked one of his translators the question on his mind. How far away is the capital where the so-called Kaiser resides? The prince had brought with him a series of interpreters in order to effectively communicate with the Germans. Thus, it took a few moments for the words to be translated from Chinese into German and vice versa. Approximately 325 kilometers. Upon realizing that the prince did not understand the metric system that Berenger had introduced to his empire, the translators spent another few moments converting the number into the Ming system of measurement. The moment that Zhuxi heard the distance in terms that he could understand, he reacted with shock. So it will take us another few weeks to reach the capital of this kingdom? How do they manage to run their empire so far away from their nearest shore? The translator who spoke German chuckled when he heard the prince's remark. He did not mean to offend the Eastern prince, but he had been doing business with the Reich for some time and could tell the prince was out of his comfort zone after observing so many spectacular inventions throughout the port city. He corrected the man's thinking before pointing up towards the train station. All we need to do is take the train and we will be able to reach Kufstein in a matter of hours. Upon hearing these words translated into his own tongue, the prince had many questions on his mind but ultimately decided to remain quiet and witness the event for himself. His group traversed through the city for some time before arriving at the train station where they ordered a few first-class tickets to travel to Kufstein. Zhuxi boarded the train with his party and was surprised to see the luxurious interior of the first-class rail car. Throughout the entire journey from Trieste to Kufstein, he witnessed many amazing sights before stepping off and into the grand capital of the German Empire. If he had thought that Trieste was exceptional, then Kufstein was something out of this world. Steamboats flowed through the river that divided the city, transporting goods from the rest of the European kingdoms which lie on the Rhine and Danube. Vehicles drove through the streets in limited numbers, such as police cars, fire trucks, and the personal automobiles of politicians. Ultimately, he and his party got on a bus that was headed towards the Palace district and gazed upon the impeccable German architecture with astonishment in their eyes. From the colossal statue which sat upon the hill overlooking the city to the Reichstag, the Grand Cathedral, and even the arena which was undergoing construction. There were so many notable locations that caught one's attention. That's not to say that the Ming dynasty did not have their own incredible cities, but Kufstein was simply foreign to him. Out of all the diplomatic visits he had ever made during his life as an imperial prince, he was certain that he had never seen a city which rivaled Beijing. However, if there was one city that could claim such a feat, it would be Kufstein. Eventually, the Ming delegation reached the imperial palace which belonged to the von Kufstein dynasty and stood outside its gates where the guards greeted them. Evidently, the palace had been made aware of the Ming visit and had prepared for this occasion. The guards quickly made the Ming prince aware of the current situation, which he was shocked to hear considering how peaceful life was in the borders of the Reich. I apologize, Your Highness. However, the Kaiser is currently at war with our neighbors. He is currently marching towards Hungary as we speak. You chose a really poor time to visit. However, rest assured, we would be happy to entertain you in the palace until he returns from his impending victory. The prince was astonished when he heard the emperor was at war. He had not seen the slightest concern in the eyes of Germany's citizens. It was as if despite being at war with more than one kingdom they felt as if it had no effect on their daily lives. Even if the Ming army were to go to war with barbarians on the frontier, it would still affect the lives of people within the realm in some small capacity. Normally he would be outraged at this moment, however, he had seen many strange sights which lead him to believe that throwing a hissy fit in front of the German palace was a bad idea. After all, though he did not understand the military capabilities of the Reich in their fullest context, he could tell they were not a power that should be trifled with. If his father had dispatched his haughty younger brother, Zhu Li, to the Reich, he likely would have turned this unexpected outcome into an international incident. Thus, Zhu Ji could only sigh and accept his fate with the dignity of an imperial prince. Very well. I welcome your hospitality. Please lead the way, our journey has been long and tiresome. The guards led the Ming delegation to the imperial palace where Linda stood at the entrance to welcome the man into her husband's home. She wore a sky blue dress with white gold jewelry which was encrusted with topaz that had been imported from the Anangpur Empire. When Zhu Ji gazed upon the red-headed beauty, he was truly surprised. In his entire life, he had seen maybe 3 women who were as beautiful as she was. He did not know her relation to the Kaiser, but if she was greeting him, she likely held a high position in his household. Before he could speak, Linda curtsied before speaking to him with a pretty smile on her face. Welcome, Prince Zhu Ji of the Ming dynasty. We have been expecting you for some time. I am Kaiserin Linda von Kufstein, second wife to Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein. I apologize on my husband's behalf for him not being available to greet you himself, but he is currently occupied with fighting our empire's enemies. Please come inside and rest your weary souls. I am sure the journey to Kufstein was long and arduous. The moment the man heard that Linda was taken, he sighed within his own heart. He lamented the fact that he could not take such a supreme beauty home with him. However, after witnessing the advanced technology that was employed in the Reich and the large steel battleship that was under construction, he had no desire to make an enemy of the Kaiser. Instead, he wore a friendly smile on his handsome face as he accepted Lindy's kindness before entering the palace. I thank you for your hospitality. The journey has indeed been long. Please, if you don't mind, I would like to rest my feet. With this said, Linda led the man into the palace where she ordered the servants to help him get settled in. She would later share lunch with the man as Berengar's personal representative, where she would learn some interesting details about what was happening in the Far East. Chapter 792, Lunch with the Ming Prince. Linda sat at the head of the dining table within the royal palace. She was alone as she met with the imperial prince of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Ji. The only other people present in the room were the man's translators and members of the Reichsguard whose duty was to protect the imperial family at all times. The guards were ever watchful of the imperial prince. If he showed the slightest hint of hostility or seduction, they would not hesitate to apprehend him. However, the man was calm and collected. He had no intentions of pursuing Linda, no matter how attractive he might have found her to be. In fact, he was more interested in the war that the Kaiser was currently fighting and quickly inquired about it. You said your husband is at war, but as far as I can see, everybody within your empire appears to be acting without the slightest concern in the world. Do you mind elaborating on why that might be? Pardon my curiosity, I just have never seen a nation at war act so carefree. Linda took a sip from her wine and a bite from her schnitzel as she entertained her guest from the east. While Berenger was away, she was the head of the household, which meant that she handled all the diplomatic visits. Though Zhu Shi thought it was strange that woman held so much power, he was not going to make an ass of himself by commenting on it. The fact that the man had been so polite made Linda suspicious, but she kept it to herself and decided to grace the man with the information he desired. After all, it wasn't a secret. My husband, in his pursuit of power, has angered most of our neighbors, but none more so than the papacy. In Europe, the dominant religion is also a political entity who holds considerable influence over all the other realms. To put it simply, my husband broke away from religious tradition in pursuit of secular authority and angered this religious institution. For the past 10 years, the papacy has been trying to dethrone my husband, and now they have declared a holy war against the Reich in their latest attempt to do so. At the moment, we are currently at war with a total of 5 different kingdoms and the church itself. Most of these kingdoms share a border with us. He has split our army to deal with these distinct threats and is currently leading 1/5 of our forces in southern Italy. The latest information I have received from the front lines is that my husband has achieved an overwhelming victory against the forces of the papacy, the Kingdom of Naples, and the Duchy of Burgundy. He is now marching towards Hungary to unite with his forces in the region and put an end to their opposition. Yushi gazed in shock towards Linda. He was so surprised by this news he did not even taste the schnitzel as he dined on it. One nation was at war with 5 of its neighbors and had already taken 3 of them out of the conflict? How is this possible? He needed clarification and quickly asked about it. You're telling me that your husband is fighting a war with 5 enemies and is already victorious against 3 of them? Linda wore a smug smile on her pretty face as she took another bite of her schnitzel before responding to the man. 6 enemies and we have eliminated 5 of them. The papacy may be a religious institution, but it has its own armies. Or I should say, what's left of them have scattered to the wind. Yuji was silent as he heard this news. He did not know if the woman was lying to him, but judging by some of the things he had seen on his journey to Kufstein, he was certain she wasn't exaggerating in the slightest. He quickly asked the next question on his mind. Just how long has this war been going on for? Linda did not even need to think about the answer. She quickly blurted it out as if it were the most normal thing in the world, not realizing how shocking the information must be for a man who was used to fighting wars for years at a time. A couple of months, no more than 3. Why do you ask? Yuji was stunned once again. He simply could not enjoy the delicious meal that had been prepared for him upon hearing such astonishing news about the military prowess of the German Empire. He could only comment in disbelief. No reason. Your husband must be a capable general to pull that off. Yuji no longer wanted to talk about Germany's war and instead broached another topic that he felt would ease his suffering. I am thankful for the hospitality you have showed me so far. I have come a long way and this meal is truly delicious. The news of your husband's absence was slightly upsetting, but as a man who has been to war myself, I understand that such things take precedence. I guess I will have to be patient and wait before I can give him the news that I have come all this way to deliver. Linda smiled gracefully when she heard this but narrowed her eyes in scrutiny. When she initially learned Berengar's true identity, she had received a history lesson on the world Berenger had come from, which shared many similarities with the one they lived in now. Naturally, she knew all about the Ming dynasty, their culture, their prestige, their attitudes towards foreigners, and their military prowess. The fact that an imperial prince was treating her, a woman from what could be perceived as a barbarous kingdom, with such dignity and respect meant something had spooked him on his journey through the Reich. If he had come all this way to Kufstein to deliver some news in person, then there was naturally a request tied to it. Upon thinking about the strange power from the east who used steamships and advanced weapons, she could not help but conclude that the Ming were either at odds with them, or were wary of them and were seeking a powerful alliance to deter them. She was not afraid to inquire about the man's reason for visiting, and quickly did so after calmly taking another bite from her food. Are you referring to that eastern power with the wooden steamships? Upon hearing the woman so nonchalantly address the Japanese Empire, it shocked Yuji once again. He felt like his heart couldn't take many more surprises. However, his curiosity got the better of him and he quickly inquired about what she knew about the Japanese. You know about the Japanese Empire? Have you come into contact with them already? Linda searched her memory from the history lesson that Berenger had provided her with and immediately took note of the term Japanese Empire. From her understanding of history from that world, they should be on the brink of a major civil war. If they were not using steamships and advanced weapons, then the veteran spymaster would merely chalk this up as a normal change in the timeline. After all, there were many changes in the western part of this world and the one that Berenger had come from. However, the existence of such modern technology combined with the shift in the timeline only confirmed Lindy's original thoughts. There was a reincarnado among the ranks of Japanese society. She knew quite a bit about the history of Japan, more so than she did about China. From the way Berenger spoke about them, they were impressive to rise from a small island nation to a major power which rivaled the European empires at their height. However, she also knew that they were severely lacking in natural resources, as Berenger made this point abundantly clear to her. If the Japanese were arming the Bengals, then they clearly had a reason for doing so. She just couldn't figure out what it was with her limited information. Thus, after several moments of silence, she prodded Yuji for more information. In truth, I know very little about the Japanese Empire. However, from what information I have been able to gain, I can say with certainty that should we find ourselves engaging in an armed conflict with them, the Reich would emerge victorious. Why don't you tell me what you know so that when my husband returns home, I can do a better job of convincing him to support you? Yuji sighed heavily in relief when he heard that Lindy's knowledge of the Japanese was limited. It meant he still had a bargaining chip. Though she was a woman, the Kaiser entrusted her to look after the dynasty's affairs while he was away at war, and she also seemed to be exceptionally intelligent. He felt as if he could trust her with the information he had gained from his father. After several moments of deliberation, he spoke with her about what he knew. If you know about the Japanese, then surely you know about the Joseon, right? Linda had a quick mind, and based upon the information she had received from Berenger, she could quickly extrapolate exactly why the Ming had decided to visit the Reich, especially after news of the Kaiser's past reached their ears. For the first time since the conversation had begun, Linda was utterly shocked, so much so that she dropped her fork when she heard this. You don't mean? Upon seeing the red-headed beauty so flustered, Zhu Ji felt accomplished and quickly cut her off before she could spoil his fun. Japan has invaded the Joseon kingdom. They intend to annex the region and use its iron deposits for their own purposes. I don't exactly know why they would need so much iron, but that appears to be their goal. Linda quickly thought through what this meant. It meant that Japan intended to rapidly expand their military over the next couple of years. The steam-powered turtle ships were not a threat to the German Navy, but if the Japanese managed to create battleships, it could pose a serious problem for the Reich. She immediately understood the intent the Japanese had for Korea, but what she did not understand was why they were involved with the Bengal Empire, and thus she quickly asked about that. If they're invading the Joseon kingdom, then why are they also involved with the Bengal Empire? When Zhu Ji heard these words, he was once more astonished. His contacts within the Japanese Empire had said nothing about Itami's visit to the Bengal Empire. Both the Ming Prince and the German Empress would continue to have a lengthy conversation about Itami and her empire over a delicious lunch. Chapter 793, Lunch with the Ming Prince Part LL. Zhu Ji sat back with a look of surprise on his face after hearing that the Japanese Empire was interfering with the political situation in the Indian subcontinent. It was startling news. After all, the Japanese Empire was rapidly expanding its power and authority. Soon the Japanese would eclipse the Ming if the emperor sat back and did nothing. It was because of this that Zhu Ji was interested in brokering an alliance with the German Empire. After all, they appeared to be the only ones capable of stemming the rising tide that was the Japanese military. The prince was quick to interrogate Linda on what she knew about Japanese operations in India. What do you mean by the Japanese are involved with the Bengal Empire? How much do you know about the situation in the Indian subcontinent? Linda took a sip from her wine before answering this question. She had a stoic look on her pretty face as she blatantly informed the Ming prince about what she knew regarding Japanese operations in India. I don't know the reason behind their actions, but I can tell you with certainty that the Japanese are selling weapons to the Bengal Empire. Emperor Asha plans to use these weapons to conquer the Indian subcontinent and unite the region under his banner. The weapons that the Japanese Empress has sold the Bengals are fearsome, well beyond your capabilities to deal with. They are so troublesome that they might cause serious difficulty for our forces should we contend with the Bengals for control of the area. This news stung Zhu Ji like a hive of wasps. He could hardly believe that the Bengals had brokered such a deal with Itami, nor could he understand why the young empress would sell them such weapons. In the end, he could only think of one possible reason that the Japanese would do such a thing, but he needed clarification from the red-headed beauty sitting across from him in order to be certain. Let me ask you this. Does the Reich have plans to interfere in India? This question surprised Linda, who halted her action of taking another sip from her glass when she heard these words. She was silent for but a second before responding to the man's question with one of her own. Why do you ask? It was at this moment that Zhu Ji solved the puzzle that existed within Lindy's mind as he stated his reasoning for asking such a serious question. Because if you do have plans for the region and Japan is aware of your existence, they might be using the Bengals as a proxy to direct your attention away from their actions in Korea. I don't know what plans the Empress has in mind for the Joseon's iron deposits, but she needs time to implement them. If your empire intimidated her, then she might use the Bengals as a means to buy time to complete her plans. The words that Zhu Ji spoke once again shocked Linda, but they made sense. The only problem she had with this line of reasoning was the fact that she did not know how the Japanese had learned of the Reich's existence. However, if the Eastern Empire was led by a reincarnator, then they would surely be threatened by Berengar's presence in this world. By using the Bengals as a proxy, the Japanese proved that they were behind the Reich in terms of military technology, or else they would never resort to such a desperate gamble to buy time. The likelihood was the Japanese were just starting to industrialize, and it would take some time for them to make use of the iron in Korea to build their military. While Linda was thinking about this shocking information, Zhu Ji outlined his primary reason for visiting the Reich. I will be frank, my father wants your weapons, or at the very least, he wants weapons that can contend with the Japanese should they bare their fangs against us. Name your price and we will pay it. Linda twirled her finger within her wine as she thought about this request for a few moments. As the director of intelligence, she could make executive decisions such as arming foreign powers, especially if they were to be used as proxies. If the Japanese were giving weapons to the Bengals to bog down the German armed forces, then it was only fair that she play the same game. Thus, after a few seconds of silence, Linda sighed heavily before revealing her thoughts on the matter. You're in luck. Our forces are in the middle of transitioning to new and improved weapons. Within the next 2 years, we will have hundreds of thousands of old firearms, thousands of artillery pieces, and millions of rounds of ammunition lying around collecting dust. Under certain conditions, I can promise to have some of these weapons refurbished and shipped to the Ming to be used on your border with the Joseon. Zhu Ji was excited to hear this news but did not let it show on his face. After all, he was concerned with what these conditions were. He knew he was asking a lot of the Reich, despite this being their first diplomatic visit, and because of this he expected Linda to make some serious demands of the Ming dynasty. However, when he heard her words he was surprised at how simple the woman's first demand was. My first condition is that the Ming dynasty establishes a non-aggression pact with the Reich. Though I am not afraid of you turning these weapons against us, it is better to be safe than sorry. This condition actually worked in the Ming's favor, and Zhu Ji was quick to accept it. That is not a problem. What is your next condition? Linda wore a pretty smile as she made her next demand of the Ming prince. She found that when making excessive demands, men were more willing to accept them if a beautiful woman was being friendly to them when she made her request. My second request is twofold. The Ming dynasty opens its ports for trade with the Reich and treats our empire as an equal. This request was a bit difficult and Zhu Ji could not give the woman an immediate answer. The emperor would normally reject the fact that she was requesting to be considered an equal. However, Zhu Ji had seen the capabilities of the Reich firsthand and knew that her request was not out of line in the slightest. He would dare to argue that the Reich was superior to the Ming dynasty, thus she was actually showing face for the emperor by demanding to be treated as an equal. Even though Zhu Ji thought this, he would have to convince his father to agree to this request. Thus, he sighed heavily before answering Lindy's request. I will need to convince my father to accept this request, but I am confident in my ability to do so. Let's move on to your third demand. Linda smiled once again as she took a sip from her wine before explaining to Zhu Ji her final request for the Ming dynasty. My last request is simple. I would like for your empire to allow my agents to smuggle weapons through your border with the Joseon so that we can properly train the locals to resist the Japanese occupation. Since the Empress of Japan seeks to turn the Bengal Empire into a proxy against my husband's army, then I will do the same to her with the Joseon. Obviously, you can maintain complete and total deniability if the Japanese were to learn about our operation. Zhu Ji thought about this request in silence for several moments. Linda was asking a lot from the Ming dynasty with this request. By allowing the Germans to smuggle weapons through the borders of the Ming dynasty in an attempt to arm and train an insurgency against the Japanese, she was practically asking the Ming to become enemies with Japan. However, when he thought about the last part, which was total deniability, Zhu Ji felt as if he could convince his father to agree to such demands. As long as the Ming pretended like they had no idea what the German smugglers were doing on their border, then the Japanese could not justify an invasion of China. Thus, after several moments of silence, the Ming prince spoke up. I can't agree to this request immediately. I will need to return to my father and convince him to accept these demands. However, I want to ask you before I commit myself to such an action. Can you guarantee that you will keep your word? I suppose what I'm really asking is, do you have the authority to make such an agreement? Linda smiled as she finished the last of her wine. Of course, she had the authority to make such a deal. Not only did she hold the title of Kaiserin, but she was also the director of Imperial Intelligence. This negotiation revolved around arming an insurgency in a foreign county. Such a thing was not only within the scope of her command, but was an active part of her duties. The only difference was that this time she would be dealing with a different generation of weapons. Still, the precedents had been set by Adelbrand, who, with her help, equipped the Royal Andalusian army with these exact weapons. Besides, in the off chance that Berenger protested this trade deal, Linda would just use her death grip over his heart to convince him to fulfill this arrangement. Thus, she wore a confident smile on her face as she nodded her head and sealed the deal. You don't need to worry. I may not seem like it, but I have a significant amount of control over the Reich's foreign affairs. Ultimately, the Kaiser's word is law, but he trusts my judgment enough to allow me to make such critical decisions. When he returns home, I will inform him about everything we have spoken about, and I am certain he will agree that my decisions were not only necessary but also prudent. Zhu Ji could not tell, but Lindy's mind was filled with lewd thoughts of being rewarded by her master for her actions while he was away at war. Because of this ignorance, the man had a happy smile on his face as he made his intentions clear. Very well. If that is the case, then I shall trust your word. I will stay in the Reich for the next few weeks before heading back to my homeland. I would very much like to see how mighty your empire truly is. Once again, I thank you for your hospitality. Linda snapped out of her daze and recovered her graceful demeanor as she nodded her head in agreement before getting up from the table and departing from the room. It has been my utmost pleasure, Prince Zhu Ji. If you need anything, simply ask, and if it is within my power, I will assist you. Zhu Ji watched as Lindy's sublime figure disappeared from the room and shook his head before expressing the thoughts on his mind. It is a shame that such a beautiful and capable woman is already taken. If my wife was anything like her, I would consider myself to be the luckiest man in the world. Chapter 794, Stumbling Upon a Random Talent. Itami stood in the city of Busan at the head of her army. Within the past 24 hours, her soldiers had landed on the shores of Korea and asserted control over the southern city. The Japanese had demolished the majority of the Joseon army in a single battle, and now they were free to steamroll across the land in pursuit of their conquest. The local Joseon citizens were gathered in the city square, surrounded by the Japanese soldiers. They were shivering in terror as they witnessed the albino beauty take the stand. In Itami's hand was her current sword, which took the form of a Kyugunto. She had put aside her old katana for the time being and instead focused on the current aesthetic her armed forces took. The jewel steel blade of the Kigunto was pressed against the cold floor of Busan where Itami's delicate hands wrapped over its pommel. She glared at the audience that was gathered before her before speaking loudly and clearly. Her words were being translated to the people of Busan by an interpreter as she boldly declared the annexation of the Joseon kingdom. My name is Itami Ryo and I am the Empress of Japan. Today marks the dawn of a new era. An era of co-prosperity where the Joseon kingdom and the Empire of Japan have united into one entity. Your army is defeated, buried on the beaches outside the city. What few defenders you have left have fled to the hills and abandoned you. With the defeat of the Joseon army, I hereby annex this kingdom and rename it to the Prefecture of Korea, where it shall be protected until the end of time by the brave soldiers of the Empire of Japan. No longer shall you pay tribute to your Ming overlords, instead you shall pay tribute to me, your new empress. So long as you all behave yourselves, I promise that you shall be given a certain degree of autonomy. However, resist my rule and see how quickly your lives shall change for the worse. I may come here as a conqueror, but I always treat my subjects with justice. For those who work alongside the Empire of Japan, I promise you a prosperous life. For those of you who resist our rule, your fate shall be worse than death. Now, kneel and show your support for your new empress. Immediately after saying these words, the Japanese soldiers lifted their weapons in the air and chanted their war cries. Tenahika Banzai. Begrudgingly, the citizens of Busan knelt on the ground and bowed their heads as they chanted these words in fear that refusing to do so would result in their deaths. They had no idea what these foreign words meant, but they pronounced them to the best of their ability. After climbing down from the makeshift platform that had been constructed in the center of the city, Itami was greeted by a young Korean woman who was dressed in an extravagant hanbok. She appeared to be from a wealthy family, perhaps the local nobleman's daughter. Before the girl could approach Itami, she was stopped by the guards. Itami paid little attention to the young beauty until she heard the woman speak in Japanese. Your Majesty, I wish to serve you. I have long since heard of your exploits and know that you are seeking talented individuals. I am trained in the ways of alchemy and am willing to learn what you have to teach me. Please accept me as your disciple. Itami stopped dead in her tracks when she heard this. The truth of the matter was she was in dire need of chemists and other scientists. Those beneath her command were slow to embrace new ideas and were stuck in their ancient mindsets. Because of this, Itami had to do most of the research into chemistry herself. It was a miracle that she was even able to produce a chemical manufacturing plant whose sole purpose at the moment was manufacturing mercury fulminate for early primers. Upon expecting this young woman, Itami realized that she was no older than 18 and given enough time and education she could be molded into a proper chemist. Thus, Itami gazed over at the woman with her signature icy look before asking for her name. What is your name? Mina. Wa Mina. Itami gazed up and down at Mina. She could not tell the shape of her body beneath her hanbok, but the woman had beautiful facial features. She had dark eyes and hair, but skin as pale as snow. If Itami were a man, she would certainly fall for the girl at first glance. However, she was a straight woman and because of that she could only admire the girl's beauty. Itami was also paranoid and because of that she was unsure why this girl would approach her of her own accord directly after the annexation of her homeland. Thus, she quickly interrogated Mina to find out the reason behind her actions. You say you want to be of service to me? I have but one question. Why? Mina was surprised when she heard Itami questioning her reason. Her father was a wealthy merchant who had business dealings with Japan. She had long since heard of the rise of the war goddess and Itami's attempts to modernize Japan. The fact that a woman could have such a supreme position of power led the girl to believe perhaps she, too, could be someone of influence in Japan, unlike in her homeland. Of course, Mina never expected the Japanese to invade and annex her homeland, but that didn't really matter to her so long as she could make something of herself. After all, she was an ambitious girl and wanted more in life than to be some bastard's housewife. Thus, she was quick to voice her reasoning to the Japanese empress. Here in the Joseon dynasty, as a woman, I can't even hope to achieve anything great. At the most, I will be married off to some man. However, in your empire, so long as I am useful, I can make something of myself. Please, teach me your knowledge so that I can help you and your ambitions. I want to be remembered in history as something other than just a pretty face. The girl's ambition intrigued Itami. It was rare to come across a woman with such determination. Truthfully, her entire administration was filled with old men whose heads were stuck in the past. If she had a hope of defeating Berenger, then she needed people who could innovate. Perhaps Mina would be the first of her subjects to accept Itami's new ideals. Thus, after careful consideration, Itami agreed with the Mina's demands. Very well. I will take you under my wing and teach you the ways of science, however you will be under constant surveillance. I don't know if you have any ulterior motives or not. If you can agree to being watched while under my employ, then I will teach you everything I know. Perhaps you can be of some use to me. Upon hearing this, Mina jumped for joy and attempted to hug Itami but was quickly held back by the Empress guards. Until Mina could prove trustworthy, she would be kept at an arm's length from Itami. Thus, after annexing Busan, Itami had come across a random talent. One who would prove useful in the field of chemistry. Perhaps Itami had just found her version of Aldo von Passau. Or perhaps Mina would remain nothing more than a pretty face. Only time would tell. Chapter 795 Colonial Expansion. While Berenger was fighting his war against the Catholic world and Itami sought dominion over the Korean peninsula, the German colonies grew and expanded as more young men and women were selected to settle into the New World. Aside from the pre-existing colonies of New Vienna, New Swabia, Baronstadt, and New Haven, the Germans had founded colonies in what is once known as Florida and Texas in Berengar's past life. These settlements were connected to the rest of the colonies by trade through the sea, and after some small skirmishes with the locals, these colonies had begun to thrive. As for New Vienna, it was no longer a small colony of a few hundred men and women. It was the largest colony in the New World, with over 10,000 German families living within the settlement. Day-to-day life was peaceful thanks to the skilled diplomacy of Arnulf von Thiersee. The local tribes rarely found fault with the settlers of New Vienna, and they coexisted in peace. Cobblestone streets stretched throughout the city limits, and fratchwork houses littered the landscape. The fields made use of the horse-powered machines that Berenger had invented long ago and were filled to the brim with crops. One thing was certain: New Vienna was not lacking when it came to a food surplus. Still, under the orders of Arnulf, the food was carefully stored in case of a bad winter, and any excess was sold to the neighboring native tribes at a fair price. As a colony on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, the latest advancements in civilization had yet to reach the shores of New Vienna. Because of that, there was a distinctive lack of industry. Instead, the colony relied on both animal and water power to accomplish their daily tasks. Though the colonial expeditionary forces existed to defend the area, militias had popped up in the various small towns that existed outside the city of New Vienna. The expansion of the German colony had been negotiated with the native tribes, and Arnulf had paid a fair price for the land. This was something that upset many of the settlers who believed in the fatherland's propaganda, who told them it was their divine right to conquer and settle the new world to the fullest extent. It was because of this that several men were gathered in the local beer hall, where they drank their fill while complaining about their lives. Who the hell does the Grand Duke think he is? You all know I make a living by hunting animals and selling their hides. I went out to my favorite hunting spot yesterday and got myself a fucking bear. However, when I brought it back home, Arnulf and his cronies seized the pelt from me. Why would he do such a thing? Because apparently I was hunting on Mohawk lands. What lands? These filthy savages don't even have the concept of land ownership in their tribes. I swear to God, that fucking bastard's whore of a wife is influencing him to act against the interests of the German people. They'll tell you what, if the Kaiser knew about this injustice, he would do something about it. I hear the other colonies are able to fully expand as they please, and if the natives kick up a fuss, they just deploy the Colonial Expeditionary Corps to deal with them. What the hell have the 5,000 cunts who were sent to New Vienna done in the past few years aside from enforcing Arnulf's laws that favor the natives? Multiple men drank from their beer glasses and nodded their heads in agreement with the hunter's words. There was a rising sentiment of disagreement among the colonists with the pacifistic approach Arnulf had when it came to expansion. Though the tribes prospered alongside the German settlers with Arnulf's peace, many of the more nationalistic Germans were offended that they simply weren't taking what they needed by force. It was because of this that another man was quick to voice his discontent in addendum to the hunter's tale. Yeah, I had a similar problem. I was fishing north of where I normally do, and I caught a dozen fish in one day. However, when I returned home, they were confiscated because apparently those fishing grounds belonged to one of the native tribes. I can't remember which. I mean, let's be honest, all of these savages look the same. Fuck, I spent all day catching those fish, and that bastard Arnulf gave them away to the natives. What the hell kind of bullshit is that? If you ask me, it is his native wife who is influencing him into favoring those savages. I mean, some of the things he has done as colonial governor are borderline treasonous. For example, did you hear about the price that Arnulf paid in order to settle the lands that the town of Adelstein was established upon? I heard it was an outrageous sum of goods, and he voluntarily gave them over to the natives in exchange for ownership of the land. What the hell? This goes against everything the Kaiser has said about colonization of the New World. We are not supposed to be negotiating, we are supposed to be conquering. That colony down south, what is it called, Lindeberg? The one between here and the colony of New Haven? Yeah, I heard they wiped out the natives in the area. Apparently, those savages attacked one of the colonists, and as a result they went on a campaign of extermination, wiping out every native within 1,000 square kilometers. That's what we should be doing. The man was referencing a colony that had been established in what was previously known as Florida in Berengar's past life. Shortly after the German colonials settled the land, there was an incident where a young girl was kidnapped by a local tribe. She was horrifically abused during her captivity, and when the Germans found out what she had suffered through, they went on a rampage, slaughtering every tribe they came across. To the German people of the New World, this fierce retaliation was a statement. German citizens were untouchable, and if any harm came to them, the full might of the German Expeditionary Corps would befall any tribe unfortunate enough to have angered the Reich. However, Arnulf's reaction to this news was a statement of condemnation. Something that many of the citizens beneath his governance were deeply upset about. After hearing rumors of what the girl had gone through, half of the settlers in New Vienna had the urge to go out and fight the nearby natives who had nothing to do with the incident. All of these thoughts were going through the minds of the men as they got drunk and voiced their complaints in the only place they knew it was safe to do so. Ultimately, the hunter who originally complained about his pelts being stolen voiced an idea that would change the landscape of North American politics for decades. It is obvious that Arnulf cares more about the well-being of the natives than he does about the Kaiser's will or the glory of the fatherland. I say we round up everyone who despises the current order and march north, where we will establish our own settlement. One that is truly loyal to the Kaiser. A colony that is not afraid to fight with the natives for control of this bountiful land. For Kaiser and fatherland. At first, there was utter silence when the men heard these words. After all, despite their grievances with the current political situation with the nearby tribes, New Vienna was an extremely peaceful place where the quality of life was the highest in the New World. If they gathered up their families and left, it would be a difficult few months or even years before they reached the level of luxury they lived in now. However, the more they thought about it, the more they realized there were hundreds of citizens like them who were pissed off about the peaceful policy with the natives and the fact that new land was negotiated for instead of taken. If they all worked together, they could make a better life. In the end, the will of the Kaiser was the deciding factor. These men felt that Arnulf was disloyal to the Kaiser's vision of a manifest destiny, and they would rather die before being disloyal to the man who made all of this possible. Thus, every man in the beer hall shouted their support for this plan and elected this hunter their new leader. In the next few weeks, 1,000 families would depart from the colony of New Vienna and head north to the lands that were once known as Ottawa in Berengar's past life, where they would found the colony of Berenwald. It would be the first time since Berengar's rise to power that two German territories would come to arms with one another, as a brief colonial dispute would follow the annexation of Algonquin lands. Chapter 796, Aztec Expansion. Tlaxcala stood upon a large rock overlooking the city in the valley below. The overlapping steel scales of her armored vest shimmered underneath the scorching sun. In one hand was a short spear, and in the other was a wooden round shield that had the hide of a jaguar covering the panels. Upon her waist was a sheathed machete which was fashioned in the style used by Colombians in Berengar's past life. The Aztec ambassador to the German Empire had returned to her homeland while the Kaiser was off at war with his neighbors. Upon her arrival, she found her people were engaged in a bloody campaign with their neighbors. Not being one to fear conflict, Tlaxcala quickly took up the spear and marched against her enemies. With the power of German steel in their hands and the steeds of the fatherland at their command, the Aztec army had transformed into a powerful entity that no other Mesoamerican civilization could contend with. In her absence, the Aztecs had waged wars of conquest against all their neighbors. Now the only petty kingdom which remained was the Tututepec. After the Aztecs conquered the small kingdom, the only power that could oppose the might of their empire was the Mayans to the south. Thrilled that his daughter had returned home, the Aztec emperor tasked her with leading his forces to conquer their last sovereign neighbor. Upon witnessing the city preparing its meager defenses in fear of the Aztec army, Tlaxcala could only sneer in disdain. The weapons that the Germans had sold to the Aztecs were beyond the limited capabilities of a Stone Age civilization. She quickly called out to the army which stood within the hills and gave her commands. Charge! An army of 10,000 men and 2,000 cavalry charged down the hills and towards the poorly defended city. Until now, the Mesoamerican civilizations had no need for walls around their cities. That had proved to be the undoing of many of the Aztecs' neighbors. After all, the Germans had taught their protectorate a new style of warfare, and the sieging of cities was one such aspect. Tlaxcala led her forces down the hill and into the front lines. A mix of steel-scaled armor and jaguar hides clung tightly to her overly muscular body as she thrust her spear towards the first enemy she came into contact with. The Aztec infantry crashed through the enemy's wicker shields as if they were a knife through butter. Meanwhile, the archers stood back at a distance and rained down a volley of arrows upon the city's defenders. Tlaxcala cared little for the stone weapons of her enemies. After all, her vital areas were well protected with steel scales, and because of that she madly dashed forward with her short spear, thrusting it through the shield of her opponent and into his body. The man cried out in agony as his blood and guts spilled to the floor before Tlaxcala ripped the spearhead from his flesh. All around her the Aztec infantry were cutting through their opponents like wheat to the scythe. The short spear was Tlaxcala's favorite weapon. A long, almost sword-like spearhead sat upon a short wooden shaft. It could be wielded adeptly with one hand and was capable of frightening lethality, especially against the poorly armored Stone Age opponents that she was facing. Two men surrounded Tlaxcala as she withdrew her spear. Despite the situation, she was not the least bit frightened. One of the men swung at her with a war club, however she simply lifted her wooden shield and deflected the blow upwards where she used her short spear to thrust into the man's heart. The thin padded armor worn by her enemies had no chance of stopping the sharp steel short spear that the woman wielded. Once this man was dead, Tlaxcala did not hesitate to shift her weapon towards the other man who had foolishly attacked her. Blood splattered across the Aztec prince's steel-clad torso and marred the shimmering scales with its filth. Despite this, there was no sense of disgust on Tlaxcala's pretty face, only a savage smile as she jumped at her opponent and thrust into his neck with her weapon. Tlaxcala had to admit, as much as she despised Berengar for what he had done to her people, without his aid, the Aztec Empire would not be able to expand to its current state. Not only were the weapons they wielded greater, but they also had a massive increase in agricultural output. While the woman was thinking about Berenger, an enemy combatant had launched a spear at her with his atlotl. It took Tlexicli but a moment to react as she quickly raised her shield, which caught the oncoming weapon. The man had thrown the weapon with such force that it had embedded itself in the wood, turning the Aztec princess' shield into a useless hunk of junk. She was quick to toss the shield aside and use her free hand to unleash the machete on her waist. With a hint of fury in her eyes, Tlexicli rushed towards the man who had thrown the spear at her with both weapons in hand. With her right hand she thrust her short spear forward, which was parried by her opponent, only to come over the top of his weapon with her steel machete, which embedded itself in the man's neck, severing his carotid artery in the process. Blood spewed from the man's neck as Tlexicli continued to hack at the wound with her machete until the head was completely severed from the man's shoulders. The Aztec princess let out a loud roar as if she was the very animal whose skin she wore before leading her forces forward into the enemy's crumbling ranks. When fighting against steel armor and weapons with Stone Age technology, who would emerge victorious was obvious. Quickly, the forces of the kingdom of Tututepec scattered and fell back. The moment they realized the battle was lost, they sought to flee the city with their families. Though they did not know where they would seek shelter from the Aztecs, they knew anything was better than being enslaved by the mighty empire. Though human sacrifice had been abolished within the Aztec Empire, the extensive slave trade was larger than ever. Most of the slaves ended up producing cocoa and latex for the Germans. However, the extremely unlucky ones would be sent to the gold mines to extract enough of the material to pay tribute to the Reich. Thus, it was no wonder that these men fled for their lives rather than be captured. The moment the rear ranks broke away and collapsed, the Aztec army crashed over the city like a giant tidal wave. The warriors of the empire slew their enemies with steel in hand as they took control of the city. Within the hour, the last bit of resistance had fallen and the inhabitants of Tututepec were brought out to the city's center. Tlexicli gazed upon their sunken expressions and declared the annexation of the Tututepec kingdom. I am Princess Tlexicli of the Aztec Empire, daughter of Itzcoatl, and ambassador to the Empire of the Gods. As of today, the kingdom of Tututepec ceases to exist as a sovereign state. With this conquest, you are now all citizens of the Aztec Empire. Those who resisted our rule shall be enslaved. As for the rest of you, you shall now pay tribute to Tenochtitlan as your overlords. Obey our rule and we shall be merciful. Resist further, and a life of pain and misery awaits you. I shall leave a garrison here to protect your lands from the Mayans. As for who shall preside over you, I will let you choose a representative from among your people to act as the governor of the city and the surrounding regions. If your tribute to Tenochtitlan is late, you can expect harsh reprisal. After saying this, Tlexicli turned her head and climbed upon the back of a nearby horse. She and the rest of her army, who were not selected as members of the local garrison, rode off in the capital's direction. The last of the petty kingdoms that surrounded the Aztec Empire had fallen. All that remained was to determine who was more powerful, the Aztecs or the Mayans. Tlexicli knew with the help of the Germans there was no force in the New World who was capable of defeating her people. All her people had to do was kneel before the Kaiser and pay tribute to his realm. She had to admit, compared to what was happening across Europe at the moment, her people had suffered very little in the wake of Berengar's conquest. She thought about the man's graceful appearance as he marched off to war. She swore that when he returned home she would wrestle with him. After all, she had been spending each and every day in Kufstein learning the art form known as submission grappling. She was confident in her abilities that she would be able to beat the man. Thus, Tlexicli had a new goal as she returned to the heart of the Aztec Empire as a conquering hero. Chapter 797, Hungary surrenders. The German army arrived on the borders of Hungary, crossing through the safe passage that had previously been established for the purpose of trade. After all, it would be suicide to march through their own minefield. Berenger sat on horseback as he led the cavalry past the bridge. Surprisingly, the Hungarian kingdom had decided to meet him at the border. He was prepared to open fire on them and eliminate what remained of their army. However, they were flying white flags symbolizing that they had come to discuss peace. Berenger did not desire to end the war so swiftly. He still had to place his puppet on the throne of Hungary. He was prepared to deny any and all conditions that the Hungarian emissary presented to him. However, to his surprise, the man he had in mind to take the place of the new king held the old king as a hostage. The Hungarian monarch was bound and chained as he was dragged out to meet with Berenger, who gazed upon the scene with a cautious glare. Victor pulled out the Hungarian crown from his satchel and knelt before the German Kaiser as he presented it. Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein, I along with my compatriots have overthrown our monarch and now present the crown to you. We wish to halt the bloodshed before any more of our men are killed in this pointless crusade. The papacy is dead, the kings of Europe have all either perished or gone missing. The throne of Hungary is yours. Please do with it as you wish. Berenger scoffed as he grabbed hold of the Hungarian crown. The last thing he wanted was to merge Germany and Hungary. He knew the results of such a diverse empire and did not want the internal strife such a thing would create. Instead, the Kaiser asked the man a question while holding onto the crown with hesitation. Are you Vasily Victor? The Hungarian nobleman raised his head in shock as he heard these words. He did not expect someone as powerful as the Kaiser to know his name. He quickly nodded his head thrice before responding to the question that was presented to him. Yes, your majesty. I'm surprised that you know my name. Berenger smiled gently before placing the crown on the young man's head, which shocked the Hungarian army as they witnessed the event. Vasily Victor, I name you the King of Hungary. From this day forward, your kingdom shall pay tribute to the Reich as a protectorate. In order to cement this suzerainty, you will agree to betrothing your sister Noemi to my first son, Hans. From this day forward, the Vasily family shall reign as the monarchs of Hungary. Now rise, King Vasily Victor. It took a few moments for Berengar's words to register in Victor's mind. However, after a few moments of silence, he raised to a standing position and swore a vow of loyalty to the Kaiser. I, King Vasily Victor of Hungary, hereby swear eternal loyalty to the German Empire and the von Kufstein dynasty. From this day until the end of days, the people of Hungary shall pay tribute to the Reich in exchange for your protection. The Hungarian army remained silent as they lamented their loss of sovereignty. They knew when they initiated their coup that they would have to exchange something in order to spare their lives. They just did not know that they would be forced to become a tributary of the Reich. However, this meant that they, at the very least, would not starve in the coming years. Over 1 million young men lie dead across Europe. Others were stranded in the far corners of the Mediterranean with no way home. Most of the European kingdoms would have difficulty maintaining their fields and would surely suffer from famine in the near future. By becoming a tributary of the Reich, Hungary could rely on the ever-increasing food stores of Germany to survive. Albeit they would have to pay a fair price, but it was better than starvation. After remaining silent for some time, Berenger spoke up. It quite surprised him that the Hungarian nobles had rebelled against their king and gift-trapped the man for Berengar's vengeance. Berenger gazed into the eyes of the shivering monarch with a cruel smirk on his face as he questioned how he would execute the man. I must say, you have been a thorn in my side since you first sent troops into Bohemia all those years ago. However, now that I finally have you, I am completely undecided about how I should kill you. You know what? I think I might just boil you in pitch. That should be a suiting end to your reign of terror. You fucking Catholic bootlicker. The Hungarian king pleaded for mercy, but it was no use. Berenger had decided to execute the man. It would send the message that the era of Catholicism had ended. With this monarch's death, the only Catholic king who would be left in the world was Aubrey, and he was not exactly a symbol to rally behind. Please, my Kaiser, have mercy on me. I swear I will do whatever you ask of me so long as you spare my worthless life. Berenger sneered in disdain when he heard the man begging him. Where was his resolve to enter the pearly gates of heaven? As a result, Berenger kicked the man in the head and ordered his guards to take the former monarch away. Take this coward away. The man is not even worth his weight in piss. The Hungarian army watched as the soldiers of the Reich carried the former king of Hungary away. However, their attention was quickly diverted when Berenger addressed the new king with a modicum of respect. King Vasily, you may return home with your men in peace. You have much work to do if you wish to recover from the substantial losses that your people have suffered in this senseless conflict. I will send an emissary in the coming days who will negotiate your official surrender. As for your sister, consider her a ward under my protection until the day my son comes of age and marries her. You can trust that she will be well provided so long as she lives in Germany. Victor bowed his head with the utmost respect as he responded to Berengar's orders in the most courteous way possible. As you wish, your majesty. I will be happy to accept whatever terms you present to me. I thank you for your benevolence in this regard. After saying that, the Hungarian king departed back to his capital. He indeed had much to do in the coming days if he wished to recover from this disaster of a crusade. As for Berenger, he looked north towards Poland and ordered his troops to deploy to their next target. The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth has been an eyesore for too long. It is time we humble them. It is a shame the Polish king is dead. I suppose the Grand Duke of Lithuania will suffice as a tribute to our conquest. With this said, the German army marched into its eastern neighbors. Their purpose was twofold: dissolve the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth into two separate states and impose puppets on both thrones. After all, it would be nice to have a buffer state between the lands of the Reich and that of the Rus. Though Berenger did not intend to allow the Rus to unify in his lifetime, it was impossible to say whether or not they would eventually get their shit together and unite against his successors. The Kaiser figured he would have to come up with a long-term plan to prevent Russian unification from ever happening in this world. Thus, as Berenger was marching his army east into Poland-Lithuania, he was conceiving a devilish plot to disrupt Russia's natural progress from happening. With Hungary's surrender, the war was entering its ending stages. All that was left was to defeat the remnants of the Polish-Lithuanian army and those of Burgundy. Once he had installed his puppets in those two regions, the war would be officially over and the era of German hegemony would come to fruition. Once the war was over, Berenger planned to relax for a few years and focus on civil development. Unfortunately for him, the rise of the Japanese Empire was around the corner, and the moment he returned home, he would be bombarded with the intelligence Linda had collected on this matter. There was truly no rest for the Kaiser in his life. After defeating one enemy, he would be thrust into another theater of war. Such was his life for the past 10 years and for the foreseeable future. Of course, he did not know about the existence of the Japanese Empire or their plans for the Indian subcontinent, and because of that, he was able to look forward to a peaceful future he foolishly thought was on the horizon. Chapter 798, Roommates. Word had come over the wire that Hungary had officially surrendered. Linda gazed at the telegram that sat on her husband's desk and smiled. She had worked hard to redeem herself in the eyes of her husband after getting in the way of his plans for Hungarian succession. Without him even noticing, she had anticipated his moves perfectly. By dispatching her agents to the Kingdom of Hungary to stoke the ire of the noble families, Linda had ensured that the former Hungarian monarch was ousted before her husband ever stepped foot in his lands. She also worked behind the scenes to strengthen Victor's claim to the throne. Despite previously holding animosity towards Noemi and the young girl's plans to monopolize Han's attentions, Linda had forced herself to overcome her emotions and act in the interest of the Reich. However, that did not mean that she would treat the girl so kindly. Today it was her responsibility to greet this new ward and establish her living quarters within the imperial palace. Linda had gone out of her way to specifically make Noemi's life difficult, not in any overtly aggressive fashion but in the form of passive aggressiveness. Thus, she had a cruel smile on her pretty face as the red-headed bombshell planned to take her vengeance against a teenage girl who was at least 10 years younger than herself. If Berenger could witness the pettiness of his favorite bride, he would only shake his head and make a crass remark about the vile nature of women. However, he was not present for this occasion, and as a result, he would not bear witness to the spectacle that was about to occur. After reading the telegram, Linda pulled out a lighter from Berengar's desk drawer and lit it aflame. Once the document was turned into ash, she departed from her husband's office and returned to the master suite where her clothing, accessories, and cosmetics lay in wait for her. Linda had gone all out with her appearance, more so than usual. Though the woman prided herself on her natural beauty, she had gone the extra mile by fluffing her hair and applying the finest cosmetics manufactured in the Reich to her elegant face. After ensuring that she looked her best, Linda placed a small tiara on the top of her hair. This tiara was made of white gold and was encrusted with sky blue topaz gemstones which matched perfectly with her dress. In fact, her necklace, earrings, and wedding ring were all made of the same minerals. The piercing of one's ears was not a common practice in the Reich. In fact, any form of body modification was considered taboo by society at large. As a result, the women of Germany relied on clip-on earrings to adorn their lobes. After ensuring that she was at her best, Linda confidently strode out to the courtyard to greet the young minx which sought to steal her firstborn's attention. Upon exiting the palace and entering the courtyard, Linda noticed the carriage which had been used to transport the girl to the palace. The young empress had to admit this girl had a remarkably similar appearance to herself. She might even consider the possibility that Noemi was a long-lost half-sister if she wasn't so sure that her late father had never visited Hungary in his life. Noemi gazed upon Linda's beauty and stopped in her tracks. Her mouth was practically agape. This was the second time she had met with the empress, and she was even more beautiful than before. She instantly lowered her head in shame. She did not know why she was brought to the palace, but after her last meeting with Linda, she suspected that she was in trouble. The young Hungarian beauty immediately tried to defend herself but was surprised to see Linda's reaction. "Your Majesty, I swear I have not approached Hans since our last encounter. Please forgive me for whatever transgression I may have committed against your family." Eep. Noemi was caught by surprise when Linda latched her arms around her and took the girl into her embrace. A soothing tone erupted from the young empress' voice as she stroked her newest daughter-in-law's silky red hair. "Sure. That's all in the past, my dear Noemi. Things have changed, and naturally I must evolve with the times. Your brother Victor has been named King of Hungary, and as a sign of submission to the Kaiser, he has offered you up to be Hans' fourth bride. You are now my daughter-in-law, just like Veronica and Natalia. As of this moment, you are a ward of the von Kufstein dynasty and shall live here in the palace. As for your caretaker, she has been given appropriate compensation in order to ensure that she lives a fine life here in Kufstein. Come, let's get you settled in." This news dumbfounded Noemi. How was her brother the King of Hungary? What about her father? He would never agree to her even being within the Reich, let alone marrying one of its princes. She had so many questions on her mind as the older woman dragged her into the palace. While Linda may have seemed like she was being sincere and kind in her actions, in reality she had designed a special kind of hell for Noemi during her initial stay in the palace. Linda purposefully did not reveal that the girl's father had died in battle. After all, she wanted Noemi's life to be difficult for the time being, but she didn't want to break the girl's heart. She would reveal that bombshell once the Hungarian beauty had settled into her life in the palace. After turning the corner into the living area of the palace, Linda opened the door to the room that Noemi would be staying in. She had a wide smile on her face as she revealed her marvelous plan to make Noemi uncomfortable. However, before she could get a word out, she heard the shrieking cries of two women enraged with each other. "What is she doing here? Why is this thieving bitch in my room?" Linda forced a pretty smile as she observed the situation in great detail. Veronica was lying on her bed while reading a book. However, the moment the door opened, she witnessed the sight of her bitter rival. The sly kid who tried to steal her precious Hans away from her. Miraculously, Linda was by her side, leading her into the room. Likewise, Noemi was equally astonished. She never expected to barge into the room of Hans' #1 girl. However, after being called a thieving bitch by the heterochromia beauty, Noemi was equally outraged and demanded answers. "What's the meaning of this?" Linda continued to wear a pretty smile as she explained the situation to the two girls who were practically at each other's throats. "For the time being, you two will be sharing a room. Since Noemi doesn't know how things work around here at the palace, I thought it would be great if she had a mentor to teach her how to properly behave herself. Immediately, I thought of little Veronica. After all, you are both at a similar age and are both engaged to my precious baby boy. Who would be better suited to the task? Veronica was livid. Not only was she forced to share a room with this bustabitch, but she also found out that the girl was now engaged to her fiancé. It was one thing for Natalia to be Hans' bride. After all, Veronica had lived with the girl long enough to consider her a little sister. However, Noemi was a scheming bitch and she had no intention of sharing her man with such a harlot. However, when she saw Lindy's frightening gaze cast over her, she immediately felt as if she had been buried in a coffin made of ice. Linda had the ability to wear a pretty smile while concealing terrifying eyes. When she stared at you in such a way, you felt as if a guillotine was hovering over your neck. Thus, Veronica was quick to bow her head and submit to the will of the Empress. Yes, Kaiserin, I understand. It shocked Noemi when she saw Veronica behave so submissively towards Linda. She had not witnessed the intense stare that the woman concealed behind her pretty smile and thus did not understand the fear that Veronica felt. Nor was Noemi aware of the massive number of deaths that the red-headed bowtie's keen mind had orchestrated. Linda was by far the most frightening woman in the Reich and possibly the world. However, very few people knew this truth. Thus, most people treated her as nothing more than a pretty face. That grave mistake had been the undoing of many men. After seeing Veronica behave herself, Linda smiled once more before departing. However, she left behind one last bit of advice before she disappeared around the corner. Veronica, since you are Noemi's mentor of imperial etiquette, I will hold you responsible if anything were to happen. I trust that you will teach her thoroughly. That's all for now. Have fun, you too. After saying this, Linda disappeared. It was only after she was out of earshot that Veronica sighed heavily before revealing her true thoughts of the woman. Scheming bitch. Veronica's sudden change of character astounded Noemi. She instantly questioned the heterochromia beauty about her two-faced nature. If you think about her in such a manner, why don't you express it to her face? Veronica stared at Noemi in disbelief. There was no way this girl was so stupid to actively pursue the cub of such a fearsome lioness without even realizing the terror behind that pretty smile. She sighed heavily before revealing her thoughts on the matter. That's a good way to get yourself killed. Linda may not look like it, but she is the most frightening entity in this entire palace. Berenger may be a bloodthirsty warlord who has commanded the deaths of millions, but Linda is the mastermind behind his entire intelligence network and an incredibly petty one at that. It's honestly a goddamn miracle that you haven't vanished yet. However, keep up that mentality and it is only a matter of time. Hell, she probably orchestrated this mess so that I can keep you from getting too close to Hans. Linda is incredibly possessive of her loved ones and anyone who gets in the way of her relationship with them seems to disappear. If I had to guess, I'd say that Linda is hostile to you and not me because she probably sees you as a threat to her maternal role in Hans' life. The only reason you aren't buried in an unmarked grave is because of Berengar's influence. You should remember that before you go do something stupid like talk back to the woman or insult her to her face. It astonished Noemi to learn such a wicked truth about Linda. The most beautiful woman she had ever laid eyes on was truly terrifying. Linda looked like an angel but was really a devil in disguise, one that would claim her soul should she step out of line. It was at this moment Noemi decided to maintain a respectful distance from Hans and follow Veronica's every word now that they were roommates. Chapter 799, Swift Conquest of Burgundy. Months had passed since the Reich's war with the Catholic world began. The result was a complete and total victory. Germany had defeated the armies of its enemies and now its own forces swarmed across Christendom to remove the old nobility from power and install their puppets on the thrones of the European kingdoms. The Duchy of Burgundy was no exception. During their initial invasion of the Low Countries, the people greeted the German soldiers as liberators. However, the foolish nobles clung to their ancient ways and in their hubris had beheaded a German messenger. The result was a complete and total purging of the Burgundian nobility throughout the lowlands. Castle after castle, city after city, the Germans marched through the lowlands and obliterated the noble families who had once held absolute authority over the entire region. By the time they made their way into the heartland of the Burgundian state, the enemy had willingly surrendered in fear that they might suffer the same treatment as those in their northern territories. The German general who was tasked with leading his army into Burgundy sat at a table in the castle that once belonged to the Duke of Burgundy. After Marcel's death in Naples, his young nephew had ascended to the ducal throne. Naturally, as a man who had a penchant for cross-dressing boys, Marcel had left behind no heirs to succeed him. As a result, a child of 9 years of age was the current acting Duke of Burgundy, though his reign had not lasted long before the German army forced their way into his home and demanded his abdication. This boy's name was Bernard, and he was currently in a discussion with the German general to quietly abandon his birthright. Lieutenant General Wilhelm Krieger sat across from the boy and his regent with a stern expression on his face. It had been many years since he led a small company of men to put down brigands within the borders of the Duchy of Austria. As Austria rose in prominence to a mighty kingdom which now dominated a vast empire, so too did this officer. He was now the commanding officer of the First Corps of the Imperial German Army and was the man tasked with negotiating the Burgundian surrender. Bernard de Burgundy, it is in your best interest to willingly abdicate your throne. The war is over, your army is defeated, and now the Duchy of Burgundy acts as a natural border between the Reich and the Kingdom of France. Naturally, we can't have a small child such as yourself to fulfill such an important role. No, someone who the Kaiser trusts will be appointed in charge of this realm. I will not state my demands again, abdicate your throne and profess whoever the Kaiser chooses to be your successor as the legitimate Duke of Burgundy. If you do so, we will allow you to retire to the countryside to live out the rest of your days in peace and prosperity. The young boy looked up at his regent, which was his mother, with a pleading gaze. In truth, he wanted nothing to do with the throne. Though the previous duke had never outright abused the boy, Marcel had been grooming his nephew to take Aubrey's place as his future lover, going so far as to dress the young child up in girl's clothing. Naturally, Bernard felt deeply uncomfortable even associating with the title Duke of Burgundy. Though his mother was aware of the previous duke's proclivities, she had ignored Marcel's scandalous actions in return for appropriate compensation. It took one look at the woman and her unyielding expression for the German general to understand her wicked character. The woman was quick to reject Wilhelm's kindness as she desired the power and authority that came with her son being duke. We have no intentions of abdicating the throne. Before she could continue her defiant speech, Wilhelm raised one finger and shushed the woman. She was about to scream at him when she felt the butt of a rifle smack against the back of her head. It wasn't a heavy enough strike to knock her out, but it stung like hell. Upon seeing his mother being treated so roughly, the boy remained silent. The German general noticed this and began to speak with Bernard directly. Bernard, I'm not talking to your mother. I don't give a damn about her opinion. I need your answer. Will you abdicate your throne and retire to the countryside? If your mother is a problem, I can even arrange for you to be adopted by a loving German couple who are looking to have a family. You can live a happy and prosperous life in the Reich if you so choose. You just have to say the word. The boy was about to accept the offer when his mother recovered from the attack and screamed at him. Bernard, if you dare to abdicate your throne, I will never forgive you. The woman lashed out at her son when she saw the hesitation in his eyes. However, she was quickly restrained by the German soldiers. Wilhelm felt a bit of pity for the boy before pointing out his mother's actions were far from nurturing. Boy, you may be too young to understand, but that is not how your mother is supposed to act. She doesn't care about you, she only cares about the power and authority that comes with the position you have inherited. If you want to grow up in a healthy environment, I suggest you take some time to consider my offer. Ask yourself this, what is it that you want in life? Wilhelm did not enjoy putting such an important decision on the shoulders of a young boy, but he had no choice. This child was the current Duke of Burgundy, and his bitch of a mother was willing to risk his life just to cling onto some tiny semblance of power and authority. Bernard gazed upon his mother's hateful expression as she was bound and gagged by the German soldiers before shaking his head. In truth, he had always known that his mother did not have his best interests at heart. He even feared her. However, he just never wanted to admit it. Now that he was given a choice for a better life, he would be a fool not to take it. With tears in his eyes, the boy gritted his teeth before nodding his head in acceptance of the general's plan. I, Bernard de Burgundy, first of my name hereby abdicate my ducal throne and grant dominion over my family's lands to Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein. Wilhelm wished he could smile upon hearing such words, but it was too pitiful of a situation for him to find any enjoyment in it. He sighed heavily before pulling out a treaty where the boy hastily signed away the rights to the Duchy of Burgundy. After doing so, he gazed at his mother's hate-filled expression one last time before asking Wilhelm the question on his mind. Can you promise me a good family? Far away from the likes of my uncle or my mother? Wilhelm looked at the hopeful expression in the boy's eyes before nodding his head. He had a bitter smile on his face as he reflected on the whole situation. My cousin is incapable of having children due to an accident, but he and his wife desire a son of their own. They are good people from an honest background. I am sure they would be happy to adopt you as their son. Bernard's tears dried up as he heard this and quickly accepted the German general's offer with a kind smile on his face. Thank you. After signing over the Duchy of Burgundy to the German Empire, Bernard was led out of his family's castle and united with a loving family within the boundaries of the Reich. The boy had no siblings to speak of, and his mother was thrown into a labor camp after being convicted of child abuse. As a result of this conflict, the Duchy of Burgundy was split into two. The Reich officially annexed the regions with a German majority, and what little remained became a small client state acting as a border realm between the Kingdom of France and the German Empire. Chapter 800, The Ming Prince's Tour of the City, Part L. Linda was sitting across from her young son, Hans, who had a pouting expression on his face. His mother had just given him an order that he did not want to fulfill. Thus, he could not help but repeat her words as if they were simply unbelievable. You want me to take the Ming Prince and the Anangpur Emperor on a tour of the city? Give me one reason why I should? Linda glared at her son with a look of fury in her sky-blue eyes before speaking in a stern tone. Hans was smart enough to know that he should fear his mother and her womanly wrath. Thus, as she spoke to him, he bowed his head in submission. Because, Hans, I am your mother and I told you to do so. That should be reason enough. However, if you must know the intent behind my request, it is because you share the same position as Zhu Ji, and it would be best for his equal to take him around the city. I'm not asking you to take the two men on a boring tour to the industrial sector or to the graveyard. I'm asking you to show off the wealth and prosperity of the Reich. Be a good boy and do this for mommy, won't you, Hans? It was amazing how the woman could so effortlessly shift her expression from a scolding mother to a loving one. When Linda spoke to her son in such a way, he could only avert his gaze and accept her request, even if he did not want to do so. Fine. In response to this, Linda wore a radiant smile as she hugged her boy and kissed him on the forehead multiple times, the very act of which caused Hans great embarrassment. That's my good boy. Thank you so much, Hans, you are really helping mommy out. While Linda was showering her firstborn son with unwanted affection, the two esteemed guests arrived in the room and witnessed the scene with the same sense of embarrassment that Hans himself was feeling. Even though Linda noticed their entry immediately, she continued to hug and kiss her son until the boy had enough and shoved her away, after which she pouted for a brief second before shifting her attention to Daria and Juzi. Emperor Daria, Prince Ji, thank you for coming on such short notice. Today is such a wonderful day that I figured I would allow Hans here to take you on a tour of the city. You're not busy, are you? Zhu gazed upon the angelic, red-headed beauty and her pleading expression and immediately nodded his head in acceptance. For whatever reason, this woman had some form of sway over him. Though he had desired to go on a tour of the city ever since he first arrived in Kufstein, he had concerns about a young child being his tour guide. However, Lindy's natural charm was enough to compel him to accept her offer, which he did so in the most respectful way possible. I have nothing planned for the day. It would be my honor for the young Prince Hans to guide me around the city. I look forward to it very much. Since the moment the two young men stepped foot in the room, Hans had put on the facade of an average 9-year-old boy. Though Daria was aware to some extent of Hans' hyper-intellect and true personality, Zhu was not so well informed. Hans rarely revealed his true self around others. In fact, the only people who were aware of his true mindset were his parents, his fiancées, and his younger sister Helga. Thus, he quickly stood up from his seat and approached the two guests with an innocent smile on his face. If mommy says so, then I would be happy to lead you both through the city. Linda smiled and patted Hans' red hair as he stood by her side. The loving expression on her pretty face as she dealt with her son made both Daria's and Zhu's hearts race. As much as the Anangpur emperor was thankful to Berenger for saving his sister and allowing the two exiled siblings to enjoy a life of peace and prosperity in the Reich, he deeply envied the man for having such a wonderful woman as his wife. While the two men were busy controlling their heightened emotions, Linda bent down in front of her son and hugged him one more time before whispering in his ear, "Be on your best behavior, or mommy will give you a spanking." Hans' face paled as he heard these words, but his innocent facade did not crack in the slightest. His parents had never disciplined him so severely before, thus if his mother was threatening him with a spanking for misbehaving, this little request of hers must be something critical to diplomacy. Immediately after threatening her son, Linda broke away from the boy and pinched his cheeks before sending him off. "All right, Hans, be a good boy for mommy and have fun." Just when Hans was about to leave with the Ming Prince and the Anangpur Emperor in tow, a peculiar sight occurred. Lindy's pet cat named Midnight sprinted through the room and up onto the windowsill. His tail was puffed to its fullest extent and he began to hiss at the creature which chased after it. Genseric the leopard cub was in a playful mood as it chased after Lindy's pet cat, the sight of which caused Linda to scold the cub. "Bad Genseric. You need to stop harassing my poor Midnight." The leopard cub had a sullen expression on its face as it hid its tail between its legs. It was intelligent enough to understand Lindy's words and quickly became depressed. It just wanted to play a little with its closest kin. The distressed state of the cub caused Lindy's heart to bleed as she bent down and picked up the Genseric before stroking its silky fur. "Oh, I'm sorry, baby, I didn't mean to be so harsh. You need to know that Midnight is not the same type of cat as you and you will scare him with your strength." Midnight stared at his master, who was pampering his greatest rival, with disbelief. He immediately pawed out to her, which caused the red-headed beauty to place the leopard cub on the floor and give some love to her favorite pet. "Don't be jealous, Midnight. Genseric is your little brother and you need to get along with him. One day he will be big and strong and can protect you against anything. It will be good for you to foster a sibling relationship with him when you can." The way Linda treated the two cats as her children caused Hans to face bomb in embarrassment. He seriously did not understand why the woman had such a soft spot for the Felidae family. While Hans hit his head with shame, Zhu was more surprised that an actual leopard cub was being treated as a house pet by everyone in the room. Even the Anangpur Empire seemed to accept it as if it were something normal. However, before he could speak up about this peculiarity, Hans grabbed hold of his hand and led him towards the courtyard. "Let's go. It's best to leave mommy alone when she's fawning over her cats." Hans led his two guests out the door and into the courtyard where an automobile lay in wait for them. The cab was closed and the vehicle was armored to protect against potential threats. Despite this, it looked like a normal car. Both Zhu and Daria stared in awe at the vehicle. This was the Ming Prince's second time seeing such a thing and the Anangpur Emperor's first, and they were quick to ask about the device. "Prince Hans, do you mind explaining to us what this device is? It doesn't appear to have any animals pulling it and yet it is capable of motion. I don't believe I am the only one who is deeply confused about this." A member of the Reichsguard who was dressed in his ceremonial uniform opened the door to the car and allowed the group entry into the vehicle. Hans quickly informed his guests of what he knew about the car as he relaxed in the fine leather interior with a cup of milk in his hands that was provided to him by the driver. Father calls it an automobile. It is one of his newest inventions. It is designed as a means to transport people and cargo around town. I don't know much about how it functions, but such vehicles are becoming more common across the Reich with each passing day. Though generally you will see buses on the streets instead of individual cars such as this. In truth, Hans had enough knowledge of basic engineering concepts to understand the principle behind the car's powertrain. However, such information was far too advanced for someone who came from a pre-industrial era country to properly comprehend. Thus, he chose to feign ignorance. The driver inserted the keys into the ignition and started the vehicle. Within a few seconds, the automobile was propelling out of the palace's driveway and towards Kufstein's trade district. Hans had no interest in explaining how the German government worked for the Ming prince and instead wanted his two guests to see the economic progress of the empire's capital. Thus, the trio began their journey around the city of Kufstein, one that would leave a favorable impression on the Ming prince. Many changes had taken place in the months since Daria and his sister were given a tour around Kufstein. The city had rapidly developed, and today would be another shocking day for the Anangpur emperor. Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.